What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are getting started. We're getting started in here. Let me go and search for myself. I searched myself. I wanted to find me. What's up, y'all? Do we have anybody in here yet? Nobody. Lonnie. That's not the Lonnie, is it? I think that's a different Lonnie. What's up? Come on in, everybody. Come on, everybody. All right. Give me a second. I'm about to go in and share my own shit out. Let me turn off my noise suppression. There we go. That's much better. That's better. Let's share it to our peoples. Welcome. We are live. All right, so if you're in here, you are one of the first. Good morning, Raw. Good to see you. I need to get another lighting panel. So if you guys want to help me get another lighting panel for this room, you can send me a Crash App. That's how I paid for all this stuff, is the money that I get from this stuff. That's where I got my equipment from before, was from my YouTube stuff. Mutual aid, as they say. Let me move this up. Fuck, I got it. I want to just remove this. I got too many fucking windows in this room. It's ridiculous. I don't like it too damn dark, but there's just too much light. I see the light. Anyway, good morning, good morning. Once everybody shows up, we'll get started. Fucking, we're living in crazy times, y'all. I got to get my Stream Deck over into this setup, too. I need my sound effects. I keep wanting to push the Twilight Zone button, but I don't have it. I don't have it over here on this, in this setup. Anyway, crazy times. Did I put they don't need facts? Okay, yeah. All right. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's get to 10K likes as quick as we can, y'all. Good morning, Jules. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Hopefully today will be less frustrating for me than yesterday. Yesterday was a little frustrating. At least there towards the end. It's like the fucking, the world around you is on fire, and the people inside the building that are trying to get out or trying to put it out are too busy arguing over who gets to hold the fire extinguisher. I want to hold it. Nuh-uh. And so the fire just continues to burn. Thank you, Occupation, for the shares. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Occupation breeds resistance. That is some kind of font you got going on there, by the way. All right. And we haven't started yet. We're going to wait for a little bit. We'll get everybody in here. And I actually was going to start with like the articles that I was going to go over, but I may start a different way, and, maybe today will end up like yesterday because of the racial aspect to all of this. But I keep seeing people posting shit like this, and just really bothers me. So since we got like 19 people in here, we can go ahead and show this. Just watch this video. Like, it's a David Santa Carla. America after deporting 100 million illegals is what it says. Let me pull this up here so y'all can see. Just watch this video. Now, I understand it's AI, but they are empowered to just openly say this shit. It's fucking crazy. Good morning, Bunny. Good morning, Benjamin. I mean, I think we see what's going on here, right? I mean, I think we all get the implication, right? Deport all the illegals and all you're left is white people The only people you have left are white people. And it's paradise. That's what they say. Yet if you look at the history of Europe, that was never the case. It was never paradise. You know, it was just a bunch of white people. You know, indigenous people, they were fighting with each other. So why not genocide them? Right? That argument. But you look at the state of Europe, they were always at war with each other. They act like, oh, if you just get rid of all those people with melanin in their skin, by God, you're going to fix everything. Because it's those people. Like, people that buy into this stuff, and there's a bunch of them. Like, you should see the comment section. The American Alex Jeffrey Preddy fought for, and here, I'll pull this up. Somebody posted this picture, or this video. And see, it's just like race baiting over and over and over again. And I don't know what percentage of like MAGA is just full on like we need to white America. I can't imagine they're all like that, you know. I don't know that that's their goal, but that's where we are. And so now we've got people doing this shit like here's Tucker. Let me play this fucking video. This idiot piece of garbage. This was actually posted, I think, under that video I just played. Listen to what Tucker says.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people. And
the irony in that statement, let me play that again.
Exactly. You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people. And you need to do it really soon.
And so he's talking about the brown invasion in Europe. That's what he's referring to in that segment. That's what he's talking about. And the irony of you just got to go back to your country of origin. Well, bitch, your country of origin is not here in the United States. So by all fucking means, go back. And I bet you if you go to all of the countries where white people now exist, in Africa and, South America, Central America, I bet those people, if they all went back to Europe, that might be a great thing for the world. It might just be. If they stayed over on their side, if they want to segregate, then go back. But it's so ironic that this dude's like, go back to your country of origin. You can't come and try and colonize our countries, but we get to go and colonize yours and claim them as our own. It's fucking weird, y'all. And see, we got this motherfucker in the comment section talking about white power. White power. I mean, these people exist around us, and they're our fucking neighbors. Generally, a lot of them own companies where they make people of color do all the work, and then they extract the profits from the labor of other people. And this dude's like, white power. I should play that video of that guy from yesterday. He thought there was white power. He hit that black guy. I played that clip yesterday. He smacked that black guy. That black guy gave it back to him. I bet he wasn't screaming white power. He's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I bring that up to kind of set the stage because I feel like that's what a lot of this is about. Just white people, afraid that they're going to lose their majority status and, not be the people that run and own everything anymore. And so they're pissed. And so they're going crazy, even though they're still the majority population in this country. They need more. They want more. Like, you're supposed to comply with them. They are your masters, so they think. Mrs. Chaos says, I love how they say we're crying, but they literally have a meltdown when we express our opinion. Yeah. And if you're a white person that happens to want diversity, they become an enemy of these people too, just like Alex Preddy. Let me, where the fuck is that at? Yeah, here we go. This is Libs of TikTok posted this. This is the innocent, harmless, peaceful, well, let me put it up here. This is the innocent, harmless, peaceful kind nurse the Democrats were crying about. The entire left-wing narrative just came crashing down. So I guess, 11 days prior to Alex being gunned down, this happened, right? And look, I'm just going to assume that it's real and it's not AI, but I have questions as to how this man does what he does in the video and doesn't get arrested. Is that because he's a white guy? Was he not arrested because he was a white guy? I don't know. I haven't seen the arrest report, but, here we are. So let's watch what they claim makes Alex a bad person. And of course, they have to put this out there because it's not about the facts of what happened that day, right, in that moment. It's sow doubt into the whole scenario. That's all they care about. Just sow doubt. And just, he's not the greatest person. Well, it doesn't matter. He could have been the worst person on earth and they still shouldn't have done what they did. But let's watch.
Look at you! Pepper spray, bitch! Fucking insult me, motherfucker!
Allegedly, this is Alex.
Fuck you guys!
And he spits at the car.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January...
And it appears, and let me go back, it appears you can see a firearm in the waistband right there. Looks like there's a holster there, although it's hard to tell.
On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents
the same
were
exact
blocking the
outfit
street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat and he walks away.
Before they retreat and he walks away. Now, and yes, Jules, this was on, I can't remember. There's a couple of more credible news sites that I saw this on. Yes. But again, I've got a lot of questions about this video because, it appears that he's wearing the same clothes, first of all. Second of all, a man kicks the taillight out of a federal vehicle and they retreat and walk away. Make that make sense to me. I'm sorry, but I don't think that would happen. And if it happened, because, allegedly they broke his ribs or whatever before, this is what's been reported. I can't verify it, but this is what they're saying. I don't buy it. I don't believe that this crazy lunatic group of individuals, they call themselves ICE and Border Patrol, I don't think that somebody could break the fucking, brake light off of a vehicle and then they just walk away and they're like, we'll fix it later. And if they do, what does that say? Is that because he was white? Is that because he was white? And so you get this video, like Debo sent this to me yesterday, although this isn't where I'm playing it from. Debo sent this to me yesterday. It's like, I'm not saying that what they were doing was right, but look at that. And I'm like, well, then what's the point? Why are you sending me this video? We know what you're doing. And Benjamin, I see you in the comments. Benjamin says, please don't say this is fake. Benjamin, I don't know if it's fake or not, but are you telling me that it makes any sense that the ICE officers would watch somebody break their vehicle and not arrest them? Really? That makes no sense. And let's assume that it's true, right? Let's assume that all this is true. This happened. His family confirms it, whatever. Were they targeting him the day that they killed him? Was that an execution? Did they go out and literally seek this man out and kill him on purpose? Got to ask yourself, did they get butt hurt that day? That they felt like they had to, quote, retreat because things were getting hot and heavy, and so they found this man because they've done this before. They've sought out people who they claim were doxing them or whatever. They've sought those people out and then shot them while in their car. Matter of fact, that one lady, I can't remember her name, they bashed her car so that she couldn't leave and then shot at her in the car. So I don't know. I don't buy that. I just don't buy all of this. Something is fishy to me, right? But again, it's not about the facts, because this is, even if this was true and this happened, has nothing to do with the day he was shot. Nothing. He could have killed 12 kids that day, and the ICE agents shouldn't have shot him in that moment. I mean, because that's, if we're a nation of laws, shouldn't we abide by those laws? Shouldn't ICE abide by those laws? I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. APAC, welcome in. What's up? What do you think? You are muted, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me know what you think, man.
So I think you're right. I do think that, was he perhaps, being a deterrent or, impeding ICE activities? Let's just say yes. This still doesn't constitute a loss of life in this situation. I mean, there's a lot of respectfully, scums in prison that have done, worse, and they haven't lost their life. I think also Stephen Miller recently said that policy may have been broken. So there's an admission finally from the administration saying that something went wrong here. So it wasn't, didn't speak to the justification of the pew-pewing, itself. But if policy was broken, then I think that kind of, buttresses the argument that something definitely went wrong here, and absolutely he should not have lost his life.
Yeah. I mean, it isn't right. Ben, what say you? I know you haven't come up since this happened. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I know I got you all hot and bothered this morning. So the video I sent, it just, in the days that we're living in, you're up one moment, you're down, you're up, you're down. And I'm in a moment in my life where I was Trump all the way. Couldn't tell me different. I found, I came to the realization that, maybe he's not everything I thought he was. And then I'm fighting it because the left, just every time I try to find something dumb with Trump and be like, they do something just as dumb and deceitful, it puts me right back to where I'm like, well, fuck, man, what am I going to believe? Like, it would be one thing if the left was just on the up and up on everything, but they're as equal as deceiving and deceitful or wrong and, So it's hard to live in these times because we're trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense at all. Now, the video I sent, I watched it after, Jules and you, kind of, let me have it a little bit. Let me just see if I'm just crazy and if I'm just making it something it's not. But you can clearly see his hand goes to his back. There's a shot or a noise before the actual cop pew-pews. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to show more videos to talk it out, to say, this is what I saw. I clearly see his hand go to the back, and I hope we're able to play that video for everybody and kind of get their opinion. Maybe when more comes in the...
I'm going to play it. I had planned on playing it.
For different perspectives, but...
And here, before you finish, I'll just play the clip that you're referring to so everybody knows what you're talking about.
And if we could slow it down, if possible, when it happens, at that moment.
Well, she slows it down.
Any law enforcement officer fires a gun at Alex Preddy, you will see Alex Preddy reach for his waistband, as if reaching for his holster, as if reaching for his firearm. Okay, so let's roll this tape.
It's hard to see here.
So you can see the man in the gray, the officer's hand. You see him reaching for the firearm. Then you see the man in green, the law enforcement officer drawing his gun. Now listen very closely for the sound of the first shot. Okay, stop it right there for a second. Now the sound of the first shot is not when Alex Preddy is shot. The sound of the first shot.
I actually think that's false. I believe that is false.
Is not a shot at all, or
no? I think that was the ICE agent shot him, and that's why his body went up. Because I've slowed down.
By chance, Tim?
I can't. There's no full screen on this.
It's almost impossible
here we go.
to see what
here
we're trying to.
I mean, that doesn't make it a whole lot better.
It makes it a little better, yeah.
Again, we'll come back.
I mean, I've got the footage. I can pull it up in Premiere Pro. But again, I'm not going to waste too much time on this because, to me, all of this totally irrelevant.
That in a moment,
to me, it changes
because there are theories which seem to be substantiated about Alex Preddy's firearm negligently discharging after the officer had removed it from his holster after the officer had disarmed Alex Preddy. But watch what's happening. The agent in green,
and you notice what she just said, after the officer disarmed Alex Preddy. Yeah.
Who is the agent that ultimately shoots Alex Preddy, does not fire his firearm until, roll the tape. Watch what Alex Preddy does. Watch his hand right there. He's reaching around his back. He's reaching for his holster. You can see his arm going like this.
Yeah.
And that's the claim that Ben is making, that he was reaching for his holster. I want to point out to you, Benjamin. I want to point something out to you real quick that you may not realize. The man that shot him literally watched the other ICE agent disarm him. He was literally watching him remove the gun from the holster. The guy that shot him was watching the whole time. So he knew that let's assume that he was reaching for the holster, and I don't buy that. I think he had already been shot, and his body is literally just, because while you can get a still frame of it, this happens in moments.
Right.
The guy that shot him watched him be disarmed.
All I'll say to this is I'm just, as stuff comes out, it'll just be interesting to see the actual investigation. I'm just trying to say that the world we're living in right now, it's like you can't make sense of any of it at this point. No,
see, Benjamin, and I don't, at this point, I don't know how serious I can take what you're saying, because you've got a video of a man getting gunned down after he was disarmed. And you didn't come in and be like, well, that looks fucked up. No. What you did the day that it happened was you came into the comment section and you said, well, why does he have 2 magazines on him? That was your question. So you don't want, in this instance, for ICE to be wrong. And so you're trying to, after the fact, find anything that makes it look like they weren't wrong. That's what you're doing. And I don't, for some, because when you started talking, you were bringing up, left versus right. Man, you got to get away from that shit. This isn't left versus right. That video and that shooting and that guy, that wasn't left people pushing that stuff. It happened. It got posted on social media, the video of him being shot. This wasn't left-wing propaganda. The dude literally got shot, and we all played the video the day that it happened, like within an hour of the shooting. I played the videos on this show, and you were already in there. Well, why did he have multiple magazines? And why did you do that, Benjamin? You did that because Kristi Noem's fucking dumbass and Greg Bovino went out there and told you to think that. They said that he had multiple magazines and he came there to massacre ICE agents. And so you, because you're still like trying to hold on to what you had created as your identity, or at least that's my opinion, and you're still trying to hold on to it. And I don't understand why. I don't get it.
It just goes back to, when it first happened, first off, I was in the comment. I couldn't go live. I was at home in the living room with everybody. But it sucks because the left is just as dirty in everything, that you want to believe in one thing and you want to correct, and maybe like, okay, maybe I was wrong about this whole thing. And then you have Ilhan Omar, setting up this deal where she gets sprayed with water and tries to make a big deal out of it. And everybody knows that's fake.
Where's your evidence of that?
Well, if you got sprayed with something
wait. Okay, wait. Okay.
You said the other day you thought it was fake yourself.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
May have been fake is maybe your
I
word,
said I'm open to the probability that it could be. I didn't say that I believed that it was. I don't believe that it was.
You don't think that was fake when she looked at him and winked at him right before, or nodded her head at him right before he went up to her?
If you show me evidence that would support the claim that it was fake, then I'd be open to that. But
okay. Well,
as it stands
fake,
right now,
everybody would know.
Right, as it stands right now, what you have are these fake fucking Trump accounts going around posting a picture of Ilhan Omar next to the guy that did that to her as if it was real. And see, this is the reason I titled this way, because it's not about facts, it's just about the optics of doubt. And that's all this is. And for example, let me play this video, which is, it's a little funny, I guess. It's kind of stupid, but I don't know. It's a little funny to me, because this is why I didn't run out and be like, oh, Alex was such a good person. I never said that, because I don't give a fuck if he is or not. That has no bearing on the situation, but let me play this.
At the core of who he was incapable of causing harm. Alex carried patience, compassion, and calm as a steady light within him. Even at the very end, that light was there.
And see, when Democrats do this, hold somebody up as some fucking, godlike figure, some angel that never did anything wrong, it opens up the ability for somebody to sow doubt. Because Democrats are lying. Look, they said he was a good person, and look, he's kicking the taillight out of an ICE vehicle. And that's all this is, man. You're just, I don't know, let your eyes believe what they believe. If evidence comes out later that all of it's fucking fake, or somebody, like, that's one thing, but I don't know what to tell you, man. But if you can watch that shooting of Alex Preddy and walk away with anything other than what the fuck is our government doing, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. It's not like the left is pushing that video out there. Again, it was posted by the people who took the video, and then it got shared by a bunch of people on social media. That's where I found it. So this left-right paradigm, I don't know why you're holding on to it so hard. Let that shit go, brother.
And Ben, if I could make a comment, so I'm conservative, right? My family is, I don't want to say staunch conservative, but that's always been my lifestyle. I voted, for Trump, and one thing I learned is there's a danger with what's going on here, because it's almost like we have sides dehumanizing ourselves. Like, for example, we just don't want to be living in a world where we just justify, all like federal actions as, hey, this is just pure and true. When in reality, the people are supposed to serve as safeguards against the federal government, whether they're run by Republicans or Democrats. And the notion that it's, left versus right. I think that's how people on the top get richer and richer, more powerful and more powerful. They make money off of dividing people. They make money off of pushing an agenda that we have to be against our neighbor. That could be left or right instead of just the ideology. But our focus should really be on the people who are on top, the people that are empowered, the people that have more, I guess, privilege in that respect. Because if it's not, then we're going to end up in a situation where they end up getting more power, more influence, and our standard of living is going to deteriorate. So not just for our generation, but for our children's generation. So I'll close with this. I'm very empathetic towards law enforcement. My dad he was a correction officer and he became a cop. But it's so I'm very sympathetic. I'm like, okay, was there reasonable force? Was it this and that? But it's the culture that I think is a big issue here, and I think that's something that needs to be stamped out, and that's why I don't agree with what happened. So,
yeah, we have to have a higher standard for these people because they're supposed to be professionals. Now I know that these ICE agents aren't getting a lot of training, but the two in particular that shot at him, I think they'd been there for like 8 and 5 years. So they would have known better. They were there before Trump. And
Tim, good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, Ward? Give me just a second because Lonnie's here and she's going to speak for you, but you got some background noise, so if you don't mind staying muted while you're waiting. Damn, now I forgot what I was saying, but I don't know. I just, Benjamin, like I'm okay with cops. I think that we need cops for obvious reasons or some form of it. But we can't just give them such latitude to just, oh my goodness, let's assume that he was reaching for an empty holster. There's no imminent danger. There's no danger. The guy that shot him watched the other guy take his gun away from him. He literally watched him. You can see it in one of the clips. So, they shouldn't be allowed to just kill us and then be like, later on, yeah, well, I was just scared. Well, if you're that fucking scared, go fucking apply to work at McDonald's. Go apply to drive a fucking taxi or an Uber or something. Don't do that job.
I guess I didn't watch. I mean, I need to watch the other videos just to see a clearer picture of, what you're saying. I mean, that's what I thought I saw. And then I saw this video and I'm like, gosh damn, like every day it's something different. And it's just confusing and it's deceiving and it's so easy to manipulate. Like you said, you can freeze frame it and make it whatever you want. It's difficult.
Well, let me show you a slowed down version of that video.
Okay.
Through the whole thing. But the focus wasn't on what you're talking about. The focus in this video was actually the disarming. And you can watch the guy that ends up shooting him. You can watch him. He's like staring right at it. He sees it. And you can find this video on one of my videos also. So he's got his hand on it right here. This guy. Now look, he's looking right at this shit. And see, when he sees that, he pulls his gun. He's literally looking right at that shit.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that was the end of that clip. But, of course, you can see the other one.
Yeah.
But
I see it better there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you see his body reacting because I also have a video that I'd slowed down of where you can see the guy running off with the gun, and there's no indication that it was fired, like none whatsoever. You don't see any like smoke come off of the gun. You don't see any puff come out of the asphalt. If the bullet would have hit the pavement, you don't see any of that, and so I don't think that it was fired. I'm pretty sure that guy walked around and then shot him in the side. You know, who fucking knows why. Anyway, Lonnie, welcome, and you wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say this, right? In this very moment, let's take left and right off the table. Let's take politics off the table right now. And let's look at this for the context of what it was. Benjamin, if you would have saw the video from start to finish, what you would have saw was Alex in the street recording. He was a bunch of feet away from these officers doing what they were doing. Then there's another video in the same frame where one of the officers pushes a lady into the vehicle and Alex proceeds over and the lady grabs onto him. Then another lady shows up. The officer pushes her and she falls on the ground in the snowbank. He stands between the ICE officers and these ladies. He turns around and they start spraying bear spray or mace or whatever it is at all three of them. He shields the lady on the ground with his whole body and they snatch him off of her and tackle him to the ground. That is all the context that I need to know. That in that moment, they should have handcuffed Alex if he was impeding their work. They should have put him in the back of the car. They should have drove him to the police station. They should have had him arrested. There is no reason that anybody, I don't care if you got a badge or if you're a civilian, should be able to play judge, jury, and executioner all because he was impeding their job. I don't care what color, I don't care what side he was on. And the other thing with that is, who knows what side he was on? Who knows if he was left or right? We don't know that. And this is the problem. This is why we can't come together and fight against this administration. Because what they're doing now is they're spinning it. This is going to be the jump off point for them to try to eliminate the 2A. They're going to eliminate it now. They're going to get rid of it now. They're already speaking the language. And everybody that's like, he was in the wrong, he did this, he did that. He might have impeded them. He might have kicked the taillight out of that SUV. Whatever he did not warrant them to be judge, jury, or executioner. And I don't care if he was right, left, or independent. That was not the answer. And that is the problem. And you are refusing to admit that because looking at your profile picture, I see two women in your profile picture that could have been those same two women that got pushed that he went over there to protect. And with that, I land.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about, you know, you make the victim look bad in order for, you know, MAGA to be like, oh, he wasn't a great person. He did this thing once in his life. It really doesn't matter. You know, I don't really care. That's why I never latched onto that whole like, oh, he's this great and wonderful guy, and look at the speech he gave. I'm like, I really don't give a shit. It's that has no bearing on that what happened that day. You know, it just doesn't. To me.
I get it. I just saw that video this morning, and I was like, son of a bitch, like that would give reason if they were standing behind and he's reaching back for that. I mean, that would be obvious, you know, and there again, you know, like every day these new videos come out and it's like, what are we to believe anymore? Absolutely. You can't believe anything. So it's, you know, it's like we're sitting there saying, watch the original
what is it
video.
that you don't believe?
How do we even know that's an original video?
Well, Benjamin, we're not playing. We're not playing by the same rules, brother. That's what we keep trying to tell you, Tim. I'm in many words, Tim has told you. The government that we're dealing with, the people, the rules that have been set forth, they've turned around and said, we're not playing by those rules anymore. And we don't care that they're in paper. We don't care about the Constitution. We're telling the judges no when the judges say yes. We're telling the judges, and we're going to put the judges in that are going to comply with what we want. This is what they're saying. This is what they're doing. And guess what? it'd be different, Benjamin, if they didn't say it out loud and tell you exactly what they're doing. But when they tell you what you're doing and you telling us, no, he didn't really mean that when he said no to the judge. When the judge said, bring that guy back into the country, and they said, no, we ain't doing it. You're telling us, oh yeah, but I think they had a really good reason for telling the Supreme Court judge no. And they had a really good reason for unaliving this guy because he came to the protest with a pew-pew. Oh yeah, but when Kyle Rittenhouse did it, he actually had a really good reason. This other guy, he didn't have a reason. It's always the same shit, bro. You guys are playing by the rules that y'all want to play by, and we, the American constituents, are playing by the rules that you guys wrote for us a long time ago. And now you're saying that we don't want to play by those rules anymore. We want our own rules, and we want to be in charge, and we want to tell everybody what to do. And if you don't do it, we're going to unalive you. That's the rule book that you guys are playing by right now. It's facts, man. We can talk. It's not a debate anymore. We know what's going on, and you know what's going on. You just think that it ain't going to happen to you. That's why you don't give a shit.
Yeah, I think, and I guess, Ben, maybe to speak to the heart of this is, I view things it's like, okay, was it moral? Was it legal? And then I look at the investigation, efforts. So morally, I think it was wrong. I like to think that since life, is so sacred, right? Conservatives we're pro-life, right?
Well, I could say this to clear that up. I don't think he should have been pew-pewed. Like, I'm just saying I saw the video and I'm wondering if what I saw is what the officer saw. But, Tim showed another video of him with his eyes watching the other officer pull it out, the pew-pew before. So, I'm trying to put it all together. Do I think he should have been pew-pewed? No, I think 6 guys could have just, did what they needed to do, handcuff them and do whatever they wanted to do at that moment. If they, I don't want you to think I think this is a good thing.
Well, here's the Benjamin. The government the people right now in charge are telling you that it's okay that man was unalived. I'm going to tell you how we know. Because they said that it's okay. They lied and said it's okay. They went to another country and took it based on our laws that don't even apply to Venezuela. They went to that country and abducted somebody else. All based on what we believe, all based on our feelings. And then here recently, the United States just abducted somebody else in Scotland. Didn't know about that, did you?
I didn't know. Well, what is it? Tell us.
The United States, the Scotland found out that it was a Russian ship in their territory. They went in there and boarded that ship, took control of that ship, and said, "Hey, why are you guys here? You guys are in foreign territory." So there was 2 commanders or something like that they took, right? And they arrested them, right? This is in Scotland territory. And then the UK is like, "Nah, we can have them." And then Scotland like, "No, we'll take them. We got this." Right? They shouldn't have been here. We understand. So we got this. We're gonna go deal with this the diplomatic way and figure out what's going on. The United States says, "No, we want them." They said, "Nope, not gonna happen." So the United States had another task force, just like they did in Venezuela, came into the middle of the night and took the 2 individuals because they were Russian assets and took them. This has been confirmed. This is not propaganda.
Yeah, it's up on the screen. It was the captain, I believe, they took.
Yeah. This is the United States playbook, bro. They don't play by nobody's rules. And Rand Paul just questioned your boy Mark Rubio, and he said it out loud. He says the United States does not play by the ICC rules, because if they did, they would indict our president and take our president and then they would take that dude Netanyahu if we went based on their rules. That's why I'm saying that what ICE is doing right now, the United States says it's okay to them to do it because they do it to every other country. So they don't care that they're doing it to our people.
And they'll make up either before or after the fact anything to give doubt to the situation. For example, Iran. Do you know how many different excuses in the last week Donald Trump has given for why he's about to attack Iran? Like 4 different reasons. First, it's the protesters, and then it's the nuclear weapons, and then it's because they won't sign on to a nuclear deal. I mean, that's not the point. Like, that's just an excuse. which is
That's
what they're
just an
doing
excuse.
right, which is what they're doing right now with Preddy. Even though everybody really can look at that and be like, okay, that's fucked up, right? What they just did. But now they're out there being like, oh yeah, but look, he wasn't an angel. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. That guy could have robbed 12 convenience stores 3 hours earlier, and if they didn't know that, then it had no bearing on the situation, and I don't give a shit. That's not the point. And
okay, can we say this? Can we say that I could be looked at as a recovering addict, and I have tendencies when I see videos? You see what I'm saying? I'm getting fucked with hard. I was.
That's
MAGA,
why.
and I bled it.
Well, Benjamin,
So here I am.
I
trying
talked
to
about it
cross over
yesterday.
because-
I brought you up. I think it was yesterday. It may have been the day before, because psychologically I understand where you're at. It's frustrating for me to watch, but I get it. So yes, I think that's a pretty accurate fucking metaphor there.
So I'm trying, and then it doesn't help when the left has their games they're playing on certain things, and you know, it's a lot to take in to try to figure out. Morally, I know it's fucked up, and I'm like, well, that's a no-brainer. Then I see a video this morning, and I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like, hold on. Is that what they saw? Then you show me a video that clearly shows he saw that he was disarmed before he you know, pew-pewed him. So it's like, it's overwhelming. And what's sad is as overwhelming as it is for a 42-year-old man that thought I knew what was going on and how the world turns, our kids have to grow up in this shit, and it just sucks all the way around, because
It does.
I don't know if I would have had kids, to be honest with you. I really don't think I would have put them in this world had I known it was going to come to this. And maybe I did know it all along, or could see, you know, even with the past administrations.
I think a tree just fell on my house. Hold on.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
Well, I heard the breaking, so y'all can keep talking. I'm gonna go look. I heard something break, and then I felt something hit. So.
Wow.
Okay.
All
Wow.
right, I'll be back. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, we'll hold it down.
Yeah, Ben. No, I mean, you said something that I thought was important, like to note, like you know that it was morally, irreprehensible, and again, like that's why I'm there. A lot of people, I think, feel the way you do, and sometimes we're confused, and a lot of it is because I think in life we look at two things. We have faith in. We look at family, faith, and education, and oftentimes faith doesn't have to be associated with, like, I mean, I have faith in God, but other people also, have faith in government. That government's going to do the right thing. Faith in those that are, in power. But
half the house is gone. Just kidding.
Huh? Shit.
Benjamin's like, what the fuck? No. So remember that the tree I'd gotten, the guy was like walking around my house and shit. They have a septic issue, and my tree they was gonna have to cut. I mean, it's a big ass fucking tree, but they never told me they were coming out. These little assholes. They were like, hey, we're gonna cut it, and then that was like a week ago. I hadn't heard anything about it. So yeah, it was that was the tree falling. I heard it, and then it shook my whole house. Though that was a big ass tree that just hit the ground. Crazy.
Damn.
But everything's good. Woo! Got my heart pumping, y'all. It's like, what the fuck am I about to walk in here to? Fucking wires hanging down, fucking squirrels running around. Anyway, I missed some of what y'all were saying, so please catch me back up.
No, I was just saying that. I get the confusion. I mean, and I think a lot of it is because in life we have faith in things, we have family, and then we have our education. And when you're living in a day and age where your faith in things that you once trusted is shaken, then you're going to feel like you're in disarray, and you're going to feel like, okay, what should I believe in? But that's why sometimes it's good to just boilerplate and say, like you said, Ben, right? You believe it's morally reprehensible, what happened. I think legally you have questions, but But I think it's a good sign that you morally to test what happened, because that's going to be that is where it starts, right? That's when you enact the change. But also the investigation, just like we always know that everything, like these matters should always be investigated. What really irked me was especially with the Renee Good case, whether you agree with what happened or not. The feds, we were saying that they weren't going to cooperate with the state, and I'm like, hold on a second. If you're dealing with a neighborhood that doesn't want certain activity, then from an external, party, in this case, ICE. So that it's already anticlimactic, whether you believe in that or not. They know they're not welcome. So I think ICE has an elevated duty of care to perform, especially in these types of communities, that they know what they're walking into. They know the disruptions. They know that there are going to be protests. So that's why I think we have to view them more critically, and because that's a safeguard, and that's how we keep their power in check. So.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I think it sucks because, well, one thing is with the Renee Good thing or situation, it's crazy because when the Preddy deal happened, you had people on the left all of a sudden like, well, Renee was kind of whatever at this point. Like, we'll give y'all her, but the Preddy deal is So now all of a sudden Renee isn't as important to y'all. It's like y'all are literally like sacrificing her to say, well, she's have her. We don't care that much anymore about her. But now Preddy, that's a no-brainer. Like, we got y'all there. It's like,
but that's the problem.
You're just looking at it wrong that it's like a left versus right thing, and it's about like who wins the optics of the day. People still care about Renee Good, right? But now we're talking about Preddy because he was also unalived, and that brings up other problems like Lonnie was bringing up about the Second Amendment. Now all of a sudden, MAGA's like, you can't carry a gun to a protest. What are you talking about? Like, which has never been a thing before in this country,
Never.
It's what you're dealing with. There's a word for it, and you look it up, Benjamin. It's cognitive dissonance is the word. That's what you're feeling. I mean, it's in your case, I think probably similar to an identity crisis, where that was your identity for so long, and now you're having to call that into question.
That's all I knew.
And so now you're confused about it. This is a process that you're going through. When you hear other like Democrats say deconstruction, that's what that is. That's what that feels like.
Also, Benjamin.
Just to put it into perspective, like it's not something that it's a real thing.
Hey, but Benjamin, I would say the best thing to do, man, is to break it down into sections. And I would say if you break it down into sections, you will come to some more realization and some more peace quicker. This is what I mean. Let's just say the United States is your house, right? We're going to compress it down to your house, right? And let's just say that your house represents all of the United States, and I move into your house. You said everything is good in your house, right? And everybody in your house is roaming around, and everybody's kind of doing their part, right? And the rules, there's an instruction manual, is a rule book. And this rule book has went through changes, it's went through iterations, and the people in your house are trying to do whatever they got to do to change all the rules in there to accommodate the fact that humanity's got to stay in these rules together. And then all of a sudden, you start changing the house rules because the people are now making rules and making changes that benefit everybody. And you're like, no. This is my house, and I want to benefit me first. And so you start making all the rules, you start making the changes, and then you start removing people that were in place in leadership that were helping people make these changes to betterment humanity, and you start removing them. You start changing all the rules. And then you realize there's only so many rules you can change because, there's different parts, different factions of your house that are separated, living on their own. You say, you know what? We're just going to make rules to where no matter what you guys do, you'll never be able to get rid of me. You'll never get rid of my ideology, and you'll never get rid of the people that come after me because I'm changing all the rules so where you can't do that. Now, before you came there were no people doing this in the open. There was nobody that we knew of that was literally trying to go and say, hey, we want to change all the rules to benefit that and this one particular demographic of people. That is the best way to think about it. You got to think about it in the context of you got one group of people that are saying that this group of people should have all the advantages because the people that we tried to disenfranchise, they've caught up to us. And we can't have that because if we do that, we're not going to be in power long. And now they're going to bring other people in power that are going to benefit humanity. And we just simply can't have that, right? Because you got to remember the United States is the caste system. The only difference between our caste system and India's caste system is based on, hey, you're born poor, you're gonna be poor, and that's the way it's gonna be. The United States caste system is infrastructure by racism. Right? In India, they don't give a care if who you are. If you're born poor, that is what you get. Don't look at nobody who's rich. We don't care if you are the prettiest woman in the world or the ugliest man in the world. If you come over here and you're poor, you're going to stay poor and you're going to be poor and ain't no way for you to get out of it. The United States, their caste system is based on that. So this whole body of places that we live, people like me, people like Tim are saying, you know what? We realize that the people at the top that have this balcony of this caste system, we want to tear down that balcony now. We don't care about the surface shit no more. We don't care about who's black, who's white, who's Mexican. We want the people at the top that is having us fight amongst each other, that's collecting all the money at the top. We want it all to come down. And they're doing everything in their powers for it not to happen. Everything. They will start a WAR with their own citizens just so they can stay there, keep their place. And this is what they're doing with ICE. This is the first stage.
Yeah, and it won't stop here.
Yeah. I get it.
And, I actually would probably have not agreed with what Wordsmith, said probably last year. Because, whenever I hear dialogue around, DEI or race, it just, it would just kind of take me aback. It's like, no, that's not. But then like when you dig into, when you dig into it a little bit more, like Ben, like, I think it starts with like property taxes, right? We have property taxes that fund the school district, and then you have a lot of these affluent neighborhoods that they tend to be white, right? So then there's this notion where, all right, well, you tend to have the average student who is, Caucasian receives a better quality education because they have more funding, they have better teachers, and it's not the same as much the same for people, in color. So then it creates different opportunities for people. So like in hindsight, like people think, okay, well, there is, equality. And in some cases, you can argue that, but the opportunity that the student has, especially, growing up, a student of color, that is skewed more towards the advantage of those that of lighter skin. And that's just, are things getting better? I think in time. I personally think that they are, but it's, it just created I don't want to say like bitterness or resentment, but I mean I can understand that because people are now looking at what's going on with those in power, and then they're saying, okay, well, what's the factor that they have? They have lighter skin, and it's not to say that they're being racial in any way, shape, or form. It's just to say that, hey, if only people understood my walk of life, then maybe I would have a better opportunity, and my kids would have a better opportunity to succeed.
Well, yeah, well, you see, here's the thing. What you're describing is the infrastructure that keeps the caste system afloat. That's what you're describing. Let me explain to you. And do you remember these movies that we watch? We all like these movies. People like, let's just say Braveheart, right? Now you remember Braveheart. Now you remember Braveheart. The Scots they were fighting against another country, right?
Yeah.
And now here's the thing: if you took somebody from Scotland and you took them to the let's say you took them into Germany, and we're talking about or Rome at this time, right? These people were all from the same landmass, and they were unaliving each other at a crazy rate, period, right? And all they cared about is if you were in Scotland, you were Scot, they wanted you gone. If you were from this country, they wanted you gone, right? Because it was all about power and control. They didn't care that you were white. They didn't care that you were Scotland. I mean, in essence, they didn't care about race. It was all about where you were from and your ideology, right? Because they said this group of people are better than this group of people, and they look the same. Like my father-in-law is from Poland. He was from Poland. You can, if he walked anywhere in Germany, there's a possibility you would not be able to tell the difference between a German, an Italian, a Scottish, straight up, right? Because these people come from the same landmass, right? All they cared about was control. They didn't care about where, if you were lighter skinned than I. All they cared about was control. When they came over to the United States, they brought that same ideology, but the people that came over here with them said, hey, we're not going to do the same shit that you guys were doing over there. So they couldn't enslave their own people. So they found another group of people to enslave in order to make sure that these people were in charge. Now, in the United States, they call that racism, right? Because the infrastructure that they use to keep that in part. But what it really is that these people were the low-hanging fruit. And that the racism is what we fought over. But the people at the top, it was not about race. It was all about keeping the money at the top, no matter who gets hurt. They would hurt their own people and their own mom and their own parents and their own sisters just to make sure that they stay in control.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. Look at the poor white South, right? Just go look through the poor neighborhoods and where it's mostly poor people, and those people live like shit. They just do. Like their lives are squalor. But then you have this race card where they still have some kind of superiority mind about them. And so when it comes down to it and the people at the top need them to be engaged or whatever, they start pointing at the other people that they've, essentially subjugated and said, well, you're better than them, even though your life sucks. You're still better than those people. And so that, it's just a tool they've used.
Do you think that all the top people are together and the bickering that they do back and forth, they probably have more dirt on each other that would get them in prison, but they don't go that far because that's the point of no return, to where if one goes that far, then they all go that far. So they have a system to keep themselves in check, but they allow each other to bicker enough to keep us in check, if that makes sense. So it kind of goes to, I guess, what you're saying, that the top is going to stay on top, and they'll bicker back and forth to a certain degree until it gets to a point where maybe they would release information that would actually get them put in prison.
The people at top, if they had really cared about, put it this way, if the people at top, if they really, 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 really cared about it being black and white, your boy Clarence Thomas wouldn't even be in the picture. He wouldn't be in the picture. When you get a certain amount of money, they're going to walk you into the room and they're going to tell you, in order for you to keep this money coming in, keeping this flow coming in, you got a lot of influence. We're going to put you in place so you can take care of this business. But guess what? There's people at the top. They don't care what infrastructure is used to keep them at the top. Racism is just the infrastructure specifically to the United States and specifically to different areas of London, and but the whole concept is the caste system. The whole concept is there's a group of rich people that want to stay rich, and they'll do anything to stay in power. They don't care who they hurt.
Caste, C-A-S-T,
yes. C-A-S-T-E-E or C-A-S-T-E.
Yes.
C-A-S-T-E. Okay.
That is what it's in effect. In the United States, they've mastered racism to keep that infrastructure in place. And guess what? We figured this out. Yeah. People like Tim, people like myself, we figured it out. And now they're trying to accelerate it, because now they're like, we need ICE. We need, in Indiana right now, they're trying to make the military into police, like to police regular streets now. So
you're saying the fight in the streets is not fighting for what they're trying to make us feel like they're left is fighting us for. The left is protesting for more what you're talking about.
That is correct. Because now the left has realized that there are terrible people in leadership that are considered to be Democrats. We know this already. We already understand this.
A shout out real quick to Maverick on YouTube. Welcome in, Maverick. Maverick's over on YouTube watching.
Oh, okay. No doubt.
It's simulcast over there. Maverick is Siren, by the way, if you didn't know. Let me play this clip, and this may give you a little perspective, Benjamin. I think this is the actual clip of Lee Atwater, but let me start it over here. In 1981, legendary brutal campaign consultant Lee Atwater was working with Ronald Reagan's White House when he was interviewed by Alexander somebody. In this audio made public for the first time ever, Atwater lays out how Republicans can win the vote for racists without sounding racist.
I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know.
There you go. Could you hear that, Benjamin?
I could, but break it down for me.
So
I was
grasping it, but
he's saying back in 1954 you could say the N-word, right? But now in 1960, whatever, you can't say that. So instead of saying that, you've got to say stuff like busing. You've got to use code words like this is what a dog whistle is, like busing, or he had said states' rights. And he's like, and eventually it's going to get to the point where it'll be things like tax cuts. And then in his fucking mind, he's like, and eventually those code words become so abstract that the whole racial argument goes away because now you're talking about tax cuts. But this whole tax cut ideology and the whole states' rights ideology was literally created.
Really racist.
Yes, it was literally created. This is part of the Southern strategy to speak to these, generally Southern Democrats at the time, is who ended up flipping over to Republicans. And so they did it on purpose, and it has just stayed the same ever since. They just continue to use those words. And so now you see, like, it has always been this. And they use it as a tool for themselves, the rich people. The rich people are the ones that come up with this shit. These fucking think tanks like Heritage Foundation and shit. They're the ones that come up with this kind of gross ass shit. And then, of course, the public isn't aware. They're just like, oh my God, these black people in this black neighborhood, look at all the liquor stores. Look at all the liquor stores. It's like, motherfucker, black people drink less than white people, yet they got 10 times as many fucking liquor stores. That's on purpose. Well, shit like that also, is on purpose.
Well, here's the thing, Tim. My grandmother, she was born in the segregated South. Yeah, she used to pick cotton and everything. I was raised with my grandmother. She told me something that blew my mind when I was 12 years old. She said, when a woman gets divorced from a man and she hates that man, she hates him with all her might. He done bad things to her. He abused her. She said that woman doesn't even want to see him. That woman don't even want to talk to him. When they get divorced, if she can get a clean break, that woman will never, ever speak to him again. She don't want to see him or be in the same vicinity as him. She said, if you take that right there, she says, if these people that enslaved all these other people, if they really, really, truly hated black folks, those black folks wouldn't have raised their kids. Those black folks wouldn't have breastfed their kids. they would have never touched these black folks with the essay. They would have eliminated them and eradicated these people. They truly, truly hated them. She said they didn't hate them, they needed them. And this is how they wanted to use them, is the way that they used them. But they says they didn't hate them, though, because if you hate somebody, you don't want nothing to do with them, no matter how much money they make you. You want to be done with them. She said that's how you got to see it. So she said, I'm just telling you. She goes, yeah, we call it racism here, but it's really caste system. That's what it is.
Yep.
And right now we figured that out, and they don't like it, dude. They are trying everything in their power to say that person had a pew-pew. And this is why you have ICE, because ICE has black folks in it. They have Mexicans in it. They have Asians in it. And trust me, if it was all about race, 100%, all the ICE would have been white people. Right?
Yeah,
the Proud Boys leader is not even a white guy.
It's just a means to an end. This is a psychological tactic that they've been using successfully for a very, very long time now. And that's all we're seeing now. That's why you go on Twitter and you'll see posts like that video I showed. Did you see that video earlier? All the white people are like, oh, once you get rid of 100 million illegals, this is what America will look like. But it's never going to be true.
Was crazy.
Yes, but see, and they use that, but like you hearing Lee Atwater say that, like, what's the first thing that you think about when you hear that? Because this is what Democrats talk about a lot when deconstructing things and talking about racism, and I'm sure you've been like, oh, you think racism is everywhere, but they hit it and everything in order to effectuate that response. But like, what does that make you think about?
Yeah, I can see, looking at what the language they use, how it's basically one big ass code word for what they described as using in the 50s or whatever.
Well, yeah. Also, this is why Republicans complain that every time our grandkids and our kids go to college, they come out progressive, right? Because when you go to college, you start to you learn about the different things that have been used in our economic system. We learn about ICE. We learn about the different WARs that the United States went over there and trampled other governments and destroyed them and all that. We understand how the construct of racism works. So when you come out of college, you typically want you to turn into this progressive person, because now you're thinking about humanity and you're not thinking about an ideology of political party. When you go to certain schools, you want to be connected to all the high profile earners. And in order for you to fit into that, you got to fit into their ideology. For you to go there and have dinner with the people that have their names on the building, you gotta entertain this kind of talk of racist talk of we're gonna take all this we're gonna take over this whole area over here, we're gonna cut taxes over here for us. And what happens is you get indoctrinated, and then now you become the senator and you become the congressman of that particular ideology, because that's what you did in order to become a high earner. Theoretically, that's what you would have to do, because typically the high earners are people who, that commingle with certain kinds of people. This is why when you have people like ICE, they come in and enforce what's going on in your neighborhood. They are the enforcers of this caste,
modern day slave
system.
Patrols, essentially.
Yeah, because here's the thing, Benjamin. You remember when was C-19 game? They lost their minds when 3 million people were out of work and not working. They lost their mind, because they say, you know what, we cannot get this idea that it's okay to be at home, because we need these people to work until they drop.
Yep, until they can be replaced by robots. Because they ain't there yet.
This is the caste system in effect, man. This is the real deal. There's a lady, I can't remember the name of her name, but she wrote a book called Origin. You really need to read that book. They also have a movie about it as well. And I'm telling you, man, she brings our history down to like a small compound, like a small box, to tell you that this is all caste shit, dude. And I get it. Racism is a real thing, it's no doubt. But racism is kind of like a byproduct of the caste system. Just as in China, You know, they subjugate their own people in China based on how much money you got, the family you were born in, how much resources you have access to. They do it in China. They do it in Africa. They do it everywhere. But here in the United States, it's specifically chattel slavery is what they used to uphold their caste system. And now, when we go in there and talk about Nancy Pelosi and we say, hey, you're making $100 million,
those are bad
it's time
people.
to go.
Yeah, instead of it being, chattel slavery, now those are bad people. Like I was talking about, I looked up this guy yesterday. We had this Somali come up and talk about immigration, showing videos. I still couldn't find any of those that they're, like officially showing people that are immigrants coming over here. But his family was from Somalia, so he was technically, I guess, Somalian. But he was born in Kenya, and then they brought him to the U.S. That dude ended up leaving and going back to Africa because he was treated as a black person while here. And it was so bad that in America being because, he's not a black American, he's Somalian or Kenyan, whatever. But when you're here and you're black American, and you get treated like dirt. And it was so bad that dude literally left and went back to Africa. So
do you think Mondami is the front man for this new revolution? Or I mean,
it's only so far that
it's
only so far that he's gonna get. It's only so far he's gonna get, and until he becomes a target like your boy from Burkina Faso, right?
I mean, because I'll be honest, I like what I see when he's on TV saying, "Hey, we got the road crew out and we worked on fixing the street." Like their job is to we used the money that was allocated for this. We fixed it for the bikes to go up and down smoothly or whatever. Like he's out fixing just the issues that you would think would be his job.
And he's making Democrats look bad too.
Yep.
Because them motherfuckers would go in there and they're all about me, mine. And then they slow play every fucking thing. But that dude went in there and just started getting it done.
Yeah.
He just started getting it done.
What their job, I mean, it should be that basic. Like, I mean, I don't see, and I have to watch what I say here, but I don't see anything wrong with him or what he's doing. I kind of think he's pretty fucking cool. I mean, if he's doing what he's doing and helping the people and got a good smile and you ask him a question,
you got to understand that here's the problem with that, Benjamin. To the United States, they've made the last 30 years about trying to destroy people like Mondami. They've literally went into other countries and unalived millions and millions and millions of people.
I mean, Benjamin lived through it. Benjamin knows. You know what he's saying. It's true.
Yeah, because they think like Mondami. You got to understand that most people don't understand that the United States has their radicals, right? We had the Unabomber. We had all kinds of mass pew-pews, right? Every single year we have hundreds of them, right? And these people go in there and they unalive 10 people, 50 people, 100 people, over and over again for the last 20 years. This is what's been happening. Guess what? There's portions of the other parts of the world where they have extremists, just like we have extremists here, right? And the United States has told everybody that those extremists are really bad, and our extremists here is just people exercising their rights, and they're just mentally unstable. And so the United States has made a campaign to go over there and unalive them. But then you got somebody like Mondami and a few others that are the governors and mayors of cities around the country. They're saying, hey, yeah, we understand that these people over there who are Muslim have their issues, but that is not the Muslim world. That is that particular culture's problem. And this is not this is not indicative to Muslims, right? As compared to now I'm here and I'm telling you that it's not. And then all these other people are telling you not. And we have proof that it's not. And the United States is like, nah, we don't want to hear that shit. Because now if he gets an opportunity to tell you and prove to you, it destroys the narrative. And now we say, oh, well, why do we got to go over there to, to this other country and do all these terrible things, right? But not to say that Iran doesn't have its issues. What I'm simply telling you is that Iran's issues is not indicative to Muslims, it's not indicative to Christians, it's not indicative to none of that. It's just indicative to their culture and their law. right? Because their law says that this has got to go on and this has got to go on. In the United States, we have egregious laws that we live by every single day, and nobody ever says that this law is indicative to the Bible or indicative to this thing. We just say that, you know what, this is the law, you got to follow it.
The law is the law, and the law says that the law is the law. But the reality is that
so
law
weird, though,
is,
because
all law is fiction, really, because it's just shit that we made up. It's literally shit that human beings made up. You know what I mean? They were like, well, you can't do this stuff on certain days, and you can't spit on the sidewalk in front of a lady. You can't wear a mask on, like some states still have those laws.
Hey, Tim,
I will say Trump got super scared when Mondami was running. He was basically trying to make us all feel like we were bringing in the devil.
Well, here's the thing, though. Hey, Tim, the propaganda, the propaganda in the United States is so bad. The propaganda in the United States is so bad that if a man does murder in the United States, depending on the state that he lives in, he's gonna be in prison for 30 years, 40 years, for the rest of his life, or we're gonna unalive him. We're gonna put him in the death chamber, right? We're gonna do all of this terrible things to this person because this person done something evil. But then they'll tell you that if Madami's gonna come over here, we're gonna live under Sharia law, right? Right? I'm just being real.
Democrats are currently living under Sharia law because he's going in there and doing shit that they told you that they couldn't do.
Yep.
Anyway, Nadine, please jump in there. Go ahead.
Another snow day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, the road in the neighborhoods, you can't drive a bus in a neighborhood in Oklahoma right now.
Well, go out there and before the next day, just start putting all the snow in the road so that they have to stay closed. And you'll get
what
another.
Part of Oklahoma are you in?
Three Okies. What's that?
Oh, I got a lot of family from Oklahoma. Lots of family.
4 Okies.
We got 8 inches of snow a week ago, and we haven't been to school since.
Nice.
Because it's too cold. Usually in Oklahoma, you get snow, and isn't it beautiful? And then we don't have school, and then it all melts, and then we go back to school. But it's been too cold, so it hasn't melted. And the neighborhoods, because we don't plow them, are so bad that I barely got to my doctor's appointment yesterday because there's 8 inches of slushy snow on my road still.
And it's all frozen now.
And now it's all frozen. I was like, I'm gonna pop a tire if I try to.
Yes, I hate that shit. The slushy ice in Oklahoma, it does get really bad.
It's sharp. But I think I forget who it was that was saying it. Words, I can't see your whole name. The really interesting thing is, and when you talk about how we segregate people in a world situation, if you go all the way back, there was a book I read, and I wish I could remember what it was when I was in graduate school. We were talking about Constitution and the planning of a nation, and what is your political doctrine and how you set up a doctrine. There were African slaves that the triangle of death brought to the New World and to Europe, but mostly to our country. But there were also white indentured slaves. They indentured themselves for a period of time. And depending on how many people, like if you brought your whole family, I have my wife and my 6 children, they'll take you, but you have to indenture yourself for 20, 30 years in some cases. But the problem became on these plantations that the white indentured servants were hanging with and living in the same conditions that the black slaves were living, and they were getting friendly. And they were friends with each other, and their kids were playing with each other, and the
horror.
The horror of it. Can you imagine? But the same people that have their thumb on your neck that you can't work at home, you have to come to the office because we own this fucking building and we can't keep paying the utilities on this building. We know it's convenient and we know you can work from home because you've done it, but money wins. The people who hold the money decided in the 1700s, we can't have these people being friends. We have to tell these poor, trashy, white, indentured servants somehow that they are better than these people. And that happened on this soil in this country. because that the working class, let's call those people, let's do a little time travel. The working class of people who worked and built things were getting friendly with each other, and there had to be a way to divide them, because if they all ganged up on us, the plantation owners, we're all dead. And we're still doing it 400 years later.
Yep.
And that is the biggest problem. If everyone had a living wage and everyone lived indoors and you weren't wondering where your next meal came from and you didn't have to have your kids go to a shitty school because you're poor, a lot of the problems that we have in our country would alleviate themselves. And then we can deal with the other big problems. Racism is a problem, and there are racist people, and they've been raised by racists to be racist. And I don't know how you fix that.
My dad was one of the worst growing up. I mean, if I wore my hat backwards, I was called a certain word. You know, it's like.
But we have
to grow up with that, and
but that's why the Democrats.
Thank God I'm not that way, but.
The Democrats do not want Mondami to be successful, because we've been saying that for 20 years. We need democratic socialism. We need to expand Social Security. We need to provide people with a safety net so that they don't fall through the cracks. So if you lose your job, your minimum income will pay for your rent and your food. We need everybody to be able to go to a doctor when they get sick. That just makes a stronger nation if people aren't worried about their health. You know, if your coworkers aren't worried, like, oh God, how am I going to afford to go to the doctor, and they can just go, then that's one thing alleviated, taken off their plate, so they could worry about the things that you need them to worry about in their job, in their neighborhoods, in their society. And they can't have that, because how is Nancy Pelosi going to get another $1 million? If all of the Democrats became socialist Democrats and started working for the people, the government working for the people instead of General Electric and Mobil and Exxon, then what would those rich people do?
Nadine, watch your mouth. You know they don't want you to say that. Hey, you better be better. Nadine, you may get a call. The FBI may show up at your house and say, hey, now look.
I'm going to bet that I'm already on all the lists.
Well, I want to...
Let me real quick, APAC, and then you can go. Let me put up this. This is for Benjamin's sake. And because, you know, this is all about, again, this goes back to the optics of doubt. So they've created this whole framework and society of, you know, this crap that they do. So now they're just throwing out slop in order to get you people like you, Benjamin, to wonder, okay, what the fuck is true? But they've been doing shit like this for a long time. This is from a study that was done. On the darker right here, this were actual percentage of suspects arrested who were African Americans, right? But the blue is the percentage of African American suspects in reporting in the media. You see the difference there?
What was the second part about blue?
Is what was reported in the media. What percentage of criminal activity was happening in the media, and they've been doing this for ever. And I don't know if it's true that some of them at least did it on purpose in order to kind of push this divide. But on the other hand, you want to sensationalize the media, so you got a bunch of white people that live in the suburbs. They're going to pay more attention to, oh my goodness, the scary black people. So they're going to push stories like that to them more often, which then just further compounds that, mindset of, this is bad and these people are bad and this is a culture of bad. And so before you realize it, without you actually hating somebody that is a different color, there's this, prejudice that exists there that you don't even realize.
But APAC, because it works for them. They feed it because it works for them.
Right, and it gives the rich people a tool to use to make sure we stay away from each other and divided. It's like, I don't want to live near the scary black people. It's really fucked up. But APAC, go ahead. You were going to jump in there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, I agree with a lot what was said. I may have a bit of a deviation, though. So I mean, human nature is about power and control, and I think what a lot of democratic socialists kind of point to is the fact that, look, there's too much power and control concentrated at the very top, and And the best way to really get at it is through economic means, economic reform. I know Mamdani said just today he issued a press conference where he said that New York City has a $12 billion budget gap, so it's a concern, of course, for his initiatives. I think he'll get through it, honestly, just because of the fact that one, I think he's inherited, obviously, and number two, he has been forming a lot of action committees. He's very like boots on the ground, which is very refreshing. And I think at the end of the day, that's what people want. People want politicians and those in power to actually get their hands dirty, to actually, take action instead of just spewing words that don't really amount to anything, instead of just running on promises that never get kept and end up making its way to future campaign, speeches, at the end of the day. Now, where I think I kind of differ is this. So I think AI is a good means of creating, wealth and helping the lower and middle class, gain some more like ground, which is good. So hopefully there's more like AI like dividends or form of UBI. So I would support that. But I think the reason why you have a lot of politicians, even Democrats, that support the rich getting richer is because when it comes to wealth creation, it's the rich that are more productive with their capital. So they feel like, okay, well, if we start redistributing it to the lower and middle class, they're not going to be as efficient. But if we keep it at the top, then we're able to raise more taxes for social programs, and that's how they justify it. But I think you got to find a balance, and I think that's something that I think Mamdani and candidates like Mamdani will be able to do. So.
Yeah, let me real quick. I seen this the other day, and the cluelessness from this corporation is hilarious. But watch this. So when Mamdani said you can't have hidden fees, right? The price you advertise has to be the price you pay. So he posts, if you book a hotel for $200, you should pay $200. Today, we shut down hotel junk fees and surprise credit card holds. The price you see is the price you pay. Hilton comes back with, no worries, we removed the resort fee. Your $200 room is now $245. The price you see is the price you pay. We just made sure you see make sure you see a different price. And they thought that they were like owning his ass, but they're actually proving his goddamn point, which is that the $200 room that you thought you were booking with Hilton turned around and ended up costing you $245. So whether they say it's worth $245 or you're paying it makes no fucking difference. Like, that was the whole point. Like, thanks, guys. Appreciate
because
that.
basically, he put him in a corner and said, look, if you want to charge theoretically, if you want to charge $250, then that's what you want to charge. But that's all you get, though.
That's right. That's right. And now, because you're able to compete on who can hide the fees better, right? So you think you're booking it for $150 and turns out it costs you $215, but you got somebody else who's charging $180 for the same room. You see the $150, you're like, oh, that's a better deal. And so you book it, but by the time you pay for it, you're paying more than you would have if you'd have gone with the other person. So now they actually have to compete.
When Hilton takes a big hit this quarter, because nobody's going to Hilton's anymore after all this ICE nonsense.
Right.
They're gonna blame Mamdani.
Hey, Nadine, you know what? Hey, Nadine, we had the same problem. In the 70s, we had the same problem in the 70s, believe it or not. So the airline industry was deregulated by Carter because they put him in a corner and said, hey, if you don't deregulate this airline industry and allow these airlines to buy up all the other airlines for us to make an unlimited amount of money, we're going to vote you out. So they put him in a corner. And basically what happened is that the airline industry was in the same category, was in the same system, or in this hiding fees, basically they could not hide the fees and everything was the same. So like, for instance, if me and you went to New York and you went on American and I went on United, it would be $200. That would be the fee, period, in the discussion. It didn't matter what airline you was on. It didn't matter where it took off from. Where if it started in New York and it went to California, it was the same cost for every airline. That was the regulation that by the government. And the airline industry said, we need to be able to do whatever we want to do, but we cannot do this while you're in the way. And we should be able to charge what we want, hide shit, be whatever we got to do to make more money. And he signed the legislation that deregulated the airline industry. Well, now Madami is basically saying, we understand nobody's going to regulate you guys because we live in a system where it's hard to do that. But you got to be honest about what it is we're paying for. And I've seen this before, but it goes hand in hand with the airline industry. They're saying we should be able to hide fees. We should be able to charge for bags. We should be able to do all of this stuff. But in the airline industry, you have one airline that'll be like, oh, it's $200 to go, to go 3 hours. But then when you get all the fees and you get all the baggage, now you're paying $600 to go onto this airline. And they lobbied Carter to be able to do this, to be deceptive. And Madami is basically saying we got to get rid of that particular kind of regulation. So it's just the reverse of the fact. Nevertheless, though, the United States, this is what they specialize in, is being able to circumvent the pricing, you know what I'm saying, based on whatever the need is, whether it's your housing, whether it's your apartment, or whether it's hotels, it's all the same shit.
It's like, we got you this time. That goes back to the price per ounce for when you buy bulk shit, you expect to get a lower price, right? On a bulk item. The more you buy, the less you pay per ounce or whatever it is. But now if you go to Walmart nowadays or any grocery store, really, they're starting to make those bulk items more expensive per ounce. Like it used to just be one thing here and there, but now it's like most of it. So I actually went and I was ordering chips I was in a motel and I was ordering some chips. I ended up having to buy the little tiny 50-cent bags because they were cheaper than every size bag above it. Fucking weird. I shit you not.
I got a load here.
Okay. All right. Well, Benjamin, I appreciate you being up. Yeah. Oh, well, you'll be back. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hurry it up and lump that shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've been beating this topic for a while. I would like to at some point get to the them going in and raiding the fucking election office. That is to me a big deal. Like,
hey, what did they get out of there? What did they get out of there?
Everything. I've got the warrant here. I've got that warrant, and so we can look over what all it was that they got. But Nadine, before I get into that, were you going to say something else? Did you want to say one last thing before we move on?
I just want to say that it always comes back to the people who make the money trying to get the government to work for them when the government really should be working for the people. If you have a good, successful business, if you're General Electric and you are rocking it, then go ahead and make a lot of money. I don't have any truck with that. But if you are making money by not paying people a living wage, by skirting around regulations, by polluting the water and the air in every place where you have a factory, well, then we have a problem because we all have to live together. And when I was in graduate school, my master's thesis was that that Israel was in violation of international law and should be held accountable as everyone else was. And I went all the way back to natural law. And natural law is the law that says I have a bigger and stronger group of people with me, and Tim has a lot of food, and we are going to overpower him, possibly kill him, and take the food, because that's natural law, the survival of the fittest. And then every step that we take towards international law, which is not even a written down thing, it's just a theoretical idea that we all agree as nations of the planet, is when the more people that come together, we give up our natural rights as people and that can survival of the fittest so that we can live in an organized society. There didn't used to be speed limits because there didn't used to be cars. And then when we had cars, somebody was like, these people cannot drive 100 fucking miles an hour. We got to do something about this. Children are flying off the hoods of these vehicles. They're like, okay, now we have to make a law. And then again, you lose more rights because if you go under natural law, I have a right to drive my car where I want, as fast as I want. But that's not how society works. And that was, I think it was Obama.
That's the way it should be.
You didn't
I should be able to go wherever the fuck I want to and however fast I want to.
when people were talking about the businesses, I built my business. Yeah, but you didn't build all of it. Your business is successful because you live in a functioning society
That's right.
that has roads and has educated employees, and all of that is we gave up our rights of survival of the fittest so we could live in a functioning society, and now we're just cogs in a machine, and people are starting to push back.
Yep.
And Mamdani is an example of that. Bernie, we've always been out here, us leftists. We've always been out here. But Bernie lit the fire and said it out loud. So people were like, I didn't know you could do that or think that. And people like me were like, yeah, you can. And we've been thinking it for years and years and years.
Right.
And now people, and that's why
the commies are coming.
Has to be successful. Mamdani, like, what do I have to do to make Mamdani successful to prove that democratic socialism isn't scary?
Yeah, well, progression has to happen.
Tim, God forbid it's fair.
What? Right, I know.
It's like, what the hell are you talking about fair?
What? That guy used to be poor. Why is he wealthy now? This is bullshit because I'm still poor. It's like they feel like if somebody else gets something, they've lost something. It is weird. Anyway, so let's move on from that because this shit's crazy. So the voter information, the voter records in Fulton County, Georgia, were under seal by a state judge. Had put it under seal, and it was still going through the court process with the Department of Justice because Donald Trump has been trying to get at that for a while. Right. Well, so his ass goes to this magistrate judge, this federal judge in Georgia, whatever, Northern District of Georgia. And here's that warrant. It's fucking, this warrant is weird. I don't think you guys can see that. It's a PDF, so you may not be able to read it. An affidavit having been made before me by Special Agent Hugh Raymond Evans, who has reason to believe that on the property or premises known as the premises located at the office of the clerk of court, as further described in attachment A, there's now concealed certain property, certain data, and certain information, namely, which constitutes evidence of the commission of a criminal offense and property which has been used as the means of committing a criminal offense concerning violations of, and that's, the statutes related to voting. I find that the affidavit establishes probable cause. That is weird because the way that it's worded, it says, as further described, where does she say it? Which constitutes evidence, where the fuck was it? Yeah, who has reason to believe?
Based
right?
on what?
Exactly. And I couldn't find the affidavit. But the way that it's worded means they're like, well, there may be. So it's a fishing expedition. And this is another reason why I put the title the way that I did. They don't need facts. They just need the optics of doubt. And that's all this is about. Hold on, Dangerfield. Hold on.
Okay.
So the information that they were to obtain is found down here in, I think, attachment B. All records relating to violations of Title 52, including all physical ballots from the 2020 general election in Fulton County, including but not limited to absentee ballots, to include envelopes, advanced voting ballots, provisional ballots, in-person election day ballots, emergency ballots, damaged or destroyed ballots, duplicated ballots, or any other ballot that was used to cast a vote. All tabulator tapes for every voting machine used in Fulton County, including but not limited to zero tapes, opening tapes, closing tapes, and any other tabulator tape printed from a voting machine utilized during the 2020 general election. All ballot images produced during the original ballot count beginning on November 3rd, 2020, the recount, and any other ballot images that were created from ballot scanning. All voter rolls from the 2020 general election in Fulton County from absentee, early voting, in-person, and any other voter roll that indicates voters to whom an absentee ballot was issued, from whom an absentee ballot was received, and who participated in advanced voting or election day voting. So the voter rolls of literally everybody. This warrant authorizes a review of electronic storage media and electronically stored information seized or copied pursuant to this warrant in order to locate evidence, fruits, and instrumentalities described in this warrant. The review of this electronic data may be conducted by any government personnel assisting in the investigation, who may include, in addition to law enforcement officers and agents, et cetera, et cetera. So again, everything, including the fucking voter data, based on which may be present. They don't even know what it is they're looking for. They're just like, you know what? Go and take all these boxes. And it took like many, many trucks to take the shit out of that. You know
what it is, Tim?
Out of the storage.
If you have to move, you need to call a federal judge and say, I think that there might be evidence of voter fraud in my house, and you need them to come and pack up your whole house and put it in a U-Haul for you.
Right.
And move it to another location.
And then move it and say like, oh, that was a mistake. I don't really vote here. So sorry. Could you please drive that truck to my new house?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, think about this though. A state court had already put that under seal. Litigation was ongoing. And the normal process of this would have been that they lobbied the state court that had sealed it to unseal it. But instead of doing that, they went to a federal magistrate, an Article 1 judge, to override that sealed court order.
Yeah, but if you
this
remember,
is totally
Tim,
unprecedented. This has never happened in U.S. history.
It was Trump who was this evidence. He was the reason that this became a thing in Georgia is he was like, I just need you to get, what was it, 11,000? I just need you to find
right, Raffensperger.
700. And you can't do that.
And he wasn't the only one that he called, by the way. He had called another governor.
He called them all because he was trying. And the reality is that we have all the troubles you could ever have as a nation. But one thing that we do have is fair elections. Is there voter fraud? Probably. Do dead people vote? Probably. A handful here and there. But overwhelmingly, our elections are not fraudulent.
Right. But see, look, again, this goes back to why I titled it this way.
Because the government has now taken it's not even the ballots. It's everybody. And that's not cool. That's why them wanting, we promised that we'll leave Minneapolis if you give us the voting rolls. Like, fuck you.
That's what it's
fuck
about.
You all the way.
No. Listen. This is what he's doing, guys. He's trying to get the fucking voter information. He doesn't care about the ballots. He knows he lost. He fucking knows he lost. He had admitted it to multiple people that he knew he lost. His own attorney general, who's a scumbucket piece of shit, Bill Barr, knew he fucking lost and checked out when he started doing this. It's not about that. You've got ICE, which is now more fucking funded than the FBI, with the ability to go after all these fucking people. And if you have voter rolls, and now you can see who you voted for. The public information that's available to people is if you voted, not who the fuck you voted for. Now Donald Trump has the ability to see what your fucking name is, where your address is, and who you voted for. And what he's going to do is target those people with ICE. This is completely unprecedented in the history of this country. It's never happened before that the government has gone after state fucking ballots before. It's never happened. It's the first time we're seeing this. Everybody should be scared. This is a much bigger problem than it is. He's going to, like I said, this shenanigans are fucking underway. We're watching it happen in real time.
Well, I don't see why we don't just concede. Yes, you know what, Donnie? You did win the 2020 election. Therefore, you can't be president now because you had 2 terms already.
Every time I see somebody say that on Twitter, that's what I say. So he's technically not president because he couldn't have run for a 3rd term.
That's right.
But look, I mean, jokes aside, this is something new, right? This is different. This is new. They have a plan in mind. And they're feeding us shit like, let's shoot somebody in the street again. So everybody's looking at that. And while this is going on, while everybody's focused on Alex Preddy, let me go in here and steal all these fucking documents and voter rolls from a county that didn't go my way.
Is there any other states where they are currently suing that like this could be like the first in the long line of, because I honestly don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. How many?
Like, is he suing other counties or other states for election fraud? That if he gets the right judge, and that's the problem that people, he can only do. Presidents get to appoint judges, and that's the biggest thing, because our court system is fucked up for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. That's what I was telling Tim last time I was on this live. I was like, I know that we want to go in droves and vote for the people that we want in leadership, right? But when you got stuff like this, where he goes in there and he seizes voter information, these guys are trying to make sure that you can't vote vote them out.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Vote for me one time, you won't have to do it again. Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what it all comes down to. They just want to make sure that you can't vote away this particular issue or vote away this ideology or vote away these policies. They just want to make sure that they rigged all the rules, you know what I mean? To where, if you have a constitution, well, we made it to where we don't have to follow that constitution.
Yep,
okay.
20 states.
In that article, who turned it over and who didn't?
Has sued more than 20.
Was elected chancellor.
There have been, I don't remember how many states, but there have been states that have willingly given it over. But they're all red
after
states.
Schittler was elected chancellor, there was another election, but the other parties were not allowed to vote.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's what Oklahoma's trying to do. They've got this state question that people are like, we have to do it. It'll open the primaries. No. Basically what it does is it opens the primary. You go get your ballot, and the top 2 vote getters move on to the general election. Tim, you've lived here. Who's going to be the top 2 vote getters in every single primary? Republicans.
Yeah.
It basically squeezes Democrats out, except for a very few, and I mean a literal handful of districts in the state that are.
And then they have to be moderate because otherwise they get nothing passed, nothing happens. It's they're essentially just nodules on the
Oklahoma. I've been all over Oklahoma. I got family. My family goes all the way back to the early 1800s in Oklahoma, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna tell you, man, Oklahoma is a rural area, and 99% of the people that live in Oklahoma, they don't even have the tax bracket to even fit to be a Republican. Like, they don't even understand what the idea of being in that tax bracket. Like, if you're going to vote for somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like, at least be in the vicinity of being, at least be in the vicinity where you can feel the impact of the policies that they pass. You go to Oklahoma and Tennessee and Mississippi, these people are poor people.
Those people are voting for God, guns, and gays, and that's it.
Yeah. 11 states have either provided or said they will provide their full statewide voter registration lists. Now, that is different from the actual vote tabulations. Just having the list is one thing, but actually having the fucking who voted for who is problematic.
Wait. Stop there. So I'm gonna read that first line. It says at least 11 states either
I just
provided.
read it. Okay, what said they will provide. Well, I wasn't done yet. I was about to read the rest of it. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Said they will provide their full statewide voter registration list, including driver's license and social security numbers. Alaska, Arkansas, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Nebraska, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Wyoming. The DOJ has sued Washington, D.C. and 24 states for refusing to do so. Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Hawaii. Well, I mean, you get the idea. The cases in California and Oregon have been dismissed. Chief election officials from 10 states sought clarification from the DOJ on how the statewide voter registration list will be used. A DHS official told state election officials that it had neither received nor requested any voter data from the DOJ. However, the Trump administration then released a statement asserting that the DOJ was sharing the voter registration data it collects with the Department of Homeland Security. Because again, just like I said, they're going to use fucking ICE to go after people, who are voting in the way that they don't want them to vote. That's what this is about.
Oh my God!
And look, it wouldn't even surprise me. Yeah,
that is Schmittler I mean, oh my goodness.
It wouldn't surprise me to learn that everything that Donald Trump has done up to this point had one goal in mind, and that was making sure that he stayed there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that all of this is about, we're going to fucking screw this. And, and we can't even talk about it on TikTok, really, in any meaningful way.
And the best thing about it, Tim, is that it's not about him. It's about all of the minions that are doing, and they're doing the work for who? Elon Musk and all the other billionaires. They are the puppets. Donald Trump is the what is this saying? The precious fool, or the
useful idiot.
Useful idiot. He's the useful idiot. Stupid
He's
people
the vehicle.
follow him and think he's so great because he just says what he wants. Like if you were a kid, your mother would slap the shit out of you for saying some of the shit he does. But he says whatever he wants, which gives stupid people permission to act stupid. It gives racist people permission to walk around saying shit that we managed over years to say, like, you can't say shit like that outside your house. If you want to be like that, go in your house and be like that. Don't be like that out in the streets. And now they're just out there in, on Beyonce's internet saying anything they want to anybody they want because Donald Trump made it okay. And now they just want. And that's when people say things, you can't ignore them. Project 2025 is a real thing. And it is implemented. What is the percentage? Is it 70% now?
We got Project 2025 tracker we can go look at. But yeah, and then you got the Democrats are they're like, oh, well, we're just going to keep plodding along as if everything is normal and we're going to win in the midterms. They don't understand. I don't think they appreciate the bottomless pit that is MAGA.
No,
they're willing to do. I don't think they do. You got Elizabeth Warren up there. She's like, not just no, but hell no, lady.
And I understand what you're saying. So Tim, I was in the Democratic Party up to my neck. I was on central committees and running the DNC, and in different states I was elected. And they're the same. Republicans and Democrats are the same. These people are chasing money, and that's all they're about. They're chasing money. I love Cory Booker. I know Cory Booker. I helped get Cory Booker. I knocked doors for Cory Booker.
Fuck Cory Booker.
But fuck Cory Booker
with
right
Rabbi
now.
Shmuley's fucking dildo. Get him, boy.
Hey, wait, don't forget to add Hakeem Jeffries in there. They let him fuck each other.
Hakeem Jeffries. Fucking Zion calls him rap hands Hakeem.
Hey, straight pure garbage, dude. That's what I'm saying. Look.
But the thing of it is they're bought and paid for. They are paid for. So the Democrats are just as bad. They're just paid for by different billionaires.
I mean, that's my point.
Paid them.
Is that they're doing nothing. They're doing absolutely nothing.
It's just a do loop. It's just what's the next president going to do? That's why they
hated Mandami so bad, because they couldn't buy and pay for him like that.
Yes.
He wasn't on the payroll yet.
That's why they didn't like Bernie.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you think they're going to go into New York? Do you think they're going to go into New York and try to exercise the same thing with the FBI raid? Since they got Mandami there, you think they're going to go in there?
I don't know.
I've wondered about that, because he said he'll arrest them. And here's the thing. Will he be able to overpower them? And will the NYPD follow what he wants them to do versus what? Because cops are cops everywhere. And I don't know, because what if he's successful? What if the mayor of New York is able to squash ICE by arresting them? That is a big problem.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
But what if they go in and they can squash Mandami and say, look, we went into New York, fuck this socialist. We took over New York City. So I think both of them are trying to figure out which way it's going to land, because it benefits both of them to be successful in that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah.
So I don't know what's going to happen. I know I know the people in Philadelphia. My husband's whole family is there. They are come on. Bring ICE here. I dare you. Come on.
Can an ICE agent be stopped and ask for identification?
Yes.
Technically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can ask them to
start doing that to them.
Well, because the reason why what they've done is they've intimidated civilians by saying, if you talk to us, look at us, or film us, we'll violate your civil rights, and we get impunity to do so. That's why people are not engaging with him that way. Unfortunately, the only way they're engaging with him is during this rebellious protest, because they've made it to where in the beginning people were asking ICE for their badge number and all of that because they were masked and nobody could see them. And all they did was get rushed to the ground. They got beat up. They got kicked. So people just quit asking them.
Yeah, and what they're doing now with the rhetoric of, like with Alex Preddy and showcasing that tail light getting bashed out or whatever, they're trying to scare people into not doing things that are outside of, being a good little boy, right? You can only be out there in protest if you're a good person and you're not doing anything that's against the administration. People have got to get over that. People have to get over that because, and we have to stop, I guess, and myself included, have to stop judging people for acting out, because we're literally dealing with an administration that is going into areas and stealing your fucking voting records, including your actual vote, so that they can see the way that you voted.
Well, you know what though, I believe it or not,
what do you
Tim,
do?
I said this before, not specifically about the government, but I said that it will come a point in time where there's going to be people with access to this information and they're going to use it against you. And I thought it was going to be AI first, where AI would be able to scrub all that information, have it, and then turn around and say, okay, you know what? And then somebody would be able to post that information. Kind of like Anonymous, when they go in there and post the information, they were like, this person voted for them. And I said, it's kind of like a placard. Like you would have a placard on you says, yo, I voted for that and I voted for this. Kind of like what we did with Congress and them. When they vote for something, it's public record. And I said, eventually they're going to do that to American citizens, where they're going to be like, yo, that person there, you can put their name up and it tells you every thing they voted for. Your neighbor, you want to know your neighbor's name? Bam,
and who they voted for. And who they voted for. Yeah, and see, that's not okay. That should be completely anonymous. The government shouldn't even, the government shouldn't even necessarily know.
I think that we should have elected officials wear suits like NASCAR drivers, like who's sponsored by. Who are you sponsored by?
Oh, you know what? That would be sweet, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
A dude walk up to you and say, "Man, I want your vote," and you be like, "Oh yeah, man, I got a big ass star everywhere around me, man." No, we're not dealing with you today.
And put flags of the country that they most send money to and or support with policy. Well, every one of them had a big ass Star David on their back.
Well, I got news.
You ain't lying.
It's already starting. It is already starting with Democrats. We don't even know who's running in the midterms, and it's already starting because I put a post out on the Book of Faces that I am not support. If you give a nickel to AIPAC, if you voted to send money or weapons to Israel, you don't get my vote. And my friends have already started. You have to vote for the Democrat, even if I was like, right. I don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
it is fine.
No.
And when I was it you who said we have to? It's time. You have to pick a side. Pick a side.
Well, Tim, they want to make you feel bad. And Nadine, they want to make you feel bad when you look at candidates, you look at what their policies are, you look at what they're about, what they voted for in the past, and you say, man, I don't want to vote for him. And then they look at you and say, well, you got to vote. Well, why do I got to do that? I'm telling you that these guys don't represent me. They don't look like they represent me based on their voting record, based on what they voted for in Congress and Senate. It didn't look like they represent me at all. So why? You see what I'm saying? So they want to hold your vote hostage and say, well, if you don't vote for them, you're going to be voting for the other side. Well, you guess what? We live in a system where if nobody voted, they still would pick a president.
Yeah.
So I'm just being real. That's the system that we're in. We're not even, the popular vote is exactly what it is. It is a popular vote. It tells the Electoral College what it is we want. It does not necessarily mean anything to them, though. It's based on Raytheon and Lockheed and Walmart and Pfizer and Target. There's a whole lot of people they gotta make calls to say which way are we going this year. It's just facts, man.
Absolutely. And we're pawns. And Tim, do you still have that meme of the people playing the Monopoly game on the backs of the people? Because that's what it is.
Not on this computer, I don't think. Real quick, let me put up something
And
On
Lonnie's
here,
right. They want people to be afraid to show up to vote. That's why they're
Okay.
advertising this.
We
That's why
need
they're
limits.
So-
we need limits on campaign contributions and term limits. That's it. That's the only way this shit's going to end.
well,
I think we need publicly funded elections. I think we need publicly funded elections, no money. I don't
we
care
need
if
ranked
you are
choice voting.
Well, we need ranked choice voting, but that's gonna be like a thing like democratic socialism. You're gonna have to sell that. That's gonna have to work well someplace where people could say, "Oh, that looks okay. Maybe we could do this."
It's already working.
Is this the propaganda we're looking at?
Well, so this speaks to the title of my show today. It's not about the facts; it's about sowing doubt. Right here, Shiloh Mark says New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani won by 207,570 votes. New York reported 272,130 duplicate registrations. That's all they do. They just sow doubt and to make you think that it's that there's something problematic.
How many registered voters there are in New York? That is a tiny number. And I know it sounds like a huge number to people who live in tiny towns.
But look at what he said. He said he won by less than the number of duplicates. That's the claim. And see, it doesn't matter if the facts are the facts. It's sowing doubt is the point.
If I moved to Arkansas today and I registered to vote today, then I would have duplicate voting records. If I moved from my house here and then moved to Edmond, I would have duplicate voting records.
Lonnie, you're exactly right. That's exactly right. Lonnie said, so people like Benjamin will believe it's fraud. That's exactly right. And it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just you put it out there and it's just like chum in the fucking water. It's like, oh, well, and so they just keep going down that train of thought and it's crazy.
It's been a problem forever. It doesn't matter what I say. It only matters what you hear.
Right.
If you say something loud enough, they don't know.
Yeah, man. See, oh my goodness. I'm just liberal. I'm not that forgiving. People like that post stuff like that, I'm not that forgiving, man. I'm the kind of person where if I see you out, I might say something that you don't like. You know what I mean? So, if I know that you're posting this ridiculousness, and that's what I don't like about the Democratic Party, man. They just don't have nobody. They don't have no pit bulls in the fight.
They have no.
You know what I mean? They don't have nobody out there saying, "Hey, man, stop lying." Like, even these reporters, they go to the White House and they ask these kind of questions about these kind of posts and this kind of propaganda. And then when they start talking like this lady, the White House press secretary, how come ain't nobody just saying, stop the fucking lying? Shut up, man, and get off the stage if you're going to lie. That's what I want to hear come out their mouth.
Because they're afraid. Because they're afraid that then they can't come back, and that's their job. So if your job is to be a reporter, and that's the job that pays your bills and your rent, and you go to the White House, and you are mean to Caitlin or whatever the fuck her name is, and then she says, well, you can't come back here. Well, now you're in trouble at your job. So you have to toe the mark. You have to say, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'll be nice to Catherine. And fuck Catherine. What if nobody showed up? What if nobody showed up to a press briefing? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that would be better.
That's interesting. I do want to make a point. I know JD Vance once said something that I think was very insightful, and they said, well, I guess he was asked, what about like the nuclear option, for Congress, and wouldn't you be afraid of the Democrats using that against you and stuff like that? It's like, well, you know what? In this administration, we don't really operate off of what ifs. We just do, which I think is really telling. So they don't really care about the repercussions of their action, and very Machiavellian. The ends justify the means. But that's where I take issue, because how you get things done matter.
Yeah. Well, Nadine, I got a question for you.
I was gonna let Chip get in there. So ask your question, and then let's get to Chip.
Okay.
What is the probability if you're having a candidate, right? They fit the mold, right? They have the education. Obviously, we don't even need anybody with experience, so we're gonna eliminate the experience, right? Because Trump has no experience. Yeah. But you just have a candidate when they're talking to other potential candidates. They just say, man, stop the fucking lying and shut up. Like, just shut up. Stop lying. How come what is the probability of having a candidate that will say that? Just stop lying.
It's very, very, very slim. Bernie did it, but Bernie is Bernie. AOC does it to a certain extent.
I think Hillary did it too. I think Hillary did that a couple of times to Trump. She's like just lying. It's just not true.
I have a very strong bias against Hillary. So
like yesterday, Hoodlum opened his mouth and a lie came out, and I was like, bitch, I don't have the fucking patience for you right now, and I just dropped it. I actually felt bad because I'm not normally like that, but I'm just getting sick of it, really, because it's you're just lying. Like, I don't know. Chip, go ahead, man. What brought you up?
Well, hey, everybody. I was thinking about this morning about incentives and how human beings respond to incentives. And our society, if you think about it, we're incentivized to get up and go to work. We got to pay our bills. But the systems that are in place have a lot of misplaced incentives. So just for corporations, for example, if I was CEO of Colgate-Palmolive, for example, consumer products company, if I don't do certain things that makes my company more money, I can be sued by the shareholders. Even if it's good for the world, like not poisoning the environment or doing safety testing on my products before I sell them or whatever. And a lot of times in these corporate boardrooms, they will estimate what the fines will be if they get caught. And they'll say, well, because we're producing X millions of products, we'd rather pay the $500,000 fine because in the end, our profits will more than. That's the kind of perverse incentive system that we have where capital is the prime of, consideration in all decision making. And in government, the very same capital that is then used and garnered in those processes is used to grease the skids of the political process. So it all comes back to the money. And until we change the incentive structure, even good people get caught. There are probably some really good people that are CEOs of companies. I mean, maybe not many, but I'm sure some have some morals. But they're caught in a predicament where they're forced to do things against their own sense of decency and right and wrong because of the system in which they find themselves. What do you think about that?
I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely 100. And if you look at the incentives, when you say that a fine, that they have to pay the fine, look at how fines work against people. Working people have the same structure. If you do something wrong, you get a fine. And they are so big that people don't do the thing because the fine is big. If you don't make the fines painful enough, if there's no bite in it, then corporations say 500,000. Shit, we made $14 billion last year. Right. 500,000 is a nickel. We'll just pay the fine. The fines have to be as painful for corporations as they are for people. And the regulations have to benefit the people instead of the corporations. So, we are eliminating regulations to benefit corporations so they can make more money.
Yeah, the same goes in the political process. I have a friend that actually was a congressman for one term, and very good guy, straight and narrow, decent, solid human being, not a crazy guy. Didn't want to get rich, didn't want to, play the game. He was there to try to help his constituents. He had a terrible time because all the party leadership wanted him to do was call donors all day and bring in money for the party. Mm-hmm. And they didn't want to hear about the constituents. They wanted to hear about fundraising and large donors and bundling money and bundling this and helping the party. And so when the benefit of the process becomes the primary goal rather than representing your constituents, and you have this money machine that's self-reinforcing, even good people, and even if you and I right now went to Congress, I'm assuming everybody here has altruistic motives. They don't want to get rich. They want to help their constituents. We would struggle because the incentive system, again, is perverse versus what the system was intended to do in the political and civic structure has nothing to do with the realistic functioning of the system. And that's our problem.
Yeah, that is correct. That's why, what's her name? AOC, she said that she spends most of her time asking for money so she can stay in a position to help constituents per se. I'm not really a big fan of politicians, but the fact that she said that was the first time I heard a Democratic representative say, I spend most of my time asking people for money. And I was like, what? And I was like, okay, let me look into that. And then, yes, they spend, like you said, 70% of their time asking people for money. So like, so you got 30% of the time doing whatever you could for us, but the most of the time you're asking us to send you money. You can't represent us like that.
It's interesting.
Part of the thing that people don't realize is this. I used to be part of the Democratic Party structure, and we used to raise money, the Democratic Party of your state, like the Democratic Party of New Jersey or Pennsylvania or Oklahoma. And we gave money we funded local candidates. So if you were running in a school board race or a state house race, we would fund those campaigns. Not in their entirety, but we not anymore. All the money that state Democratic parties make now goes to the National Democratic Party. And if you're running in Oklahoma for a state house seat, you're on your own, babe. You better go knock some doors and beg for money because it's a machine. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party is a money machine.
Yeah, money buys influence at the end of the day.
And just real quick, the Illinois deputy that killed Sonia Massey got 20 years today. 20 years.
Really?
Sentence. Yeah.
Good.
Sentenced to 20 years. Should have been longer, but
Should have been, yeah.
yeah. You know, and that goes back into, you know, us giving this just blanket what you can do whatever because you operate a dangerous job. Like, good Lord, it's more dangerous to be a fucking truck driver. You're gonna let them just run people over because whatever. Like, damn, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, no. Well, you know, at least they gave him more time. At least they gave him more time than they did when that weirdo unalived Oscar Grant. You know what I mean? When he unalived Oscar Grant, they placed him in jail to protect him. They put him in the local jail. They isolated him from the public, and they kept him in jail for 6 months. And when that dude got out of jail, because I was there in Oakland, back and forth, when he got out of jail, he literally changed his name and he changed his face. I mean, he literally changed his face. Wow. Because they had a wanted unalive or alive. They wanted him unalive or alive. They had signs all over Oakland saying they wanted him. They wanted his postman. They wanted his preacher. They said we want everybody that's going to lead us to where we can find him. And when that dude got and the only way they can protect him is keeping him isolated in jail, away from the public. And then when he got out, he literally had a transformation. So what I'm saying is that these people will go to the farthest lengths to protect their people. So the fact that this guy got 20 years is rare.
It is.
Because typically they'll say he's been in jail for a year. He's on trial, and then we're going to give him 2 years, and for good behavior, he's going to get 18 months. So he's only got 8 months left, and then he walks.
Yep.
And I want to point out, you know, the same people that scream about voice fraud and abuse, they don't ever talk about, and this is a conservative number, the United States pays between $1 and $3 billion out in civil lawsuits every year because of what police do, because of police actions. When you take like the totality, I've had AI run the fucking numbers. It's like $1 to $3 billion a year total.
Damn.
Yep. And that's coming out of taxpayer money.
And Tim, here's where it goes back. Go back to when I was a kid. That's when taxes were high, right? Taxes were high. Taxes theft. No, it isn't. Taxes pay for your society to function. When did police become armies? They became armies when we reduced the police force so that they could not be effective in community policing. Community policing works. Army policing does not, but community policing costs money. I remember the cop from my neighborhood when I was a kid because he walked a beat and he was our cop and everybody knew him and all the kids knew him and we used to run and he would say, "Hey, how you doing?" And it was his beat. We don't have that anymore because we don't have enough cops because we have to reduce the tax load. So we can't pay all those cops. And so we don't have community policing. We have army policing. They have tanks. They roll into your neighborhood with long guns and they investigate the murder. They don't stop the robbery. Where they used to stop the robbery. Now
has anybody here been to Europe lately?
No.
Yes.
No.
I have.
Okay.
Not
There's
lately.
no problem finding a cop in Europe.
Because they have
pay
taxation, yeah.
They pay between 40 and 50% in taxes. Okay, they pay 40 and 50% in taxes, but they get free health care, free college education, free this and free that, and they don't have to worry. And they got plenty of police all over the place.
And they're not armed.
And they're not. And most of them are. In many of the countries, they're not allowed to carry a pew-pew.
Yeah, because they'll fucking use it.
Well, neither
And
are
we
the
know
people
that.
allowed to carry a pew pew in those countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where it's very, very like the penalty for having one is severe. So, and it's not impossible because they do have. If you go to London, they do have pew pews there, but like it is. I mean, the penalty is severe though. You know what I mean? So, and you're not gonna see a whole lot of police officers that are ready to end your life for a domestic issue. You know what I mean? They when you see them show up, they're not in the same mind frame that you have in the United States. I don't know if you guys ever seen like Las Vegas and Atlanta, Georgia. Their academies are very, very military like. So in the Dallas, Texas, these places, New York. But if you go to like London and places, when I go there, I feel. I mean, they have crime there, no doubt, but I don't never feel like the police are going to be the problem of that crime. You know what I'm saying? If it's potentially if something were to happen to me, it's not going to be by the police. It may be from another constituent walking around, or I'm just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But for the most part, the police are not there to just bang you over the head. That's not what I saw. That's not what I get when I'm there.
Not at all.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
by
not
the
saying
way,
that it's never happened, but I've never seen it.
just real quick, that 40 to 50% is paid by everybody, even the top 1% corporations and big companies.
Yep.
Well, we pay way more. Believe it or not, the United States constituents, our citizens pay more taxes than they do. If you think about our payroll taxes, our taxes on food, our taxes on gas, our taxes on
Sales
all
tax.
our sales, all of our, and our state tax and our social security tax, all of this stuff. You think about everything we're taxed on, and our inheritance taxes. I mean, we get taxed way more than they do. We just don't get what we. I mean, our money is ciphered to the military industrial complex. It is not ciphered back into fixing the road. Like when I drive in Oklahoma right now, if I leave Oklahoma City and I go to Lawton, it might be a whole stretch where if I feel like I'm driving in Beirut because it ain't nothing but holes everywhere.
Yep.
Right. And you got to think about it. Y'all been getting my taxes for all these years. Where's the new roads? Where's the new schools? Where is the safe place? Where's the libraries at? How come the food's still expensive? How come, my property tax on a house in the suburb of Oklahoma City is $500 a month? Like, what is going on?
They're too busy
sir.
giving tax breaks to their friends.
I live in this little shithole in New Jersey, and it's $17,000 a year.
Yeah, I was going to say that. No, I was going to say that the reason I grew up in New Jersey, I lived in New Jersey my whole life. My husband, when we bought our house, I will never forget it. He said, "I will live here but I will never pay more than $1,000 a month in taxes on this property." And I was like, "Don't be ridiculous."
Good luck.
Until the tax bill comes, and the tax bill comes on this insulting little tiny piece of pink tissue paper. It's even worse. Somehow it hurts more. Like, you want how much money from
I lived in Virginia.
And our tax bill came, and he stood in the mailbox and waved it, and he said $12,144, and we moved to Pennsylvania because that's fucked up. But I'm gonna tell you what, having lived in other places, you get what you pay for, because the schools in New Jersey are stellar. If I still had my job in New Jersey, if Chris Christie was never elected, I would be making well over $100,000 as a teacher. So you get what you pay for.
Well, in New Jersey, and that's out of that 13,000 goes to education.
Yes.
Just the 13. Now, when I lived in Virginia, I had a 1,500 square foot bigger house, and my taxes were $4,200 a year.
Damn.
On twice the acreage. And, the schools weren't bad. It was really nice near Fredericksburg. They weren't bad, but the schools were paid for by the federal government.
Why? In Virginia?
Yeah.
They were paid for by the federal government?
Why did the federal
and the state together? In other words, the local taxes didn't go to education at all. And yet we had a really nice school system.
So it's because the federal money was there.
Well, now they're gonna take them same dollars, and they're gonna raid your election office.
Yeah, I mean, because we still pay 30% or so on taxes, like the people that make just a little bit of money. I know some people get refunds, but generally speaking, so you get nothing. You get nothing in return because
It's a drop in the bucket.
It's owned by a bunch of people who they went to the buffet table and told everybody to wait, and they started taking everything out of the goddamn trays. And they're like, okay, here's what's left, y'all. Y'all fight over this.
You can have a meatball and a French fry.
You can fight. Like I left 3 meatballs. Oh, never mind. You know what? Let me take that.
Wait,
Okay, there's 2 left.
And while
Good
they
luck.
do it, and Tim, while they do that, they give you when they tell you that you can have what's left. Them foods are so far gone you can't even catch them.
Bread's stale, but it's still edible. There's no mold on it yet.
Wait, hey, what did they say last week? They said we did the research. You can eat a meal for $3.50 or $4.
This bitch said a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, a tortilla, and something else.
Can't make this shit up, man.
She didn't even know what the other thing was. Like, damn, lady, come on.
Something else.
A piece of broccoli. She's talking about you get one of those little bitty parts off the top. Wasn't even a whole fucking.
But Tim, guess what? In other countries, if they say if their elected officials say shit like this, it'll be an uproar in the streets that would never end.
God.
Because we're so used to the stupidity that it's just like, that's there you go. There's a politician for you.
Yeah, real quick, as a shout out to Dangerfield, let me play this. I may have to mute my YouTube. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure if that's copywritten or not. But if you haven't seen this video, you're about to see it.
Federal officials.
All right, here we go. Dangerfield, I actually made this after that show we did the other day. Here you go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
The government is doing its job, enforcing the law, protecting the public, and securing borders.
Ice, we ain't gonna play nice.
No tax on fingertips. Thank you, Dangerfield. That was brilliant.
Thank you.
I added one in there. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And so, like, normally I would be like, that's wrong. You shouldn't bite the hands of officers. But I don't know. I'm getting to the point. Maybe we shouldn't start judging people who are that hungry.
You know what? I really was hoping when Luigi, went on his trip that there were many of him, but there are not apparently.
Isn't that crazy?
What was his hand doing in her mouth?
Like, think about this. They'll go into schools and kill a bunch of kids, but not people who are fucking you up. That just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense.
That's so strange.
Pertaining to education, we were talking about a few minutes ago, a simple solution to a fairer, more equitable distribution and adhering to states' rights is why, instead of being funded by zip code, why not be funded by entire state? So the entire state uses their whole pool of resources. You can use property tax, that's great, but it will be distributed equally amongst every student in the state. And the only reason I say that is because I'm still adhering to states' rights.
Well, the problem is that the rich people who live in really rich houses would like to have a better school for their really rich kids. And they don't want to share their money with those poor kids over there. Like, ew, no.
That is correct. They don't want to share they don't want to share their schools. They don't want to share their doctor's offices. They don't even want to use the same dentist. I'm being real.
And this would force them to share, at least among school districts.
Well, you know what? I would agree with you because, again, I'm from New Jersey, so you pay your taxes and the school district gets the taxes. When I started work here in Oklahoma, I got a job in Oklahoma City Public Schools. And we did orientation at this really nice high school. And I was like, I really thought the schools would be worse because my experience with city schools is New York. And some of the New York City schools are like, oh, I didn't know this was Beirut. I thought this was New York City. But then I went to the school where I was going to work in, and I was like, are these two schools in the same district? Because they, in Oklahoma City, fund the schools based on the local taxes. So if you live in the South Side and your taxes are low, like my taxes on my house are not $1,500, which blows my mind being from New Jersey. Like, how could I have a $1,500 annual tax bill? That's crazy. But like Roosevelt Middle School gets their taxes from their neighborhood, which is poor. And you go up to Northwest Class, and that's a nice high school, and those are nice houses, and they pay more taxes. So they don't even do it in the cities, is my point, Sensei. They don't even do it in the city. Like the money goes to Oklahoma City and everybody shares that. No.
I realize that. That's why this policy that I just described was beneficial to everyone. Well, not everyone. Obviously, the most affluent society or zip codes are going to, they're going to take a hit. But if they want to maintain that standard of education, those people need to pay more taxes.
That's what we do.
Well, the government tried to step in and make equality a thing in education, but, Supreme Court ruled that it's not a fundamental right, and, being poor isn't a protected class, and therefore doesn't require states to do certain things, so we started going backwards from there. That was, 1970, in the 1970s, that ruling, Nadine?
Yep.
Was that San Antonio and
it wasn't. I was going to say it's Texas, but I don't remember.
I don't remember the ruling, but yeah, I think it's like 73. But
I got a guy who lives up the street from me, pays $32,000 a year in real estate taxes.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
And he doesn't. It's not a mansion.
Piece of paper.
No, a mansion is. Remember, Woolworth owned that 90,000 square foot mansion in Shadow Lawn, New Jersey.
Yep.
But I don't know. If you do so well in a country and you're living high on the hog, I don't understand the pushback to giving back to the community in which you derived your wealth from. I just don't understand that. And it's really gross.
But we got to start taxing the churches, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. If they're going to be involved in politics, then they need to be taxed.
Oh, yeah. Not only in politics, but you have these people with the mega churches that are worth at least $5 million a month, and they pay no taxes. Why? Because I'm preaching the gospel?
We need to restore the tax rates that were in place the day Ronald Reagan was elected president.
70%.
The highest tax rate, I believe, was 82% at that.
Well, it was before Reagan. It was 82. Under Reagan, it was 70.
Yeah, he lowered.
Because that's when I got back from Vietnam.
Yeah. He lowered it, but that's what I said. We have to go back to the tax rates the day he was elected president.
I completely disagree with that.
And then we also have to eliminate the cap on Social Security. That will make Social Security solvent for the foreseeable future. Just eliminate the cap. If your salary is $5 million, then you will pay Social Security tax on $5 million.
Now, what was it that you disagreed with, APEC?
I disagree with, ramping up the tax rates as high as 70, 80%. I mean, there's a reason why Mom Donnie is focusing on billionaires instead of millionaires, with this additional tax, rate. You don't want to drive out wealth, especially in a globalized economy.
You know what? Where are we going to drive them out to? Are they going to go to Europe where they're going to be taxed 50% anyway?
Yeah.
No, but if you're a multinational company, you can move your operations to countries that have lower tax rates and end up building their middle class even more. So
you ever hear the Cayman Islands?
But we're talking about that's top marginal tax rates. I don't know that they're talking about corporations. I think they're talking about personal income.
No, they're talking about personal income tax.
Yeah, it's personal income.
And people don't understand how it works, which is terrifying. But you're not going to pay 90% of your whole paycheck. We're not doing that. That's crazy.
That's true. That's true. I thought you were talking about corporate for a second.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure there's some adjustments you can make there, but the idea isn't to actually tax them, because you're really not going to get revenue that way. You're probably going to see revenue drop. But what it does is that the corporation now keeps the money that used to pay somebody $10 million in bonuses or whatever. It keeps that money in the company because, if I'm going to get taxed at a rate of 90% for anything over $1 million or whatever the number is, I'm like, don't pay me over $1 million because I don't want to pay all that in taxes.
Is APAC? Is he the one that made who made that comment? Was it Sensei or was it APAC?
No, it was
No, it's
APAC.
APAC. Yeah.
Well, hey, APAC. So just so you understand, brother. So the tax rate before Reagan of corporations used to be really high, but the deal was they said if you want to avoid paying us a whole bunch of taxes, you got to take all those profits and you got to give them to your people. And that's why that's why everything was so cheap. That's why the cost of living was cheap, and that's why a regular job you can buy a house, you can send your kids to college on one income. Because the fact that they paid you your pension, they paid you your retirement benefits, but then when they had that trickle down economics effect, it allowed Wall Street to take all that profit and give it to its shareholders, and then therefore it changed the whole landscape immediately of the United States infrastructure in terms of the middle class, because they allowed the corporations to cipher all that money into the shareholders instead of paying their people.
Okay, you do realize that's coming to an end.
Well,
all that's coming to an end because gold is up to 5,500 from
Yeah, I saw that.
2,700 a year
Crazy.
ago. The stock market's going to start hitting the shithole, okay, and we're going to be out in the streets begging for food.
Yeah, I want to respond after Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No. I was just gonna say I'd like to see some, like, you can tie the rates to the difference between what the top person makes, and what the average employee makes. I'd like to see some of that in there. That way it incentivizes paying, the employees more. But APAC, go ahead, because the gold going up is a problem.
It is. I think the administration is purposely, yes. So anyone that has, cash on a cash basis, that's problematic. If you're invested in stocks, then of course, you end up benefiting because you're able to hedge the loss. But if you're not, which is like half the country, then your wealth is essentially deteriorating. With the erosion of the dollar. But the thing is, like, even if you were to increase the tax rate, like someone like Elon Musk, right? He has his comp in stocks. So I think what you have to do is just change the tax code, not necessarily the tax rate, to cover different forms of compensation, to close the loop on carried interest, which is how a lot of people become, multimillionaires, and go that route. Because if not, then you're always going to find people that utilize loopholes. They're going to think, okay, the income tax rate, has gone up to 70%. Okay, I'll just keep my money on in these stocks and in these businesses, and go that rate, and then use my stocks to buy certain companies or certain assets, and you won't gain more income that way. So
crazy. The rich people get crazy when you talk about raising the capital gains tax, because that's your stock money, is your capital gains. And our capital gains rate, that's why your millionaire boss makes less money than you, because he doesn't get paid a $25 million salary. He gets paid a $2 million salary and stock options. And that's capital gains. Yeah.
Okay, you do realize that part of the big beautiful bill, there was $350 billion allocated for ACA. That was crossed out. But there's $10 trillion allocated in additional discounts for the wealthy. That was in it. That's approved.
Now, say that again. I was reading something.
Okay, there was $350 billion allocated to keep ACA alive for the next 10 years. That was declined. Approved in the big beautiful bill, however, is $10 trillion in additional write-offs for the wealthy and corporations.
Okay. I'm not sure what that was.
In other words, that we can afford. We can afford to lose taxes, $10 trillion in taxes to support the wealthy, but not $350 billion for ACA.
Right. Well, make them suffer, because then you have a class of people dependent, on the government and or whatever, and so You can't get out of line because if you do, you're going to get fucked. Sensei, I see your hand up, but then I need to get to
Thank
Tracy and War after that. Go ahead, Sensei.
By having a higher corporate tax rate, it facilitates a few things, such as R&D, capital infrastructure, and also paying their employees, W-2 people, more money. Because that's a taxable event, right? That generates revenue for the IRS. Whereas paying in shares, no. That's not a taxable event until sold. And they can hold on that indefinitely, right? And pass along their children with a cost up basis indefinitely, literally. And this actually addresses issues like the national debt. If more people were paid better wages, W-2s, including the people at the bottom to the middle class, they're paying more in taxes. And that's what's being avoided here by this whole structure of low corporate tax rate. So we can give untaxed people, right, shareholders, more money. That doesn't benefit society. I'm sorry. It does not address our national debt. I'm sorry.
In 1929, the first people to suffer was the blue collar workers. Then, when it finally hit the white collar workers, they finally declared it a Great Depression.
Okay.
Becoming
Tracy.
rapidly blue collar workers.
Yeah, Tracy, go ahead. Tracy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Nope.
You're low.
You're really low. You're really low.
Nope. Can't hear you.
Muffled.
If you're swimming in a pool, that makes sense. Yeah, you can request backup, but war isn't murder. Go ahead.
Schmurder. He had to say Schmurder. I should change that name. But yeah, no, I wanted to say something. We're kind of stuck in the clouds here, talking about all the great things that we could, make happen when the big beautiful bill already passed. I mean, it's already passed. So here's the thing. So what can we do now? I mean, at this point, we can go and vote in 2026, but I mean, this is all really like what president's gonna, is Vance or Trump gonna sign anything that if we overwhelmingly win in 26, I mean, gotta quit. We gotta quit spending money. We're so in the cloud, like we're way up. Like this panel right now, like we're talking about all the great things. I agree with all of those policies that we need them, but we're so far away from that. Where do we even? We just quit. I'm not spending money. Just quit spending money. That's it. Only buy only things that you need. That's it. If you quit spending money, I'm talking about everything. Just buy only the things you need. I guarantee this system will come crumbling down and it would just self-destruct on its own. But until we gotta quit buying stuff, and I mean that for real, it will never stop because the United States is based on labor and consumerism. So you have to just quit buying stuff. This is why and it can't be individuals. It has to be a collective.
It's got to be. Yeah, but if everybody as an individual, if everybody as an individual does it, then that's everybody.
Okay. Do you know that Europe has 450 million people, and the United States has 350 million people, and we outspend them 2-1.
Yeah, and it's the lower and middle class too. I think Ward's point, correct me if I'm mistaken, right? They contribute the most to GDP, right? What do the wealthy do? The upper class, they save their money or they invest their money. They don't.
They buy humans and grape children.
So then what ends up happening
pure
is
facts.
The rich will always rule over the poor. The rich will get richer. The poor will get poorer in that respects. And so I think that's a powerful point. The moment you stop contributing, to the GDP, just focus on saving money and bare essentials, then essentially now you're diminishing the influence that they have.
Well, and you destroy the wealthy.
We have to start doing things that are free. Like we used to go fishing, go to the library. Libraries are free. We have to stop spending money. And we have to
Hey,
confront them as we are able. I am
Apex,
not, I'm crippled. I can't go to a big protest and get up in their face. But if you can, do it, and I will give money to your bail fund.
APEC, it begs the question what you just said. Why? Why must the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? Why?
Because that's the way we've set it up here. That's because
No.
we
Hold on a
give
second.
these.
I think I asked APEC the question because he made the comment.
Oh, okay.
I need a response.
Which question? I'm sorry.
Well, I stated it again, but you made the
I'm sorry. I apologize.
So it's fine.
The
It's
rich
fine.
get richer.
You made the statement that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, which I don't disagree with you, right? I'm not gaslighting you. My question to you is why? Why must that happen?
Well, why must it happen? Because I mean, we're a capitalist economy. That's just part of how market economy works. And if you were a rich person can, let's just say, put $1,000 into savings, for a standard example, and get more of a return versus someone who is not as wealthy. Maybe they only have 100. So we'll always get richer.
I agree with you. Your first statement said it all. It's because this is an end result of capitalism. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. So why must we must adhere to the most extreme form of capitalism, America, that exercises it, right? Because if you look at other countries in the world, especially in Europe, they were still capitalistic, but not less extreme. Why must we adhere to a system that promotes the poor, or the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? Why?
Can I ask you something? Is the word capitalism mentioned in the Constitution?
No.
Irrelevant.
See what I mean? This is something we've invented because of freedom. Freedom to do whatever we want.
Yeah.
And who decides freedom? Well, whoever we can raise enough money to get them elected, and we have the power over them to say, hey, we want you to vote this way and that way. Well, that's what capitalism is.
I think what we have to do, when you talk about what do we have to do next, we have to do multiple things. First thing, we have to remove as much money as we can from the system. And I understand, like, a general strike. I love that. But
isn't that supposed to be tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well,
I've been doing it for a long time, since even before Thanksgiving.
Well, it's supposed to be tomorrow and continuing from tomorrow. In other words,
but
it's
the
not supposed
bottom
to be
line
one
is
day.
we have to remove as much money from the system. If you don't need it, don't buy it. If you can buy it at a thrift store where it's already been purchased, buy it at a thrift store. Go buy it at a garage sale. We need to remove as much money as we can. Save your money and really save it in cash if you can.
You know what's interesting?
Save your money and go. And we also then we have to make it difficult for the government to kill us. And here's an example of what I mean by that. There's the protesting that's going on, and if you are able to do that, go for it. But Oklahoma City, they want to build an ICE facility here. And we have stormed the city council and said, you have to make it hard. Are they probably going to do it? Probably, because they're the federal government and federalism. But we have to make it hard for them to come into our cities. We have to make it hard for them to kill people. We have to make it hard for them to kidnap people. We have to blow the whistles, and we have to make them trudge through mud to do everything they want to do.
I'm not sure if I fully agree with that too, because I mean, ICE. Look, there's some standard operations that I'm sure we all agree with that ICE performs. It's just that right now, I mean, I think we can agree that the culture is questionable. The fact that the administration got rid of sensitive zones, so now they can go into schools, churches, the most vulnerable places. Right? I don't agree with that. So I wouldn't, because I think I'm for protesting. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not for doing something that. Let me take a step back. I think we should first prioritize on our family, on saving money, on getting to economic means. You can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, but I don't think I would spend as much time or like majority of the time or significant portion protesting, because then you do that at the expense of advancing, your life. You could still protest, of course. You could still have voices heard, and you could still speak to individuals like me who I'm conservative, but I agree with a lot of the same points, and I think that will end up being reflected in the ballot box. But
in other words, you don't feel any urgency.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. I never said that. I think protesting is a good thing. I'm just saying, just don't do it at the expense of your economics.
I think we can do both things at the same time. I think you can go to work if you need to, if you can, if you can stay home, stay home. If you have to go to work, then go to work. Do not go spend your money. Don't go to Walmart and walk around and say, "Do you like these shoes? Do you want a new Barbie?" No, just go home. Go to the library,
get rid of the
some free books.
consumerist mentality.
Yeah, get rid of your consumerism. Buy things that you need. Like if you have to replace something, replace it. If you can replace it from somewhere that's used, like I have a refrigerator. I bought it from a used appliance store. It's basically brand new. But
you gotta just make adjustments. Yeah, just make adjustments. Like if you have a gym membership, we're not telling you to end your gym membership because you got to be healthy. But when you go to the gym, just don't stop and get no Gatorade. Just bring water from your house and then take water home.
Yes.
Just things like that. You just got to make small adjustments that just don't put no money in their pockets.
Yeah.
What if there's small industries though that are then they're not millionaires? You know what I mean?
Sensei.
Don't matter. Don't spend any money.
You know what's interesting?
Sensei, go ahead because he's about to have a conniption on everybody if he doesn't get out what he's trying to say. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, liberal. I hate having to overtalk people. Striking for 8-hour work week were literally slaughtered. And here's the propaganda the United States pushes. We celebrate a thing called Labor Day, generally in September, correct? The rest of the world commemorates the Haymarket Massacre, which occurred on May 3rd, on May 1st, as the International Day of the Worker. That is observed pretty much in many countries throughout the world except the United States. Right? And this happened in Chicago, Illinois. Why the fuck would anyone outside the United States even care? And our government observed September. September is bullshit. It's May 1st. And this is how,
the AFL-CIO and sister unions have also, they decided they're going to walk out tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah.
This is what's wrong with our country. There's global solidarity amongst United States American workers that were massacred in the Haymarket affair. And we can't even do that because our government propagandizes against us. Labor Day, September. No, I categorically reject all the bullshit that I hear from our government. And again, if you look throughout our history, was it through the ballot box? No, it wasn't. And we've become too complacent to acknowledge that.
Well, and now the government is just going in and taking voter registration and voter ballots and stuff from states. So it's not going to be clean and cut and just, like a normal erection this time around.
Whatever happens, it's not going to be pretty.
Hey, Tim, you remember I know you've had a lot of conversations, man. And one of your last lives that I was in, I remember I said, when you look at the civil rights era, people don't realize that civil rights, we were not given civil rights because of a ballot box. We was given civil rights because they realized that we were never going to stop fighting, ever. Right. And they realized that, you know what, we have to, we keep trying to slaughter them. Eventually, they're going to slaughter us, right? Because if at some point it's going to get to the point where we can't control it, so we got to figure out a way to capitalize off of this. How can we make money off of this, right? No different than the prohibition against alcohol, right? They had to figure out a way to make money on it in order for it to make it legal. The same thing is happening right now. The same thing. That's what I was telling my son that's his son. Don't ever believe that that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. The slaves freed themselves. You know how we know is because your family was slaves in America, and they told us these stories, and they wanted us to tell you. Under no circumstances did they get freed by a piece of paper. They freed themselves by fighting in the Civil War. That was the deal. We will fight in your war, but we want to be free when we walk away from here. And that was the end of the conversation, and that's how it went. And Abraham Lincoln, he signed this piece of paper and he said, "Yeah, we're gonna give you freedom." We were already free by then. That's why we have Juneteenth, right? So now I'm telling you right now, history's telling you that these people are telling you and me and everybody else, you're not gonna vote this problem away. What are you gonna do about it? It's not gonna. We're not gonna go to the ballot box and fix this problem. It's not gonna happen.
Well,
do you know how?
I promise you, it's a historical fact. And here's the thing, though. History says every single civil WAR ever in the history of the world was started by the oppressor, not the oppressed. That's an historical fact, buddy.
Do you guys know how the black man freed himself during slavery? It's
Yeah,
because they did it. They in the South, they did a massive strike, and they literally left the plantation, and the shitty Southerners still sent them back, right? It's through economic hardship, because the only reason why the Northerners accepted the black people is so they were going to lose, and they needed them to fight against the Southerners.
Well, I mean, you think about it. They may not have been tied to a plantation, right? And chattel slavery ended, but they still to this day aren't treated as fucking citizens. They're not treated the same because we didn't punish those pieces of garbage traders enough. We didn't.
That is correct. 100%.
And they just kind of hid. They put their head in the sand and they just bided their time until all the fucking stars aligned, and now they're back. And now we're dealing with it again.
And that's why I say that it's not going to end in the ballot box. Like I know that's a good idea, Tim. Like I'm me and you, and we had a conversation about this. Me and you would agree, without a doubt. It would be nice if you can be civil and go to a ballot box and your vote would count, and the people that or your constituents, your leadership would say, you know what, the people have spoken. This is what they want. But this is not what they're doing. They're telling us that we're not going to go by and comply with no judge, no constitution, no states' rights, no nothing. I mean, it's not like I'm saying this out of my ass. They're telling you we don't comply with shit but what we want to do. And guess what? We're going to rewrite the rules because your rules suck. The rules that the forefathers made and all the adjustments y'all make, they suck. We don't want your rules no more. We're going to make our own rules. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit there and say, we're just going to vote it away? No, it's not going to be voted away. You know why? Because there's a foreign country that said, we're going to pay you guys an unlimited amount of money to make sure that the rules go in our favor. So what are you going to do about it? You can't vote it away because they're telling you, you got something to say about us? We're going to primary you, and we're going to bring somebody in there that's going to beat you. To make sure that we fair, we're going to send 250 of your people to our country, make them kiss a wall and bow and pledge allegiance to us, and then we're going to send them back to you. What in what world can you live and say that that's fair? Can you imagine having children in your house and your children say, hey man, you've been making all the rules. You got 20 children in here. Eventually your children are going to be like, these rules ain't fair. We moving out. Right, and then they're gonna go out into the world, and they're gonna be able to do it with whatever they got to do to feel that's okay. That's where we are right now. We are a whole bunch of people that are acting like children because we are so comfortable with our iPhones and Netflix and the game and all of the things. We can go to the mall.
Well, that was the point.
Eat with Tim. Tim can eat with me.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, bro. Look, I'm telling you right now, it ain't gonna end in no ballot box, man. I guarantee you, it does not do anything.
I think we're even beyond
there's another country. There's
free
another
and fair
country that said
anyway.
no.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think we're beyond that anyway.
Yeah, we can't have a conversation with a bully. You ain't never in your life heard of anybody negotiating with a bully.
APAC, what's up?
No, I just wanted to say, I mean, I guess maybe to the point is, yeah, you have a lot of politicians right on both sides. They run on the same promises over and over and over and over again. And they just don't deliver. And I think people are just tired of it. So it's, but I mean, I'm committed to Tim, especially if you are going to have like more lives, or I'm not sure if you're going to change your structure as we like approach like the election cycle. have like a, I don't know, either crossfire.
Well, the way it's going, I probably won't have a live by then. Well, I'm just saying that I've got to bring in money, and I've been waiting and hoping, and it's just not working. Democrats don't, they generally don't put any money in the things that, I don't get it. Call somebody an N-word, call a child an N-word, you get $1 million. Try to advocate for your country, you get, $10, $20.
People,
it's so true.
People refer to ICE as the Gestapo and all this other stuff, but inherently, they're not. This is America. Do we not remember what slave catchers were? That was government-sanctioned violence against black people. I brought up the Haymarket Massacre. That was government-sanctioned violence against American workers. This is who we are. But we exported to Germany, or some people exported to Germany. This is how we become. We've always been like this. Acknowledge it. And guess what? If you want real substance change, if you want real substance change, is it really going to occur at the ballot box?
No, it's got to occur in the streets.
Yeah, I mean, because they're right now they're peacocking the nation. Oh shit! Well, thank you, AIPAC. I appreciate that. But right now they're peacocking the country to make it seem like you're powerless to stop them. That's all the pomp and the circumstance and bullshit that he's doing is to make people afraid that they don't have any power. But there's no way that they can overtake this entire country. It's just too goddamn big. And there's too many fucking people. They can't do it. It's impossible. If the people were to say fuck you to the government, there's nothing the government would be able to do aside from like nuking and just firebombing everybody. But what good does that do? You destroy yourself. Aside from that, and they know it, and that's why they're trying to scare us in advance to get us to comply in advance. That's why we're seeing all this crazy shit. But you get 10,000 people in a fucking street. You get 10,000 people in the street, and they don't even have to be violent. What are the police gonna do? When it becomes so massive that they can't kettle you, there's nothing the police can do. They can't stop it, and they don't even try when they get so big.
Well, that's why I don't like. This is why I was talking to Nadine earlier. How come we need to have representatives that come out to the public and tell the newspapers, because they got the platform, right? Everybody wants to interview them, and just say, man, them people in Minnesota are being nice to you guys. They are being nice the way they're protesting is the nice way. It can get way more uglier. And I'm just saying, like, if they point that out, it might ring the spark, something in some of these protesters' mind that says, you guys are being nice about it. Because I can tell you, Nepal wasn't nice about it.
Yeah, is France ever nice about it?
People have no fear.
Yeah,
France
is not nice about anything. You do something wrong, let's shut down the whole spot.
Yeah, no, I mean, and the problem is that there's no, there's like a lack of coordination, and we all, because in that instance you need the other people, because if you're just a bunch of individuals going out one day and getting the fuck beat out of you that day or shot in the face that day, and that just continues, it goes nowhere. Everybody has to do it at the same time. That has to be at the same time. Now, economically speaking, I haven't been buying a fucking thing I don't need. Since I didn't celebrate Thanksgiving, I didn't buy a goddamn present for Christmas. I'm just not doing any of that stuff. I mean, sure, I'll buy some fucking chocolate
I'm trying not to
here and there. There are these truffles from Sam's Club. Oh my fucking God, they're like dusted. They're so good, and I know I shouldn't, but I do. I'm guilty.
Liberal, I applaud your simple actions or your simple inaction. That is what needs to happen. You need to deprive yourself of those luxuries that are not necessities of this world.
Yeah, now I'm not to the point yet where I'm like looking at my credit card and being like, you know what, I might run this bitch up and then just run out of money somehow and just not pay that motherfucker back because they'd steal it from me if they could.
Oh, yeah, I mean, with the interest rates being as high as like 30%, that's crazy. So much.
I ain't got that many years left, so hey, come and get it. You can dig me up and pick out from my body whatever you can.
That's crazy.
I mean, and because they would do it. They would do it to you if they could. So I'm not saying do that, but if you did that, because let me say I had shitty credit from the time I was like 24 until probably 36 or so, and I didn't have a bank. I lived without a bank account because every time I'd put money in a bank account, they'd steal it. They'd garnish it. So I didn't have a bank account, and I just lived like that. You can live without it. Unless they go to a completely and totally digital currency, and then you're fucked. But until that happens, cash is king, baby.
So it sounds like it needs to be a mix of it, like stop buying and also strike and also vote, a whole mixture of those things, really. You know what I mean? Like, I think,
yep.
I don't know. Yeah. Like I right now, this year I started.
That's true.
It's
gotta be a combination. Yeah.
This year I started a vinyl collection and a hobby. Cause on Christmas, my grandparents gave me their record collection and all their equipment and stuff. And I renovated it. I fixed it. I did spend a little bit of money to take it somewhere to someone locally to fix some of those units because they're vintage and old. But yeah, I've spent quite a bit of money in 2025 on like records and stuff like that. But also like the reason why, like I was so in the politics of 2024 and everything. When that election happened, I was in a pretty dark place, like I did not like I needed to take a break at that moment, but I've been back in it for, I've been back into politics for, it's not like I've completely separated by getting into that hobby, you know what I mean? But I don't know. People need to take a break sometimes too.
Yes, you have to. Some days and I get like yesterday, I got really fucking frustrated and I just, I'm like, okay, I just need to go play a fucking game or something. Yeah. Everybody needs to, because it's a lot. Just constant all day. Just some crazy fucking thing happens.
But that's a huge challenge for me to tell my wife me to quit buying shit. Yeah, that's a big. Well, because I'm addicted to collecting these records, man. Like,
hey, everyone.
Well, my wife teamed up to where
I think my wife you have to, when you go out of the house, tell yourself, do I need it or do I want it? Is this my, because we always use shopping as an outlet. Some people use alcohol as an outlet. Some people use food. Some people use other things, I
use chocolate dusted truffles. I'm sorry.
Hey,
well, me and my wife, we teamed up.
Let me show them to you. They're fucking, oh my God. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Well, myself and my wife, we teamed up to where she deactivated all her social media accounts. And she says, tell me all the news that's going to affect me, and things like that. She goes, I'm going to leave it up to you to, to kind of cipher out that. She goes, we both can't have this kind of access. She goes, it's taking a toll on my mental health. So she just deactivated them all. And then she'll ask about, different things like what's going on with the voting in our neighborhood, what's going on with this. And then I'll give her information. And then I'll tell her this is according to this source, this is what's going on. And it's worked out very well for her because she had a big network of people from all over the place. She even had video of things that was going down and over there with the blue state that a lot of people didn't have. And she just said, I gotta disconnect from this because I gotta focus on, what's going on right in front of me, what I can do there, and I don't need to be plugged in that much. She says, but somebody's got to be plugged in to where I can reach to them. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how we're doing it right now. In terms of getting information and yeah.
Oh, they're delicious, guys. You can get them at Sam's Club. You don't chew them, you let them melt. They just melt.
Limit yourself limit yourself to one per day. That's your guilty
I don't
pleasure.
do them very often because I can't do a lot of sugar on top of my NOS intake, but it's just really good.
I've been boycotting since November 2023, and it's working great for me. No fast food, no soda, no things that assist Israel in the genocide in Palestine. So it's easy. You have to remind yourself, is it worth it? Yes. Because part of advocating for something that you believe in and you want is making smaller sacrifices yourself. Discipline.
Oh my God, it's so good.
An economic boycott is just one of the.
They're so good.
It's just one of the facets, right? A general strike led by teachers could be so powerful. Teachers, they're babysitters for the capitalist class. What do people do? Can they go to work if they have no teachers? This will affect the economy and the masses immediately, right? There's immediate ramifications that would happen if teachers went on strike, along with unions, obviously. As teachers are poorly paid, they should go on strike, and we should support them. We should support every one of our communities with mutual aid. Know your neighbor. If your neighbor needs help, help them if you can.
Yep.
What
Everything
about-
starts at home, then your neighbors, then your community, and then so forth.
Have we seen
Liberal.
USPS strike? USPS and UPS at the same time?
Hey, liberal.
No.
Every
At the
time you
same
hold that
time,
thing
no,
up,
I
I
don't
gain
think
a
so.
pound.
Guys, I'm telling you, I'm sorry. It's like my one, that NOS.
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
And I'm writing the description in there for you, Ray Day. If you haven't tried them, you really should. I mean, they are really, really, really good. Anyway, damn, I was going to say something. I forgot, but it's like, because think about this. Edward Bernays, I believe, was Sigmund Freud's nephew. He's the one that really kicked this consumerism mentality, this culture that we now have of just buying shit that we don't need. I mean, think about that. It's like you get that reward sensation when you buy something. You're like, oh, this is cool. And then you play with it for like 5 minutes and then you never it ends up on the shelf or in a fucking closet somewhere,
You mean like a 90,000 square foot ballroom?
Exactly. Well, we've been psychologically manipulated by people who want to sell us shit. And that's what's happening. So the reason that you have that need is because they continue to just pound the shit into you. So you have to you just have to fucking back away from it. And the money that you save, for the record, you could always, donate to your favorite creator on TikTok. I could think of a few people. Just kidding.
Bandcamp too. Bandcamp is a bunch of bands.
One time at Bandcamp. Sorry, great fucking movie. Well, probably not anymore.
It is a funny movie though.
Tim, you're absolutely right. I'm going to donate to my favorite creator, whitehouse.gov. And
oh God! Well, did you guys see what he sent
your boy
out?
Trump, man, he can't.
Let me pull it up. I think it was Raw that shared it in Discord. Yeah, right. It was a Midas Touch had reported on Twitter. Look at this shit. This is a fundraising email he sent out. Are you a proud American citizen, or does ICE need to come and track you down? Take citizens only survey. Like, what the fuck? Are you an illegal alien paid for by Never Surrender Inc.? This man is fucking insane. And a lot of people dump their entire life savings into him.
Yeah. And that's right. So it's a money making business to buy
People are that gullible.
So
yeah, and it's like, what do you need money for right now? You're stealing Venezuela's oil, putting it into secret fucking bank accounts in another country. What do you need, bro? Like, when does it end? I don't get it. But Now back to the gold prices. I was going to make this point earlier, is that there is silver lining to that, because China did this. They devalued their currency in order to grow their manufacturing, right? Yep. And so an argument can be made that Donald Trump is purposely, or at least encouraging, the dollar's value to decrease, because that actually makes it cheaper to export our products to other countries. And that does fit in line with his rhetoric of, bring manufacturing back. I'm not sure that it'll work in the way that he's hoping, because it's just, like China, for example, has built their entire fucking country with that in mind, and we'd have to retool everything. I don't know that we'd be able to compete necessarily.
Yeah, it would cost so much money to American stockholders to actually develop the infrastructure to bring it back, right? Because they farmed it all out.
Wait, Jesse, what were you laughing about? I'm sorry. Did I say something funny or somebody else? I want to laugh too. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, guys.
It's not an effective policy for the United States because the cost of living is way too high. See, China started off with a very low cost of living where they actually perform this, and the worker, right, us, can still survive, right? With the average or median house, a new house cost of was it $400K, average new car costing $50K. It is not effective. It will never happen in the United States because the cost of everything in the United States is way too high.
Yeah, because then if you have manufacturing, hypothetically, you would if you brought it back, you would have to pay the workers so much money, because American workers are not going to go in there and work for them damn wages that they were paying, that they want to pay you, and then the product would cost so much. This is why I don't know if you guys ever bought like a wrench from Snap-on. A Snap-on wrench, it's $200, man. You get that same wrench made by a Chinese company, right? It's gonna cost you $20. But then Snap-on says, well, guess what? We're gonna go out there and make our stuff over there in China and Indonesia and all these places with the same quality, but still we're gonna charge the American public $200 for that same wrench. So the United States is mastered the art of selling you this particular product made in the USA.
It's marketing, yeah.
Yeah, but they're not really all that shit.
Let's be fair.
Few things that are made here, though.
Everything that's made in America drinks black coffee and has chest hair. Okay, so you're getting that. You won't get that from China, right?
It's gonna cost you.
I do want to speak to that point that you made about the devaluing of the English currency. So I agree. I think I'm one that's more bullish in comparison to the rest of the panel with Trump's economic, policy. So it's I know people are going to hate me now, but
you mispronounced asshole. What did you say? Bullish? I think you said. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no,
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So I do think that he's devaluing, or he's engaging in activities to devalue the U.S. dollar to reduce our federal debt. And because if you think about it, all of our debtors overseas, they're screaming foul play, because now the amount that they lent us is not having as much of a return on it. So we just devalued their assets, that way. So that's number one. Number two, it does make our exports cheaper. Now, the point of whether we could retool our manufacturing, I agree that a lot of the manufacturing plants that will come up will be probably at 70% robotics and then 30% human labor, if that. I think those are the types of plants that we'll see. I think it will create jobs. But I think his strategy is just make this country a magnet for the rich from all over the place, from all other countries, Saudi Arabia, and any country. Have them come and invest over here. But then the problem that has is that will be at the expense of the lower class. So
you said the AI shift is a 70-30 shift, right?
No, manufacturing.
Yeah. No, well, yeah. So I'll do the AI. But anyways, You're saying a 70-30 shift, and I don't, or split, and I don't just necessarily disagree with that. You said 70% robotics to 30% human labor, and you're saying that's create new jobs. How many? You just lost 70% of your workforce to do that.
No. These would be like new plans, right?
Well, what I just said, you just lost 70% of your workforce to do that. American jobs were replaced by robotics, and you're saying that's a net positive? No, it's a net negative.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't hear that from him.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not what he's saying. He was making a point that theoretically, if they brought back manufacturing, there was going to be a split. And that split is going to be with the inevitability, right? Because they would not bring back all the manufacturing.
Right. I think he was.
That they got to pay people were going to be too great.
Yeah, I heard him calling into question that, like, the practicality of saying that devaluing the dollar because it'll boost your manufacturing is actually going to, like, do any good for jobs. But maybe I misheard. APAC, was that your?
No, it's because of AI and robotics. I mean, we are going to lose jobs no matter what, and I would concede that the job loss will be greater under Trump than it would have been under a Kamala administration, right? So I'm not just want to throw that out there, but I think it's because the administration is saying let's not put guardrails on AI, let's disrupt these industries, and let's let the efficiencies create these new jobs. But that begs the question of, well, if there's going to be so much disruption and the magnitude is going to be as great as economists are predicting, then we are going to need to subsidize that disruption somehow, with like a form of UBI, like tied into like an AI dividend that goes to the lower class in particular.
Labor tariff.
Yeah,
I like
or,
it.
Or something to
labor
that.
Tariff.
Great, because
Well, you're talking about universal income. That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
In essence, it is a labor tariff.
Well,
right.
you'll have to, because otherwise, or you just let everybody like starve to unaliving and unalive themselves while they build moats and fucking walls around their HOAs and nobody can get in.
Yeah,
yeah.
UBI is basically a floor, a bare minimum you get, right, to survive in this world. That's all it is, right? So if you go, you don't want people going below that and become. Well, we do have it, but becoming homeless and can't feed themselves. That's all UBI does.
Yeah,
but you see, sorry.
Well, go ahead, APAC, and then Lonnie had wanted to say something, so I'll get to Lonnie after that.
I was gonna say, I don't think I used to be against UBI as a conservative, but then I'm like, you know what? That this could actually be really good practice because it can serve to upskill students, in particular in financial literacy. They have money coming into an account. I guess if they're kids, they can't tap into it, but when they're an adult, they can. Then they'll be more incentivized, right, to learn more about economics, how to make more money, how to invest in stocks and bonds, so that they can actually bring more competition to the marketplace too. And then we can assess how we're doing as an economy by how much we can grow that UBI for individuals in general, right? And it forced the country to be more transparent with its economics of where all the taxpayer dollars are going to. And we focus on the lower class and we make it our way up to the middle class. So I don't know. I think that could be sound policy because it's a good guardrail to crony capitalism.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Lonnie, go ahead.
So I don't know about. Well, what I know about is that we gave away manufacturing, right? We let it go overseas. All we held on to was intellectual properties, right? All we held on to was the name, right? So we let that go overseas. They've been doing that for a long time. I mean, where I live, there was many companies. I live in an industrial town, and many companies went either overseas or over the border, south of the border or something like that. And them trying to gain it back it sounds like a farce to me. But to the point of what is happening now, what y'all were saying, it makes me think about the fact that like they want to bring us down to a point where I think it might have been Wordsmith that made this point. They want to bring us down to a point where we have no choice but to do the job for pennies on the dollar, right? Because if not, like Lib said, we'll starve, and so we'll be homeless and things like that. So I think that's where we were kind of going when he made the statement that he's going to give, black jobs, quote unquote, back to those people. Because in my honest opinion, while all the stuff that, they're trying to do, especially with AI, from my understanding, AI is tanking. AI isn't doing as well as they thought it would do. People aren't gravitating towards it as much as they had hoped people to do. But the other thing I wanted to ask was I heard somebody bring up a book called The Camp of Saints, which is a French dystopian novel that it depicts the collapse of Western civilization due to mass third world immigration, where millions of immigrants from India descend on France. And someone had made the reference to they believe that that is the mindset that Stephen Miller has. Like this isn't a real book. This is, someone's imagination, but they believe that this administration is taking a page or a few out of this book where the theme of the book is mass migration, racial conflict, social collapse, civilization, self hatred, and the West's perceived inability to defend its own culture. Now, I don't know how true that is, but from what I'm gathering from this book, I can see where somebody could put the two of those together. But my ultimate thought is that it's going to be the rich versus the poor, and we're going to have no choice but to do these labor jobs that they bring back for pennies on the dollar. But that's just what I wanted to say.
Well, I don't think that. To me personally, I believe that the revolt that they're gonna get is gonna be far greater than they anticipated. I don't think people are gonna go back to work for pennies on a dollar. But the overall consensus is, I think that people are they're gonna give live resistance.
And I think that's what they're doing now.
We gotta get bloody on this one.
In Minnesota.
Yeah, we're gonna get bloody on this one.
And in Maine, and that's why they are having ICE do what ICE is doing now, because they want to put the fear in people that this is what could possibly happen if you don't comply in advance, because we know that there's no laws that allow them to freely do this, right? So if they get enough people to comply in advance or to go along with and not resist, then it's only a matter of time before they convince us, especially with corporations lobbying for these politicians, to start, maybe not paying us less, but as we notice, federal minimum wage has not went up. The last raise was in 2009, but the price of living has skyrocketed compared to the wages that we're being paid. And we have these conversations where we say, oh, well, someone at McDonald's shouldn't be making $20 an hour, while I work as a plumber and I barely make $28 an hour. And instead of both the McDonald's worker and the plumber having a problem with the federal government, they want the plumber is blaming the McDonald's worker for making $20 an hour. And this is where they keep their foot on our necks so that we're constantly at each other. But ICE is the precursor to what's going to happen, to where they force us into working these jobs for pennies on the dollar. And I agree, we definitely do need to fight back. But I'm saying is that the reason that they are trying to numb us to resistance, like they're trying to make it seem ordinary and regular every day, so we are numb to what is happening and we are not paying attention to this, because we'll look out the window and be like, it's just another day. And I think that's why they're doing it now, like the slow boil of a frog. Because if you put a frog in a pot of hot water, it's going to hop out. But if you put a frog in a pot of cold water and you turn the heat on before the frog realizes it's too hot to jump out, it's already boiled. And that's what I believe is happening right now, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I don't know,
You think
because
that we succeeded
they're
in
pretty much
Minneapolis?
they're in our face with it. So I don't know. I think they cranked that fucking
Yeah, the resistance is too
flame
strong
up.
right now, man. Those days are over where they can. We're not gonna show up to go do things for $12 an hour, $13 an hour when you need $30 an hour to live in these big cities. Those days are over, because I would say if this was happening 15 years ago, when they were filtering all the news, and we didn't really have the ability to get the news as quick as possible. I didn't have the ability to send Tim a message. Hey, what's going on over there in Oklahoma? What's going down? Like what's happening over there? We didn't have that ability to send that stuff instantly, to send live video, to send pictures. So they know that they missed that window. You know, and I'm telling you, they're having a conversation saying we missed that fucking window. We should have did this 15 years ago. We should have did this right before Obama got elected. But they missed the window. So now nobody's gonna show up for that. Nobody's showing up to these farms to do this work. Nobody's showing up to these places where it's, in Seattle, in Virginia, in New York, in Florida, and all these places where it's expensive. Nobody's showing up to do these $15 an hour jobs. Nobody's showing up. They're having a hard time filling them. And people are like, we need more. You know what I mean? Like there's still areas like over here in Southern Indiana, right? They got an area in Southern Indiana where they will literally Domino's Pizza's paying $10 an hour. But then you go across the border in Kentucky, right, where you're right by the airport, they're paying $16 an hour. So the people in Southern Indiana live 8 miles away. And just because they're in that 8 miles away, they're only going to pay you $10, literally $10 an hour. Because I walked in there when I picked up my pizza and asked them, they said $10. I was like, $10? She goes, yeah, but we got a lot of students. We got a lot of high school students. And I'm like,
fuck that really? Shit.
Yeah. That shit is crazy, bro. Shit. Like, what the fuck you gonna do with $10? This is what they're literally paying. So, and guess what? You may have some high school students that they want to make a little extra bricks and live with their parents. But when these high school students, they go graduate, they go to college, or they go to the work field, they're never gonna show up to do these jobs. They're never gonna do it.
Too willingly, I said they are going to force us to do them. Thus is why they're getting rid of the immigrants. Because if we look at history, right, the undocumented, as y'all love to say so much, they're doing the farm labor, right? But before they did the farm labor, who did the farm labor? And I hate going down this road of race, but in this instance, I have to. But the black and brown people did the farm labor, right? So therefore, when we got freed, they needed someone to do the farm labor. So they let the immigrant come in and do the farm labor. Now they're going to get rid of the immigrant because that is what they're doing. And they're going to force us to go back to the farm labor. This isn't a wanna do. It's going to be a have to do.
I mean, in some instances.
What I'm saying. But I feel like that is the vein they want to go in. And I don't believe that they missed their window. I believe, like I said, this is the slow boil of the frog. So that the frog, we will not jump out of the pot when it starts boiling because we'll already be boiled.
Your boy Mitch McConnell.
I mean, a lot of the farm work nowadays is done by machinery. So the labor isn't as difficult as it was before. But then, like Donald Trump, he was going after the people in the farms in California, and then when the farmers turned on him, what did he say? He said, "Oh, okay, well, we'll leave them alone," and he let them in for hospitality industry and they'll continue to allow them to oppress and be shitty to immigrants when they're doing jobs, and the people that are owning the companies are friendly with this administration. It's when you're not friendly with the administration when they're going to crack down on you. And they'll just take your shit and give it to somebody else. But I want to play a video real quick. Raw had sent this in the comments and put it in Discord. This is DHS posted this today, this morning, like 9:30 this morning. It's not long. It's Department of Homeland Security.
I'm on my way
And then let me show you what they wrote. They said, homesick, DHS is offering a huge incentive for illegal aliens to leave now. Receive $2,600 and free flight home if you remigrate using the CBP Home app. Leave now. Avoid the discomfort of not knowing when we're going to arrest you. These people are fucking gross, man.
Well, I want to say this to you.
Wow.
When they were in Florida with the detention center and farmers were complaining that they were rounding up their workers, Trump said on a press briefing that it's okay because we will have workers for you. Like, he pretty much referenced to the fact that these farmers would be able to rent people from the government to do the farm work. That's why I said what it was that I said. But I think it's a slow boil. I think it's to get people used to the fact that if we don't comply, that we're going to face what they're facing in Minneapolis and in Maine and in California and in Seattle, Washington. And I do believe that he's trying to get rid of the immigrants so that the rest of us, and not just Black people, but the rest of the working class will have no choice but to do the quote unquote bullshit work for pennies on the dollar. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, I understand your opinion, but I'm talking about mathematics. It doesn't make sense. All right, that's fine. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying mathematics. You got to understand, it was a time when you could do things to people, and before they knew what happened to them, it was already done. Them days are done. Like right now, the ICE went to Compton. They were there 20 minutes, and them boys was getting pew-pewed at, and they got up out of Compton. The first time they went to Compton told them, they said, do not come past this line. You come past this line, you're going to need more than what you got. You're going to come in here with a drone. That's what they told them. They said, come in here with a drone or get obliterated coming past this line. They tried to sneak in there this time, and they got pew-pewed. There's an ICE guy that got pew-pewed. They took him off on a stretcher, and now ICE is trying to get the hell out of there because they got surrounded. So I'm just telling you, like, they trying this shit in places where it's soft, and they understand that the demographics is different. But I'm telling you, they're going to learn their lesson the hard way. They are going to learn their lesson.
About that. On top of that,
well,
have we not seen leaks already from ICE itself, anonymous leaks? This is showing a fracture in their people, right? The morality or morale of their people. We're seeing this in real time. We're seeing leaks from ICE officials to the public because they don't believe what's going on is should rightfully be happening. And we need to see more of this, right? This is clear, that the leadership in ICE is not in agreement with what Donald Trump wants.
I mean, there's enough racists in this country that I think they'll forever have I don't think they're going to run out of racists in America. I'll just say.
You ain't lying.
Like, just fucking throw a rock and you'll hit a fucking racist in this
country. Guaranteed. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's gotten better, but,
well, that's what I was saying is like the idea that the problem is, man, is that we have people now that have so much information regarding how to circumvent. Like, for instance, if you go into Memphis, right? They went into Memphis, and these young men stole a tank. You know what I'm saying? And rode around, and they only cared about putting it on Instagram. But I promise you, if you go knock on the doors in Memphis, not dealing with the immigrant brothers, where you're trying to go after people with low-hanging fruit. Go knock on the doors in these people in Memphis. That's why when they were in Chicago, they didn't go to where people are armed in Chicago. They went to places where they knew that the probability was low and it would look good, right? But they didn't go into the heart of Chicago. They didn't go into the heart of Oakland. They didn't go into the heart of Philadelphia yet, right? Because these people are beyond capable of showing resistance. Minneapolis, they went into a place where they feel there was a whole bunch of immigrants there. The probability of them having pew-pews is going to be limited because of the fact that they were immigrants. But ICE is getting handled out there. Believe it or not, ICE is having a hard time in Minneapolis.
Yeah,
it's not a cakewalk.
So this came out today. This came out today, real quick. I don't know why this fucking banner is so huge, but Trump administration considers new guidelines for immigration officials in Minnesota, and the new guidelines for those officers is that they plan to avoid engaging with agitators and only targeting immigrants facing criminal charges or convictions, officials familiar with the talks told CNN. So, a lesson may have been learned, I think, because Donald Trump is all about optics, and the optics are turning against him at this point. And he's not stupid. He sees that happening. And so to save face, he may pull back and try it a different way.
I have a
let's hope.
theory.
I want to say this real quick back. The fact that I don't disagree with anything that Word has said, right? They picked certain places for a reason, right? But what I also said was so that people will look at this and see it as some sort of normalcy and go ahead and just comply in advance. Because if we look at how many people, especially on this application, believed that Preddy brandished a weapon and that was justified what ICE did to him. That is what they're trying to do, is my point. They are trying to do the slow boil, right? I'm not disagreeing that they went in these places and these people fought back, right? What I'm saying is that their hope was that if they go into smaller, less populated areas with people who are more compliant, that they will lay out this vision across the globe, because you said it yourself. We have access to seeing places we've never had access to seeing before. So somebody that's miles away in a different town has it in the back of their head, OMG, they'll be here next. And what if they come after me? I'm just going to go ahead and do what they tell me to do because I don't want to end up like Preddy. This is what they're trying, with the ads, Lib was just saying, right? They put this stuff in front of us so that we keep buying, we keep purchasing, we keep spending money instead of saving it, right? So I'm not saying that people aren't resisting. That's never came out of my mouth. What I'm saying is that they are trying to manipulate people into believing if they do not comply, that what happened in Minneapolis, what happened in Chicago, what happened in wherever it's happening with ICE, that these people will just lay down and take it. And I understand that there are people resisting, and I agree that people should continue to resist. But their play on this is that they want people to comply in advance by showing them this is why. And that's why they have ICE members walking around with cell phones recording their actions so they can make their own videos and say, see, this is what happens when you don't listen. The same thing they're saying about the 2A and Preddy right now. And that was my whole point.
Okay.
You're right.
Now,
that is.
Well, I was going to get to Chip. Chip has been up for a minute, hasn't said anything. So, Chip, did you want to jump in there at any point?
Well, there's a different sort of angle I wanted to take, but I don't want to mess the conversation up. But just to plant the seed, I was wondering what the audience and the panelists think about, if we could literally flip a switch, and I guess as a near-term goal, the changes that we'd like to see happen, if we could somehow un-F this whole situation, what would some of those outcomes be that you think, and this is the thing, this is the key part, that 99.9% of Americans would agree upon and prioritize accordingly?
What are the outcomes?
In other words, if everybody says they want to change the system, I'm with you. The question is, what's on the other side of that? If we do interrupt the game and they say, okay, uncle, what changes do we want, in what order of priority, and what outcomes do we want based on those changes for things to be better for everybody?
I mean, equality. Make the game fair. Currently, the game is rigged. It's rigged.
But how does that
favor.
look? In other words, specifically, let me give you the example. So let's say I'm 350 pounds. I'm not quite there, but I'm getting there. And let's say I'm 350 and I want to get down to 175. I'm not going to do that in a week. I can't just say I want to be less fat. I'm going to be specific in my goals. Okay, in a month, I want to be here. And
you mean a specific policy?
Well, or just equality is very vague. It's sort of a neutral term. It can mean a lot of different outcomes. So, for example, we want to narrow the wealth gap. Right now, it's, 80% of the wealth is in the top 10% of society. We want to get that out to a certain figure. And how can we get there? But just like with a company, when you negotiate for the changes, when you're striking, you got to tell the company what you want. And you usually ask for more than you're going to get. We're going to have to give a message, if we do organize around something, of what specifically we want done. We can't just break the thing and it's what do we do now?
Ranked choice voting has to happen. We have to have a constitutional amendment that undoes the fucking Citizens United. Corporations are not people. We also need to make it a fucking right for everybody to have an education. We need to make policy that healthcare is a right in this country. I mean, there's any number of things that we can do.
I would say the first thing to do is get the I country completely out of our politics and out of our country. Period. End of discussion. Right off the gate.
That's probably even more important than the other ones, because I don't think you get to the other ones without dealing with that first.
Yeah, I mean, right out the gate. I'm talking about off the rip. You know, when you wake up in the morning and your breath smell bad, you got to brush your teeth. That's the first thing we need to do is get them fools out of here.
Yeah, well, did you guys see the guy bashed into the Hasidic headquarters?
Yeah, it's Chabad Lubavitch.
Right.
No, I did not see that. No.
Yeah, and when I first saw that, I'm like, okay, so this I don't know, two sects of Hasidic Jews have historically been fighting, and Chabad was they would attack them and like throw them down and shave their beards off and shit.
Damn.
And so that, like, when I saw that was the first thing that came to my mind. I'm like, that was probably one of the other people that did it. I don't know anything about the guy that did it, but he, I guess, kept reversing and then kept smashing into it.
Wow.
Anyway, I only bring that up because we were talking about that.
Just as an aside to that, real quickly. So this is a rumor, and I don't know if it's true. It probably is. But, you know, Jared Kushner is a huge part of that Chabad Lubavitch sect of Judaism, a big, wealthy cadre of ultra-Zionists. Rumor is that in 2017, during his first term, Trump converted and is now a member of Chabad Lubavitch in terms of being a convert.
Really?
When he took his oath of office in his second term, he did not have his hand on the Bible. He did have it on in his first term.
Well, yeah. Also, in his first term, he didn't bend the knee either. I think he bent the knee on his second term. That's why things have changed for him.
So that would make sense, though, right? For all the things he's doing,
it would make sense.
Folks.
I don't know. I have a different take on like ICE and the policy, because I do think that part of it could be to mitigate the job losses that's going to be sustained, through AI. So how do we make the unemployment, rate look a little better? Well, we take this segment of the population and we remove them. Now, I don't agree with how it's being done, honestly, and this is going to be probably controversial. I would rather ICE not go in at all, but just say, hey, if you're not a citizen, then you just don't get the benefits, and you just have to get back in the country the right way, do it the right way. But don't create all this turmoil to disrupt, these communities, especially if they don't want. What's the purpose? So if someone's not receiving benefits or welfare or social support, what tends to happen is, they have to work, harder. But in that way, compared to those that are, legal citizens, and I think that resolves the mess. But I do think that that's part of the equation, right? They're like, okay, well, we see job losses coming. Why don't we remove all, with these undocumented immigrants, and then that, dampens the rate of loss. So
I wanted to address Lonnie before she dropped. I guess she's still there. So what you said is factually true. Trump has always tried to shift the Overton window of normalcy, right? Absolutely true. But the outpour of people resisting, right? The protesters, right? The country watching this in shock and awe. That is what is the failure. Because if you comply, if you sit there and go home scared, that plays in the pulling the whole idea of normalcy, how the government can be used as a weapon against its own people. You must stand up, and that's what's going on right now in Minneapolis. That's what just same thing with the strike that they're trying to propose. I can't remember what date was it, 30th or 28th, whatever. But anyways, this is basically putting a big a fuck you finger to Donald J. Trump, and I want to make sure the country sees this. I want to make sure that people in rural parts of America see The average citizens, you and I, are standing up against an authoritarian government, a tyrannical government. It emboldens us, emboldens the average people even more to stand up.
Yeah. Sadly, there are a lot of people, I wouldn't say the majority, certainly not, but a lot of people that they want this country to exist as like a mirror of Europe, I guess. I don't know. And so they're going to be in favor of this because it hurts other people that don't look like them. And because, a lot of those people, whether Trump is doing it for that reason or not, they see it that way. And that's the rhetoric of that they're spewing. So, but, people are, it's just so weird because we live in a country that overthrew a quote unquote tyrannical government and then turned right around. And now when it's like happening, that same group or whatever is like, well, you have to comply with law enforcement. You can't touch them. You can't get in the way of them beating the fuck out of a woman or throwing her down on the ground. I don't know.
Well, that's why I was listening to what's his name, Rand Paul. He was talking to what's that one gentleman, Cuban? He's a Mark Cuban. Yeah,
Mark
so he was
Cuban.
talking to this guy, and he was asking this guy, how would he feel, or does he believe that it's okay for another country to come to the United States, apprehend our president, and take them off based on the rules they have in their country?
Marco Rubio, you mean?
Yeah, Marco Rubio. And so I was like, when he was asking him this question, right? Marco Rubio, he tried to obfuscate, he tried to like go somewhere else, and then eventually Marco Rubio just basically said, well, we don't follow the rules of other countries. And then Rand Paul brought up the ICC and was saying basically how the United States does not follow the rules of the ICC, because if it did, they would sanction our government in terms of our leaders, and they would put in warrants. And he said, I don't think that we want another country to put arrest warrants against our president and Netanyahu, right? And when he said that, there was a very blatant admission that the United States wants all the ICC to enforce rules on everybody else except the United States and the I country. And we can do what we want to do because it's in our best interest. But if they want to do the same thing to us, then we should have a right to invade them. That's basically how that conversation went. And that just gives you in a nutshell where the United States is in terms of morality and international diplomacy. They just simply don't care about nobody else but themselves. And they believe that they don't have to follow basic rules of morality when it comes to fair trade and letting other countries handle their own business. Because they believe that they're the police of the whole world. And like these other countries are older than the United States.
They believe that might makes right. Because you can go in and do these things.
Is a young country. We're like we're a toddler.
Right.
Compared to China, compared to Iran, compared to all these other countries, we are a very, very, very new country.
What you described, Ward, is U.S. global policy in a nutshell.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's got to stop. I mean, this is like it's weird to me also that the same group of people that kept calling me an anti-American, during the Iraq War when I didn't support it. You got to support the troops or you hate this country. You can just leave. Or now like, they went to the whole peace thing and then now have switched gears again to, we have a right to rule the Western Hemisphere. When you're dealing with people that can just swap and be, hypocrites like that, I don't know that there's much you can say to them because they can just throw out any slop, like, 11 days ago he kicked the taillight of somebody, so he's a bad person, meaning his death was okay. Like that, I don't know. I just don't get it. So I'm starting to lose a little hope, Hopefully we can see a little bit more out of people, but they're still scared. They're still scared.
I've lost hope in the political idea, the political infrastructure, or the idea saying that, we as a collective can go in there and seal our fate. Now, locally, obviously, that still holds true. We can vote for certain sheriffs. We can vote for certain superintendents of schools, all this kind of stuff. But when it comes to the overall global aspect of our federal elections and our senators and our congressmen and all of that, man, We're just dealing with a bunch of people who are doing everything they can to stay in power as long as they can, so they can grift on the system of insider trading, free healthcare, and unlimited access to American power. And when you have that kind of infrastructure, and a giant reset is the only way that you can make this problem go away, because they got all kind of fail safes. You're going to take these senators out. Well, we got these guys in compliance. We got these guys on the back end. We can buy this senator. We can buy. It's just too much going on. You got to reset the whole thing. And the only way that's been successful in modern times has been, revolution to the maximum extent. There's never been a time here in the last 40 years where people have been able to negotiate with the bully. It doesn't work.
I want to address that, actually. So it's because I think the reason why you have Marco Rubio and some of the administration saying, well, look, we should get preferential treatment, I guess, for lack of a better word, is the fact that for like the past 10 years, we've like contributed $7 trillion to NATO, and every other NATO country has contributed about 3.5 trillion. So now there's this animus that, okay, well, we're contributing so much, and thus, Trump's move to get them to contribute more. But because we contribute much more than other countries, we're not allowed to spend that money or put that money into social programs. Now, that's the argument. Whether or not we would have put that money into social programs, that's a different argument. But I think that's a large part of it.
Yeah, I understand that basis. Yeah, you're right about that. That's the argument. But see, the problem is that they didn't count on the idea that we have access to historical record of the United States doing with surplus money. The United States takes surplus money and goes into other countries and they would do anything it can to rule that country, put in a dictator, unalive 5 or 10 million people, and then walk away and act like it was all in the name of freedom. And that's what they're going to do with any excess amount of money. They're going to try to get it to go get Greenland, and we're going to go rule Puerto Rico. I'm not Puerto Rico, but Venezuela and Colombia. All these places that they're so-called trying to control the Western Hemisphere. The United States has never done anything good for anybody, man. Since its conception, never.
Yeah, that's what is generally not addressed, right? Where does this excess wealth come from so we can, provide resources to, say, NATO? It comes from exploitation of the global South. That's where the money comes from, right? So Trump makes a claim, we're spending too much for this organization or that organization. Where did that money or that wealth, where was it derived from? The global South that we have been exploiting for centuries.
Yeah, well, but AIPAC, I would say you and me, if we sat down and we went to Las Vegas, right, and we're having a meal, and this girl walks up to you and me and she says, "Hey, I like you guys. Can you guys? I would like to have dinner with you guys." And she's a nice lady, and we were having dinner, and in this dinner, she says for her job, she is a call girl. That's what she is, right? She's always going to be that way. She loves to be a call girl. She loves to work. Now, a person with the right sentiment and morality is going to say, well, you know what? That's her own business. That's her own choice. We're not going to judge her. She's a nice lady to us. So far, she hasn't done anything crazy. The dinner's going fine. And then she says, and for a certain amount of money, I'm willing to take one of you guys upstairs, right? At that point, we get to make a choice to say, do I want to go upstairs with this person or not? Now, this person was very clear on their intentions about who she is and what she's about and all of that. She laid it out on the front street. You and I are going to come to the conclusion that the probability that you and me can go upstairs, change this lady's mind, turn her into a wife. She's going to come home and be perfect to us, cook dinner and clean the house and be the perfect wife. You and I would know that is a foolish thinking and a foolish bet to make, right? That's what it is with the United States. They've never done anything other than what they're doing now, ever. There's never been a point in time where they've been a good guy. So it's foolish. So you and I can make a bet that we know that they're not going to do anything good in the future because they've never done it.
Not under the current power structure. Not under the current power structure.
That's the same thing with that lady. You and me would never go upstairs with that lady because we know better.
Well, the thing that these billionaires care about is power, control, and money. And in order to hold on to their power and control, they need money. When you start to fuck with their money, then they start to lose their power and control. And if Donald Trump is causing people to check out of the economy, they will oust that motherfucker themselves. And if they keep trying to do what they're doing, which is essentially take over the world, or at least this part of the world, if that continues to fail because the people won't buy into this economy, then they will change. I don't know that the structure can change, but I'm only bringing that up because that is a counter to just full-on revolt. I don't know that you necessarily need that because to them taking their money to them taking their money is violence.
Yeah, and we all kept our money, then yes, that would be the only way. But it'd have to be at the same time. It would have to be for an extended amount of time. I don't know how many years, but it would definitely have to work. We would need millions and millions of people to say we're not giving you anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to, because if you continue to buy shit, that means you're supporting this country.
Yep.
If you look at this idea of violence, isn't poverty economic violence?
Well, yeah, it is. It becomes violence when you have the money to change it and you choose not to.
We do. It's a
I know. We definitely have the money. Yeah.
Poverty, homelessness. This is a policy choice. We just choose to have a 500 billionaire. We just choose to have a billionaire class. These are all policy decisions implemented on our society.
They're not right? May I speak, or do I need to be introduced?
Yeah, I mean, we've all been talking for a while. Go ahead, Ammo.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but it's how it's supposed to operate. Like, it's nothing's broken here. Like, this is exactly how the system was written and designed to operate. And it's designed to create this huge diversity or divisiveness between the elite and the not elite and the white and the not white. 100%. Our system is functioning exactly perfect. It is exactly operating at peak efficiency, doing exactly what it was always designed to do, and that is benefit rich people.
What system are you referring to?
Well, I mean, what is your point, though?
I was referencing, honestly, what he was saying earlier about I forget where his topic brought me to that. I'm so sorry, host. I'm so sorry. He said something that brought me to that.
Are you talking about Wordsmith?
No, Sensei said something. I'm sorry. Let me back up.
You're talking about, essentially, he said that was the global infrastructure.
Hey, it's the global. Yeah. Okay. So the infrastructure for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we'd probably all agree, that it was designed that way, but it was also designed to be changed, and so you can get out of that if they so choose. But so far, the people who have been in control have been benefiting from it. So why would they push the majority of people in the country to change? But now, see, the majority is starting to shrink as it relates to those who have been the ones benefiting from it. And so as they shrink, they start freaking out. Oh my God, we're getting overrun. Now we're no longer the majority. And so they're coming on that realization. And so they're fucking freaking out. Eventually, we're all going to be brown eventually.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
So, it's coming one way or the other. And I think that's really kind of what we're dealing with. The last gasp of a dying supremacy that, I imagine in 200 years when everybody in the world is fucking brown, maybe that goes away. I don't know. But
No, it won't. You know why? Because we'll find something else to divide ourselves
yeah,
over.
it's like he's wearing purple. That motherfucker.
People
There's
think
a
it's race,
purple
but
people eater.
You know,
Look
like
at
think
him.
about how crazy it gets. Like the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis. How about the Hutus and the Tutsis? They were all black, but they were killing each other for whatever little reason between their cultures.
That is
was
correct.
different.
You're 100%
We will
correct.
find something.
The different sects of Hasidic Jewish people.
Yeah,
attacking each other. Europeans attacking each other. But I mean, you're right. You're right.
Well, yeah, that's why you got people over there like like your boy Ibrahim, the guy in Burkina Faso. You know, people like him are terrible for our places like the United States, because he said, "Hey, let's just come together and combine our money, and we gonna sit back, and we're gonna let all our building and all our infrastructure, and we're gonna get back to the prominence of where we were, X amount of 400 or 500 years ago." And you got imperialistic countries that's like, nah, man, we rather unalive everybody before we allow you guys to self-govern yourself. Right?
And they can wait us out. And that's the thing. Whenever it comes down to it, Bill Gates, sorry, but somebody's going to end up taking all that land you bought. You got to.
Liberal. Yeah. Earlier you said it was designed for change. I'm assuming that it was for the U.S. Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Is that
but it's not really. It's very difficult.
Let me
go ahead, Sensei. Go ahead, Sensei.
If you look at any substance change that has happened in our country, it's always through violence. Always. And how much change has really occurred in this 250 years? There has been some. I mean, we can argue whether there's enough, obviously, but every substance change that happened in this country was met with violence, state-sanctioned violence against
we're dealing
us.
with that right now.
Yep. That's what I'm trying to say. This is nothing new, and it really discourages me when I hear people say these are Yahtzees, obviously. But this has been since the inception of our country.
But I felt like that was a rebuttal to something that I said. What made you bring that up?
Oh, because this idea of change. The cost of change is huge. It's possibly insurmountable in some situations. The cost of change is so great. It wasn't an easy thing to do. I mean, I'm not saying you implied it was easy. But the level of violence against the people, this is what we're looking at.
Sensei, you know another crazy thing? Like, it can be changed, all right? But it's very, very difficult to change. And I'm going to make a very poignant point right now. You know the last time that we changed it and it made a really, really big difference? The absolute last time we changed the Constitution? The 27th Amendment in 1992, 34 years ago. You know how important that amendment was? That amendment was because it stated that no local or state authority shall ever enact or legislate a law which would create a situation where Congress's pay decreased. That's all they cared about. That was an amendment to the Constitution. No one can ever decrease our pay.
That's crazy.
But what I'm referring to, I mean, you brought that up as great. What I'm referring to, substance change for the people. I care less about giving more power to government. Actually, I don't want that. I oppose many things. The government has enough power.
Well, that's what he's saying. What he's saying is that they're willing to make that change because it protects the interests of those who come in after that. But they're not willing to make a change to say, you know what, you can't enslave people and make them work for Victoria's Secrets from behind walls for 100,000 years.
Yes, I realize that. I agree with what Amma was saying. But the thing is, what I'm really referring to, I mean, maybe it's just a sarcastic response, which is okay.
No.
I mean, okay, it's the change for the betterment of society, not government officials, not a select few.
Yeah, they don't want to do that unless there's a. Well, you know what though, Emma, you remember you seen a bunch of movies, right? A bunch of movies where like the last movie we had, it was called Death Wish. You remember that was the remake for Bruce Willis? And
doesn't ring a bell.
So Bruce Willis made a remake of Death Wish, right? And so basically what it comes down to a guy being a vigilante, right? He's taking justice in his own hands, right? When you think about when you're dealing with a government that's willing to put everybody, its own citizens in harm's way, right? The United States is literally telling people that there's a certain amount of casualties that they're willing to accept in their own territories in order for the status quo of infrastructure that's already put in place to stay where it's at. They're not willing to negotiate and say, okay, well, these things don't seem to be working for the people. So let's go ahead and let's start working on those things for people. They're willing to say, you know what, we're willing to unalive 50 million of you guys or send you off to another country in order to keep the status quo the same. And when you have a country when you have the chief of staff that's posting this stuff or putting this stuff out there, you should know by basic, common sense that unless you are willing to go physically take back the land that you've been living on and try to rectify rules, you might as well just lay down and take it, man. Like, you might as well just live your life and hope that the next generation is going to be willing to do it, because they're just not going to allow it to go by a vote. They're not going to allow any change those days are over with, man. Those days are finished. Right now, the only thing they understand is the sword. They telling you they understand the sword because they went to Venezuela.
You take their money and their prized possessions and they pay attention.
Well, that's the thing. It was hard for us to come together and say we're not going to go spend no money unless it's on essentials, because people, they're comfortable, man.
Think about it. I feel like it'll be easier to get people to go out and start blasting with pew-pews than it will be to get them to stop buying shit. Think about how ridiculous that is. I mean,
that is crazy.
It is.
Me and you on the same page, Tim. I'm willing to say I'm not gonna spend no money over here unless I absolutely need it. And you got some people say, nah, man, that's gonna be too hard. But we can go there and bum rush the spot, though.
Motherfucker, I gotta have my subscriptions. I pay. No. It was only $2.99 a month. It said on Prime. How many of those do you have? I got 20 of them to get all of the channel. Like, motherfucker. Every time you turn around, you're getting like it's only $4.99 a month.
Well, here's the thing:
you get it, and then you fucking forget about it, and then 12 years later, you're like, "The fuck is this?
What
is
Ammo,
this?"
We've seen this. We've seen this story before in the 60s and 70s. Ammos with the Black Panthers, they were feeding their people. They didn't ask for no help. They were policing their neighborhoods.
We need the gangs to come out and really start doing some shit. I mean,
and they said, nah,
remember when the Crips and Bloods came together back in the fucking 90s, late 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, when Tupac was unalive, the Crips and Bloods made a truce for a little bit. And look, when I was there, them police officers were. Dude, you would have thought that God walked in front of them, the way they were so scared, because the Christian Bloods said, "Hey, man, we're not gonna fight each other. We're not gonna sell nothing in the hood. We're gonna try to combine ourselves." And then right at that moment, all you saw was all these pew-pews just showed up in boxes in the neighborhood. They were just showing up on the corner. They were giving out unlimited amount of funding to the to the liquor stores. It was crazy because they were like, we gotta calm this shit down now. And the only way we're gonna do this is make sure that they keep doing this. And then it worked. Because then they put riff in there. They put undercover police officers in there that caused riff, and they were unaliving certain gang members. So they would make it seem like this other gang started it, and then it just started a whole nother war, and that was the end of that.
There's a gang that actually did that. The Young Lords, the Puerto Rican gangs. It's exactly what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes. Look them up in Chicago. There were street thugs before this. Whatever. They're street thugs. But they turned political, supporting their community.
Yeah. I don't know anything about that. But I do know that if you have an organization such as a gang or something like that, as soon as they have a collective power for the embetterment of people and to go against their oppressor, it's gonna become a problem, man. They're gonna have to fight to exist. Because the United States citizens, they don't really have. We're not bred, and we don't have the ideology that we need to fight our government. We don't have that ideology. We have that ideology as if we can vote it away, we can disorganize, or we can go get donors. And now that we realize this is the first time in history right now, collectively, that people are realizing that this idea that you can go to a voting booth and change things is not as black and white as if we thought it was. It's one of the few times in history we've actually come to this realization. It's just not as black and white as we thought it was, and now people, the United States government doesn't like it. You know what I mean? They don't want you to be thinking about anything else other than giving them money for donations, making sure that you pay your property taxes, make sure you show up to work, and make sure that you comply when we come to your neighborhood and tell you to sit down and be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. It doesn't even, like, all it requires is reminding them to be afraid of the people. Because that's all they need to be reminded of. It doesn't even need to take a full-scale fucking revolt anyway. The moment they're reminded that there's more of us than they are them. Of course, I think they even know that. That's why they're doing all this crazy shit to scare the fuck out of everybody, you know?
Oh, yep.
It's like you're powerless to stop us. Look at us. Look at what we can do to you. We can shoot you in the fucking face after we get out of the way of the car, disarm you, and then shoot you.
You know it's bad. Well, you know it's bad when Republicans say, you know what? Yeah, you probably shouldn't have your Second Amendment right on this, at all when you go and protest in public. You know, when Kyle Rittenhouse was there, it was all good.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it was perfect.
It was different circumstances. Okay?
Yeah, he was a saint.
Different circumstances.
He was a saint.
I don't believe that tens of thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of protesters protesting in minus 20-degree weather. That's not fear.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're nice about it, they're not going to do
that's solidarity amongst people. This is pushing it back against the Trump regime or the ICE regime. And I mean, if people are afraid, they stay home.
Yeah.
Well, and when people start suffering too, that's more suffering is going to have to happen before people are going to be willing to put their lives at risk.
Well, that's true. That's 100%.
Yeah, and Americans really haven't suffered a whole lot compared to like other countries. Like we've never had bombs go off in the streets. You know what I mean? Like, I mean in terms of like being invaded or something. But Nadine, you are not on the panel. I do not see you on the panel. So you may drop. You go ahead and drop and then come back, because if you're talking, we don't hear you because I don't even see you on the panel. So I don't know what TikTok's on, but it's that's one of the tips of the stars on the David thing. It's doing what it's supposed to, which is fuck with us. Yeah, no, you dropped like a while back.
Yeah, I had a phone call.
That's why you said.
Back up.
You said it didn't kick me out, and I'm like, what are you talking about? You ain't on the panel.
Yeah, when I came back, I was still on the panel on my screen.
That's funny. Yeah, no.
But I have to tell you, when we're talking about protesting, you have to take your wins where you get them. The company that was going to sell or lease the land or the building to ICE in Oklahoma City got too many phone calls, and they backed out of the deal.
There you go. And now there's a I think it's a restaurant or a coffee shop or something in Minnesota that is it's going to be free for everybody, and it's going to be based on the donations that they receive.
Tim, hey Tim, here's just what this lady was talking about to parallel that. I'm pretty sure I don't know if you remember this. In Puerto Rico, 500,000 protesters shut down freeways and stayed there for a ridiculous amount of time. I'm talking about days and days and days and days to force the resignation of a governor. This happened and we didn't hear about this too much. It wasn't like it was common news, but this was this was reported in 2019. In July 2019, there was a report that came out that 500,000 people shut down lanes and freeways, and it basically went to the governor's mansion and said, "We ain't leaving ever until you walk out of there." And he resigned and he left.
And see, that's what it requires. Is too many people for them to be able to haul off and or kettle. Right. That's what it requires.
Like, if you look at this Oklahoma thing, we didn't have to protest. We just phoned. They got thousands and thousands of phone calls, and hundreds of people went to a city council meeting, and that's it. It's over now. Are they going to try somewhere else? Perhaps, but you have to be diligent. You have to stay on it. I mean, I lived in Pennsylvania in a little small area called the Slate Belt, and Walmart was not there. We had to drive 20 minutes in either direction to go to a Walmart. And they were like, we're going to put a Walmart smack here in this little valley between two mountains. And we said no. And when I tell you, it was almost a full-time job, but we kept Walmart out. And you can do the hard things if you all work together. And we kept ICE out of Oklahoma City, and I'm proud of that. And it took a lot of phone calls and emails, but nobody had to go stand in the cold. We didn't have to make signs. Sometimes you can get the jump on them ahead of the game. Like in Philadelphia, they're preparing for ICE to come to Philadelphia. ICE is going to go to Philadelphia. It's going to be a shit show.
Oh, it's going to be a disaster for them. They're not going
to. Because Philadelphia will burn your house down because their football team won the football game.
Yeah. Well, we also got to know that the government is willing to come in and do some really fucked up shit to exert its power, and I think that Donald Trump would be more than willing to do that because you can look back at the history of the bonus army. I'm sure you've heard of this, Nadine.
Yeah.
The bonus army were the veterans. They were supposed to get a stipend. I think, what was it? If your bonus was supposed to be less than $50, you would get paid immediately. But if it was more than that, you had to wait until like 1945 or whatever it was, like years and years down the road. And they were like, nah, bitch, these were veterans, just came out of World War II, I think it was. And there, I don't know what, 10 to 20,000 descended upon Washington, and they built those fucking shanty towns, called them, Hoovervilles, and they sent in the fucking military. I believe it was Patton or MacArthur. Let them send in the military, just bulldozed them, torched the fucking things, unalived a few of the veterans. Yeah, they're, and I don't remember who said it, but they were like, if you kill a couple of them, they become martyrs. But if you get a bunch of them, then that's an object lesson. So the government is willing to go after its own fucking veterans.
Well, that's what the ICE guy said. Did you see the one guy said, haven't you learned yet?
Right.
They're trying to use fear tactics. But we haven't learned yet, and we're not going to learn.
But, I guess the bonus to that is that the military can't, even if they send in the military, it's not going to be everywhere. It's not going to be everywhere. And if they send in the military, I think that'll be even way fucking worse. Like the response will be even more overwhelming, I think.
Yeah, they send in the military. You might as well just say, you know what? Y'all go get y'all pew-pew. We got ours, and let's have at it. So,
because then it's just going to devolve immediately.
Yeah, because guerrilla warfare, even America isn't the greatest when it comes to combating that. I don't think, ever won a war when it was just guerrilla warfare.
They've never won. Yeah,
Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. I mean, none of them.
Yeah, they got tore up every single time.
Yeah, the only war that we've ever won with guerrilla warfare was actually the Revolutionary War. That's exactly what we did.
And it was what we did. That's right. Exactly. Yeah, because they were like, okay, everybody, line up now. This is how you do it. This is the honorable way.
Right. Meanwhile, we're hiding in ditches.
What
and
are they doing?
Trees.
Look at these people over here. What? These people are crazy. There's only 4 of them. And then half of your fucking regiment is gone. It's like, these people, how dare they? This isn't honorable at all.
Yeah.
Well, hey Tim, so I got a question for you. What is the update with Iran in terms of I know the United States, as of a couple of days ago, they had moved in to like territory with like warships, right? What is the status on that?
We're at some point going to do something, but he just keeps changing the demands. The most recent demand that Trump has made is that they sign the nuclear deal that he backed out of, this dumbass. So in Iran, I don't think I think they're tired of playing the game, and they're even putting out their own propaganda. I think we'll attack them at some point. But Israel came out, and they said that we may end up going in there before the U.S. does. So it may be what happened before, where Israel starts bombing them, and then we go in after.
Well, yeah, because I was reading somewhere online where I was trying to find the resource though, because this guy was regurgitating something, and then so basically Iran was like, well, you guys can do whatever you want to do, but we're gonna continue we're gonna finish destroying that country because when they came to a ceasefire before. Half of that main city, I don't want to keep no names, it got destroyed, and it wasn't really televised. Nobody really knew about it, but apparently that ceasefire came because of that. Yeah. That's the reason why they stopped, because they were losing that battle like real fast. And Iran was like, yo, that's only a few of them. Like, you think, because they tore down the Iron Dome with like the first wave, and then Iran has sent them a message, said, man, we got about 20 or 30 more of these waves. Like, how far do you want to go? And then when they realized that half their main city was about to be destroyed, everybody started fleeing their country. And then they came up with this so-called idea of a ceasefire. And the ceasefire was really to give the country a way to rearm and kind of recalibrate their Iron Dome. Now, the thing that I was reading, he was basically saying that Iran threatened to go back to that point. Like, you bomb us, it's cool, but we're going to destroy that country because that's the closest to us.
Right.
So and they destroy them.
They fucked them up pretty hard. They fucked them up. I mean, it was, and then, the whole human shield crap that they always spew. It's like, motherfucker, you're like Iron Dome batteries, which are targets, military targets. You got them in the middle of fucking residential neighborhoods.
Yeah,
no,
hypocritical motherfuckers, man.
Well, part of the problem is if you look at Iran, you can't have they want nuclear electricity, and I have said for years, how about we solve this problem? Oh my God, problem solving. We'll build you a nuclear electrical plant. There you go.
Right.
Game over.
Yeah. Honestly,
they are an oil-rich, electricity-poor country, and that's a problem. They don't have gasoline. They don't refine their oil. They just sell it.
Yeah,
they don't have energy. They have a very poor energy structure. So give them an energy structure and win them to your side. No,
I believe them. Well, you know what? I wholeheartedly believe that the United States wants to go in there because they want to get there before China does.
Yes.
Because if China goes in there and it helps them build something, United States, that'll be like, because that's the last country left where they don't have any nuclear way to respond to us. But China getting there is going to be bad news.
I hope they get nuclear weapons.
I think
because
if you want nuclear weapons, have them.
Yeah,
if I have them, you can have them.
Yeah, it's amazing. The only country that's ever used them is the one going around. You can't have them, and you can't have them, and you can't have them.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you. I'll do what I want, bitch.
Right,
I love it though when MAGA comes up and I say that, and they're like, "Oh my God, you want Iran to have nuclear weapons?" Like acting like I'm some kind of terrorist. Like, motherfucker, the only terrorist I see in this scenario is the United States.
Well, so is China
terrorizing the world?
So is China and Russia, are they allies to Iran?
I mean, yes, but it doesn't appear that they really get involved too heavily. It's more of an economic, because they're all sanctioned and shit, so they use each other in order to bypass sanctions. That's, kind of a relationship of necessity. Which is kind of similar with Venezuela, and then we just started stealing, their oil and tankers and shit. Which, that is so gross to me. We just go and steal people's tank. Like, that is so weird. We're literal pirates now, guys.
But when you think about that, the United States used to be held up as like this paragon of virtue, which we never really deserved, let's be honest.
No.
But it's only a year. He's only been president a year, and look at we are the pariah of the world.
And it's not going to work out.
It's embarrassing. It's like, come on, man. I know we were shitty before, but do we have to be this shitty?
You know what's ironic, and this is not in defense of Trump, but I mean, it goes to show how much you can actually do. Here.
Look, hey, I can't build a refrigerator, but I can take a baseball bat to one and destroy it real fast.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to destroy something than it is to fucking build it,
Yeah.
So,
well, you know what though, and just so we can understand that the presidency itself as the United States, all these presidents have put their hands in the pot of unaliving innocent people and toppling regimes. Like the presidency, the office of the presidency of the United States is the problem. It's the office, right? Because obviously everybody that steps in this office has a problem, dude. They continuously unalive and take over other countries. They just won't stop. And that's both Bushes, you know what I'm saying, as Obama included. They all just refuse to stay out of other countries. It's just so weird. I'm like, dude, what's going on?
So what is the inherent problem?
That's what I'm saying. The problem is the president, the office of the presidency, right? It's the United States industrial complex of WAR is the problem, and the United States presidency is the facilitator of that problem.
Yeah, we got to restrict their ability to do stuff.
Yeah.
The presidential powers after this has to be reined in. Just fucking has to be.
Yeah,
because it's
unchecked. I mean, you know what I mean? It's unchecked because you got these and also we got to stop being influenced by the Mr. Knucklehead over there that just keep calling every couple of years. He comes over here and says, we got to go over here, we got to go over there, we got to do this, we got to do that. And for some reason, the United States is like, yeah, we agree, right? And then they say, well, it's for the act of freedom. And then they call Raytheon, they call all these other machines and say, hey, we need this, here's 20 billion for this and 5 billion for this. And then, it stimulates the economy for the United States because all these people have jobs and they go into this manufacturing boom of all these weapons. But at the same time, it's detrimental to the world. It doesn't do anything for the world.
Could the problem be that each president supports the exploitation of people?
Oh yeah,
especially of the global South.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the office of the presidency. It's kind of like if I say, Tim, you're gonna be the president, and we're gonna put you in. Now, this agreed upon thing that we talked about this before we put you in here. We need this to happen. If it doesn't happen, then this is what's about to happen to you. They're very clear about trust and believe. This the corporation of all Walmart, the CEO of Walmart is no different than the president of the United States. If they put you in as CEO, the board of directors are going to tell you, hey, this is what we expect. And this is what's going to happen if this is not complied with. And as much as we loved Obama here, he was this really good president to us. I assure you, he had that talk. Somebody sat down with him and said, hey, yo, this is what's going to happen with or without you, bruh. You better pick and choose.
I think it's more moneyed interest because you think about it, and these the generals and stuff, and the people at the top in the military and their lobbyists or whatever. When they come to the president, they want there to be problems so that they can use munitions, so that those companies can replace those munitions. And I think a lot of that has to do with that. So that may be why you end up with a president that didn't appear to be a warmonger and then gets in there and now he's surrounded by a bunch of people who are telling him this is terrible, this is you got to do this to save the American people. Our intelligence tells us that this if you don't do this, this country's gonna attack you, or
it's the talk that you gotta have, right? Tim, what would you do if you were making a bunch of money and you were making money hand over fist for 30 years and this new guy comes in here, you like him, you're going to have to talk with this guy and say, this is what we've been doing to make money. And you are going to comply with this, or I'm not going to put you in here. And this was going to happen. This is what I'm willing to do if you don't comply. This is the kind of conversations that all these politicians are having. This is why when you first become a senator or a congressman, when you come in your rookie year, your first year, they're going to tell you you're going to oppose everything that's Republican, and then the Republicans are going to oppose everything that's Democratic. It doesn't matter if it's better for the human race. They're just opposing each other because that's their job, is to figure out a way to cause rift. But when you're a leader of the free world, and these people got all this money tied into their economics, their stocks and bonds and all, dude, trust me, they're having a conversation with every single guy that touches that the office of presidency. Every single one of them are having a conversation with you.
Well, decades before Eisenhower warned us about the military-industrial complex, there's a man named Smedley Butler. And the corporate interests tried to recruit him. He was the highest-ranking Marine of his time, right? And I encourage people to learn more about Smedley Butler. They tried to recruit him to overthrow a coup against the U.S. government, but he resisted. Right, and he wrote a pamphlet, a short pamphlet called "War is a Racket." How the corporate interests use the U.S. military against all these places in the global South where he conquered, right? And I like I said, I implore people to learn more about Smedley Butler. 1920, we're talking 30 years at least before Eisenhower warned us about the military-industrial complex and what Smedley thought about what he did as the highest-ranking Marine of his time.
Okay. Interesting.
Chico, welcome in. I'm actually about to close up shop, but did you want to say something? Chico, you are mute. Yeah, what's up, man?
Whenever they go low, we go high.
Are you talking about marijuana? Asking for a friend.
Whenever they go low, we go high.
Whenever they go low, we get high.
Higher than a kite, baby. Higher than a kite.
Ray Day said, I just bought a shovel, boys? So no.
Okay, boys?
All right.
Get higher and higher, boys. What you need to do today.
Isn't that like a Nickelback song?
we got to get out of reality at some point. I mean, MAGA exists in an alternate universe, so why can't we go there too?
Fuck yeah, man. Go to the moon, boys, today, right now.
That's what the mushrooms are for.
What do you think I'm doing? Go to the moon, boys.
We can tell.
Why is my wall melting right now? I don't get it.
I'm eating nachos and I'm high as a kite.
I got one even better than nachos, man. Right here. Cocoa dusted motherfucking truffles, biatch. Oh, it's so good. Rich velvety cocoa ganache rolled in cocoa powder.
Oh man, that's funny.
That is yeah.
I got a little Rotel, little Velveeta.
You can dip it in the cheese. It's probably still good.
Wait, Tim. Wasn't that manufactured in Israel?
Now
he's checking.
I don't know. I'm checking to see if it's kosher or not.
Okay, boys.
Rabbi Shmuley. No wonder why they're so phallic in visual.
And they cost hella money too.
Let's see. It contains milk and soy. Oh, okay. So I'm a soy boy now. It doesn't say where they were made. Distributed in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Okay.
Which makes sense because it's, Sam's Club product. I don't know. It doesn't say where they're made. It's fucking delicious. Oh, man. Thinking of that, I just want to put another one in the Chico. He's like, okay, I'm going to go eat my nachos.
Oh yeah, he finna go and enjoy it to the max.
As soon as he started talking, I'm like, this dude's drunk.
Oh, he's so up. Yeah.
I don't think I don't think he was drunk. Oh, Milk is here. I haven't seen Milk in a while. What's up, Milk?
Howdy. How are you?
Doing all right, man. Did you see the truffles?
Nope.
Oh, you missed it.
I did. I gained another pound.
Well, Milk is wearing a suit now. Milk got a promotion.
Yeah. Thank you, Milk, for bringing these delicious, treats. Somebody had to milk a cow to get it.
You're welcome.
Anyway, what's up, man?
Not much. You doing okay?
Yeah, just hanging in there.
Yeah.
You got to report back to your crew?
I see. No, I mean, I don't really run with like a huge crew. I just try and be friendly to who I can. I see you got a new setup.
Do I? What do you mean?
I mean,
like my
maybe
background?
you're using a green screen, I guess, before.
Well, the other setup is in my office, which is separate from my house. I'm actually in my house right now.
It kind of sounds like an ex having a conversation. So what have you been up to?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen Liberal in a while. I just wanted to say hi and just, see how he's doing.
Well, I mean,
He's
I've been
gaining
here.
weight from eating truffles.
That's true. That's true. I'm trying to pack it away because the apocalypse is coming and I need to last as long as possible.
You have no idea how true that is, man. It's coming, and it's coming soon.
Yeah, with gold about to hit 6,000, I mean, bread's going to cost how much?
Listen, gold is where it's at, but silver's getting ready to explode.
Silver already has. It was at 25 a year ago. Now it's 100 and what?
17 or something, I think,
117.
yesterday.
It's more than 4 times as much.
Yeah, let's see.
It's just the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
Oh, speaking of the tip of the iceberg, I just want to get your thoughts on this. You might appreciate it, maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Tip of the iceberg. Where's it at? Here we go. Okay, here we go. I got it. Let me pull this up for you so you can see. Right there. Just the tip of the iceberg. What do you think of that?
What is that, a big middle finger?
It's just the tip. Wait. Are you not familiar with what happened to the ICE officer? He got his finger chewed off by a protester.
Wait, what? Where? When?
I think it was in Minnesota. Apparently, one of them was trying to take the mask off of one of the protesters, and they bit down on his finger.
I'm so tired of this shit out in Minnesota. There's just so much shit going wrong from every angle, and it's not even funny anymore.
It isn't.
Well, they're not police, okay? They're
federal agents.
Immigration and customs enforcement. That's all they are. They don't have any policing abilities. They don't respond to crimes. If you have a bank being robbed in front of you, they're not going to go and stop it.
If it impedes their investigation, they will. And that's just the truth.
Yeah, well, only if there's migrants working in the bank.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they're talking about pulling back out of Minnesota. I was just reading
I've heard
that
the opposite.
today.
I've heard Tim Walz is actually cooperating with Trump, and they're cooperating together, and they're getting local PD in on it.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Let's see here. I may have closed it.
Hey, every day it changes. Yesterday he was talking about sending more troops there.
Yeah, I heard Bavino, basically, or however you pronounce his name, he got relocated to California or whatever. Basically got took off the Minnesota case.
Yes, that is true. And so here you go. So this was... Okay, I get it. Fucking hell, just let me man, fuck these paywall motherfuckers. Cocksuckers.
Yeah, I could understand the argument with Renee Good, but I really do believe that Alex Preddy was just murdered. I mean,
Straight up.
you disarm a guy. He's in the fetal position, poses no physical threat whatsoever, and he gets shot.
And he keeps getting the shit made out of him with whatever that guy was holding. I think it was a canister.
Yeah, I took real issue with that Alex Preddy incident. It was very tragic.
Yeah, it's I mean, it is weird because like they're throwing out like this video from 11 days ago, I guess, of Alex like kicking the taillight, and I'm like, you know, even if he could have robbed 12 12 convenience stores, didn't have any effect or on what he did today. Aside from the fact that if it did have something to do with him being shot, that means that they were like, maybe they remembered him. And they're like, well, we didn't get him last time. We're going to get him this time.
Yeah, that's the only... I mean, you kind of have to ask that question if something unreasonable happens, like him getting, shot multiple times. You have to ask yourself, right, did the same exact officers know of him, know of his history, or is it the same officers that shot him? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
I doubt it.
It's so weird because that got shared around the last couple of days, that the taillight video. But it's like, are you telling me that this guy kicks the taillight and breaks a federal vehicle and isn't arrested? That's what they're saying, that ICE officers then retreated after he did that. And I'm like, I don't know. That seems like bullshit to me, that they wouldn't arrest the guy for breaking their shit.
Yeah,
almost sounds like AI.
Well, no, I've looked at the video extensively, and I really don't believe it's AI whatsoever. There's too many things that are reality-esque.
Yeah, I mean,
with the murder.
The small in AI, there's small details, like background details, that you can easily attribute to AI. That was not consistent in this video.
Yeah, I mean, and we could assume that it's true, but it still doesn't change the just absolute atrociousness of that shit and what they did. It's crazy, man.
Did you hear today that Trump is talking again that we need Greenland to protect us from Russia? Do you remember a movie called War Games?
Yeah, I didn't have. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the 3D map, you'll notice that the shortest distance from Russia to the United States is over the Arctic.
Right.
It's not
on the other side of the. Yeah, it's on the other side of the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it has nothing to do with Greenland.
I mean, ask Sarah Palin. She'll tell you she can see Russia from her front porch.
Well, then she could go live there.
I don't agree with what he's doing, but it's more than just military. It's also economic, because that is going to totally open up as we continue to exist with global warming or climate change, whatever you want to call it. It's going to open up all kinds of new shipping alleys up there, and we're going to have to monitor them, and we're going to have Navy boats on them, because we're going to be competing for them with Russia and China. I'm not saying I agree with it, but there's economic and strategic. I do understand part of it.
Okay, but nobody is preventing us from opening up an oil well or digging for minerals. Nobody's preventing us from leasing the land or whatever to do what we want to do to get what we want out of there. Nobody's preventing us from moving there.
Yeah, that is true.
So what is the purpose of owning
sovereignty?
Greenland?
He wants sovereignty so that they can't tell him, because if you put a base in somebody else's country, that you have to do what they tell you you're allowed to do. Like, we couldn't just build a military base in, let's say,
we have bases there.
I'm talking, but we don't have sovereignty. That's what you're not hearing. Sovereignty.
Well, we don't have sovereignty in China either. We don't have sovereignty in Russia.
I wanted to add real quick, liberal loudmouth, the original video that was uploaded for that Alex Preddy kicking at the tail light, it was uploaded way, way, way before he had ever gotten shot. literal like over a week before. It was about 8 days before. There's YouTube video evidence if you go look for the original video, and it's clear as day. It's about a 19-20 minute video of the interaction, and it's that's one of the main key pieces on why I don't think it was AI.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
matter.
I believe that it's real. I'm not going to question it because it doesn't even change the outcome of what happened the other day to the guy. You know,
it
even
really
if he did
change.
do that,
You're exactly right.
Right?
Yeah, you're exactly
it really
right.
doesn't
That's
matter.
still not justification. Yeah, it's not justification
Yeah.
for him losing his life under no circumstance, no context. Should have that man ever lost his life in that interaction?
Right. Yeah. And then, you know, Trump being like, you can't bring a gun to a protest. Like, bitch, what? What are you talking about? Do you know what country you're in, sir?
Exactly. Well, what about
fuck?
Cliven and Amon Bundy
Right.
3 years ago were out on the Nevada highway protesting grazing rights, and they had 40 of their followers all carrying M4 carbines.
Yeah, and they had some of them take over the damn federal building, that little outpost out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And they waited them out and waited until they left to shoot them, which I thought was, you know, weird. I think they ended up killing one of them, right?
They did. They 100% did.
Which, you know, I mean, like, damn, you let them stay there for, what was it, a week? Maybe 2 weeks?
It was something like Ruby Ridge kind of thing.
Yeah, and then they leave. And then you kill them after they've left, I guess, to go get more supplies.
But don't bring your firearms to protest.
Right. I don't know. I don't remember if the guy actually shot at federal agents or not. I'm not.
I think one of them did open fire.
I'll go look. Hang on one second. Hang on.
Not Alex. Not Alex.
Yeah, no, not Alex. I'm just saying, like, the contradictory, you know, behavior that the government shows is, you know.
Well, it's straight up an execution.
Yeah.
Cliven Bundy is a clear example of what privilege looks like in America. Because if you recall in 1985 in Philadelphia, right, what did they do to the MOVE organization?
They bombed them.
They literally unallied, bombing, like you just said, black U.S. citizens. That is our government.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about earlier, the Bodas Army. They sent in the military and killed veterans from a war that they literally just fought. And they just wanted their money. They were like J.G. Wentworth and the shit out of Herbert Hoover. It's my money and I want it now.
I mean, the bottom line is we cannot, we have to keep the pressure on. And I know I keep saying that, but you can't. The government can't murder citizens in the streets. It can't kill women behind the wheel of their car. You can't kill men standing on the sidewalk protecting women from thugs. They are the Gestapo. I mean, call them what you want, but that's what they are. Yeah, by definition. Look up the definition. That's what they are.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you know, ICE still has to do its job. HSI still has to do its job. These agencies have jobs, and their jobs are righteous. But what Donald Trump has done is lost the trust of the public. And so now they can't effectively, right. But that's my point, is that they can't really do their jobs in the way that they should be doing them because he lost their trust. So even from now on, even if somebody, for example, the Zips thing, when they were going after Arizona, that could have been a righteous investigation that they did into Zips. But because of what they're doing in Minnesota, everybody now automatically starts protesting because they don't trust them to be doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's not that they lost it. It's just that they never had it, especially in Minnesota. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't. With people specifically from Minnesota, there was no trust ever. They don't like him. They hate every bone in his body. He's the most awaited obituary in the entire world.
That's the truth.
And it sucks. It sucks. It really does suck. At least from my perspective, because I see Trump as trying to do his best for the betterment of America, even though a lot of people will disagree, right? But I do think there needs to be some sort of consequence or repercussion for ICE in Minnesota, because you just can't do that. What happened in Alex's case is it just looked like they lost their emotional control, whooped out a gun, and shot the dude. Right? That can't happen. Under no circumstance can
But
that
that's
happen.
what happened to Renee Good.
Well, with Renee
They were
Good,
being
you
needled
can
and needled
argue.
and needled, and then she said, "Listen, I'm not even mad at you, dude." And he called her a bitch, and he did not get hit by a car, and he wasn't bumped by her car. He shot her point blank, and then walked away, calling her a bitch under his breath. That's murder.
There's a few things with Renee Good. Okay, so one, you can look up proper protocol, but you're not supposed to put yourself in front of a vehicle, especially a moving vehicle, right? That's just not where you're supposed to be. So the spatial awareness on that guy's part was probably not the best. That being said, he did get hit. He did get bumped. I don't know what the narrative is of this of her not hitting the guy. He clearly got bumped from the back angle. You can see him like move backwards. Now, whether he got the broken rib or whatever and went to the hospital, I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Nick.
I seriously doubt
he
it.
crossed over. He was filming her. He was on the passenger side of the vehicle holding his phone. He switched his phone to his other hand so he could pull out his weapon, crossed in front of her car, and she was talking to the other agent.
Yeah, because keep in mind he had made 2 trips around the car, so he had already gone around the front of the car, went all the way back around the back, and that was when the spouse started engaging with him, and of course, she was a lot more amped up than Renee was, and then he went back, and whenever she said, "Well, you come at us," or "What are you going to do?" or something like that, when she said that, that's when he switched his phone, because I think that was the moment he realized, I'm gonna fucking do something.
When he switched his phone into his other hand to withdraw his weapon, that's premeditation. He murdered her, and he did that before he was in front of her.
And because think about it this way.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, Milk, because think about it this way. You can watch that video, and you do see him lean over the hood. So, and you see him sidestep before she starts really going forward. He could tell what she was doing. And you can see, you can see her in his own camera, like turning the wheel like that. So he could see what she was doing. He kind of sidesteps and then leans over. And in my view, what I'm looking at is the guy trying to get his gun as close to her face as he can. And he puts it right into the windshield. That's how I'm looking at that.
Yeah,
I mean, and you can.
But what I saw is the guy get hit with like the woman's left like fender or like the hood, him bump off to the side, and then him draw his weapon. So
the only way he got hit by her car is if after he shot her dead, she accidentally hit him with her dead body.
Well, his body did turn her.
He turned the wheel away. She
was
trying to go down the street in the opposite direction, which is what she was doing from the beginning.
His body did touch her vehicle, but my contention is that he put his body up over the hood, and you see him, he sidesteps. You can see him. He moves to the side to make sure he's at that quarter panel so that he's, if she does go forward, he can get out of the way. Realizing that, now I'm going to get out of the way of this car because, I don't want to get run over. But then he leans over, and you can see at one point this dude is like at a fucking almost, he's literally like this, pointing his gun right into the windshield.
Yeah, and that's the only connection he had to her car is when he leaned across the hood to shoot her dead.
When I watch that, it's when you're watching like the Kansas City Chiefs and you see Patrick Mahomes roll out of the pocket and he's about to run out of bounds, but then he just kind of like stops running and hopes that he gets hit out of bounds. Yeah, he hopes he gets hit so he can get like a personal foul penalty.
Right.
That's what that whole clip reminded me of, is because he got hit because he leaned into it, and the car only was going 1 to 2 miles an hour when it touched his body, because he was leaning on the car.
Yeah.
The car didn't speed up until her body slumped because she was unalive.
Yeah.
Right, and that's a great comparison there, because Essentially, that's what he did, and there are documents, and he was an ICE agent at the time. There are documents from 2014 that they found where there was an internal investigation in what those ICE agents were doing. Of course, it's not policy, but it's what they were doing collectively, is putting themselves in a situation to give them the ability to fire at those people. And vehicles was one of the things that they were doing. They would place themselves in front of the cars in order to give themselves, the excuse for shooting somebody. And this was back in 2014.
Yeah, I just don't want to see people die, man. It just really sucks.
Oh, for sure.
Well, because Renee Good is a citizen. They shouldn't have been interacting with her. Except that here's the bottom line: people do not want this to happen. I know there are a group of people that, and yes, I am all for it. Go get people who have violated the law, who are violent criminals. But let's not pretend for 1 minute that when you're getting a roof on your house, you're going to go to the Home Depot and get the undocumented people to put a $6,000 roof on your house instead of paying the roofing company for a $12,000 roof. And if you're going to tell me that's not true, I'm going to call you a liar and take you to the Home Depot at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday and show you all the people, all the Trump voters lined up to get their undocumented migrants to get a cheap roof on their house. So true. You can't have it both ways.
The thing is, though, is we got to stop pretending that it's about immigration.
It's about
the
power.
Reason why they're not in Minnesota for immigration. They're in Minnesota so that they can get the voter registration.
Yep.
So that they can intimidate Minnesota and Maine and any other blue state that they want, because they know that they're not going to win the midterms if it's a free and fair election.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, that's why they went into Georgia. We were talking about that early on. This is something we've never seen in the history of the U.S. is them going in like that and taking voter, because now they have the ballots, so they know who voted for who in Georgia, in Fulton
And don't
County.
think that ICE isn't coming to their house.
Right. And now you make yourself a list, and you got all the fucking face scans, and you've got their social media, and you've got their their IRS documents and everything else.
They can come in your house without a warrant. That's what they said. We can come in your house without a warrant.
Yeah, and let me show you this, Milk. I don't know if this was widespread because Raw shared it, and I'm not sure if it was actually Raw's video or not. But look at what they're doing, and this is, I don't know, this is fucked up. This is in Arizona where the protesters came out because of zips. Watch what they do, these fucking agents in the truck.
What exactly is zips?
It's like a sports bar and grill in Arizona. I guess it's big down there, but, probably not nationwide. You see that shit?
Oh my God.
Could you see what they did? Let me rewind. Yeah, let me rewind again.
By pepper spray?
Yep.
Oh my God.
And see, they keep doing shit like that. This is like the fourth video I've seen of them doing that to people. Like, one of them, they were coming out of a parking lot, and somebody's standing on the sidewalk, where the driveway like goes into the road, and then so where the sidewalk merges. A person's standing there videoing, and then they just roll down the window. They stop before they go onto the road, roll down the window, all up in that person's face, roll up the window and take off. It's like,
because they're trying to instigate violence. They want there to be violence because they want to send in with guns blazing the United States Marines.
Right.
And then it's Kent State times 1,000.
Well, nobody wants to see Americans get unalived more than MAGAs.
Yes.
And Trump like cultists. Because I think there's Trump supporters and then there's Trump cultists. The supporters are the ones that are like, hey, Alex Preddy got, he did not deserve what happened to him. And then you have the cultists that will defend ICE no matter what. And at the end of the day, you can say it's the wrong answer, but people need to stop bringing signs to protests. They need to start bringing other things to intimidate ICE back.
100%.
Like, you don't need to point it at ICE. You don't need to let off any rounds. but you need to know we're done being walked all over by this tyrannical government.
We're done being murdered.
Kyle Rittenhouse the shit out of it. Be like, I'm protecting my community with this gun that's bigger than me.
100%.
I don't really appreciate.
The Black Panthers in the 1960s showed us what to do, and they're doing it again.
Yep.
Well, the Black Panthers are starting to make a resurgence in Philly, and they're just like, fucking send them.
What exactly is that, Sensei? Is that taking over hospitals and occupying them? What exactly does that look like?
What?
Because that's exactly what they did in 1970.
Also, sat around or marched around with their legally acquired weapons is a show of force. In a defensive manner, should I add.
What? What are you saying, Sensei?
He's saying that they would also walk around with their legally owned firearms in a show of force with a defensive mindset.
That flies right into the theory. I love the conservative theory that the Second Amendment is to protect us from a tyrannical government, which is 100% bullshit. It was security for the state because we didn't have police and armies. There was not enough military to protect the frontier from the dragons and whatever else was out there because we didn't know. But I can 100% will take that and spin it on its head if that's what you believe. You've been telling me that my whole life. So, okay, the tyrannical government is here, and call Kyle Rittenhouse and his friends because they need to save us from the tyrannical government.
Yeah,
or maybe we have to save ourselves.
So I would have to say, sorry, I'm new here. Do I need to introduce myself first? He let me up, and then someone let me up, and then liberal left.
No, you're good. But I'm just saying Rittenhouse was a completely different context. That was civilian on civilian, and he was being charged, right?
Well, he also obtained that he was 17 at the time, so he was illegally carrying that firearm.
These people are acting as legal federal
So he wasn't supposed to have the AR-15. He transported it across state lines. He wasn't old enough to have it. But I would just like to say for people who believe in the Second Amendment, I do. When the NRA comes out and backs people who other people want to call crazy liberals, then maybe you're on the wrong side.
Yeah, and they did. They came out and said what happened to him was wrong. He illegally was carrying that weapon, and when the NRA is on the side, the man murdered by the government.
Are we talking about Rittenhouse, or who are we talking about?
Rittenhouse was a 17-year-old underage to carry that firearm. Plus, he obtained it through a straw purchase, which is illegal in itself. And he carried it over state lines.
Can you prove it was illegal for him to carry that gun at that specific time?
His age.
He's 17.
No, prove it.
He's not supposed to have it.
No, prove it.
You don't have to prove it.
Cite it.
It's law, dude.
It's the law.
What law? Cite it.
It's the law.
Well, I'll look it up, but I wanted to make a point.
You all saying it's law. What law?
I'll look it up because I actually I don't think that he was legally prohibited from having that firearm at 17. I don't believe he was. But I'll look it up. But I did want to say that, like the Black Panthers, that was while I was gone, you guys were talking about. I was in the 60s, I think. California used to be open carry. Okay. They used to be open carry. I think it was 1967 is when this happened. And then Black Panthers come in I think it was in Sacramento, and within months, they passed what was called the Mulford Act. I think that was the name of it. And they stopped open carry because of that. So, yeah, that's what Black Panthers, tried to do what everybody else claimed that you could do as an American, and the government was like, not those people.
Right. So there's the racism floats up.
Right.
Hey, liberal. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Please look up the age limit for purchasing and carrying an AR-15.
Okay, so in the state of Wisconsin, I could give you the law, so I always look stuff up. So he personally could not purchase it legally. So you can't do it unless you're over the age of 18. So what he did is had a friend, Dominic Black, purchase it for him and give it to him. Okay. And Wisconsin law, technically, in Wisconsin law, it is possession of a dangerous weapon by someone under the age of 18 is a misdemeanor. But they dropped that from the charges that they had against him. So he was not supposed to have it because he made a straw purchase. Like, I can't have, well, I can, but like I can purchase weapons. But if I was younger, I can't go out and purchase whatever I want. Now, a parent could purchase it for me. That would have been legal. But he had a friend do it for him. And then again, it's a misdemeanor for someone under the 18 to have a dangerous weapon.
I think it's even
I think, though, it's considered a rifle, and there are exemptions in that law for rifles. Right. So I think it's a handgun and some other arm that you're not allowed to have as a 17-year-old. And so to us, we look at that and we think military style, whatever. But I think legally there was an exemption for that, I believe, because I just remember looking it up at the time, because I was like, damn, that just seems weird that we allow a 17-year-old to like walk around with this big ass, pew pew. Can't even go buy a beer, but you can carry around. It just seems weird. I don't know.
Well, I'm looking at it
right now. Technically, so yes, you're absolutely right, Loudmouth. Long guns, like rifles, and
it was short barrel.
Shotguns.
Yeah, exactly. Short barrel. It was short barrel.
So I bought an AR-15. I don't know, about 6 months ago, and they ask you, like, are you buying this for yourself? And it's like, yes, I am. And if you're not, and if I were to say no, I'm buying it for a 17-year-old, I would have been able to buy the gun.
Yeah.
Like, it's because that's a problem is these straw purchases. So the person that bought it and him, it's illegal. He shouldn't have had it.
Now, if his parents would have bought it for him, that is legal because you can give your child a long gun and a rifle. It's completely different.
Are you allowed to drive?
Ownership still has to be 18. That's a federal law on all shotgun, whatever we're gonna call them.
Well, he didn't own the gun.
I realize that.
It's
goddamn.
It's a technicality because technically.
Okay, there are situations where minors can use for hunting purposes, not ownership, but be in the possession of.
It depends on what the parent does, because the parent can give them permit. So it gets dicey, right? Depending on the state you live in. So like in Florida, you can gift your 14, 15-year-old. I have to look it up again. You can give them a long gun as a gift. So now it's theirs, but it came from a parent. So that's
Wisconsin law allows minors ages 16 or 17 to possess long guns that are not short barreled. So there's a specific exemption in Wisconsin specifically.
Possess but not own, not purchase.
Listen to what you said. Possession versus ownership.
Which is weird, isn't it?
And why are you all still bringing up ownership when it's not?
That is weird.
That is weird.
Because it's like if you own it, you might be familiar with it and you might know how to use it, but just being in possession of it means that you may not know how to use it. In his case, I mean, he knew how to use it, but I believe he had training and stuff.
He knew how to use it because he fucking unalived those crazies.
Well, I'm not talking specific to his situation. I'm just saying the law in general. It's weird that like you can't own it, but you can have one.
So in the state of Florida,
it's strange, isn't it?
It's the saying possession. What's the saying? Possession is 1/3 or 10/10 of the law. What's the saying? I'm sorry.
9/10.
9/10.
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
So in the state of Florida, prior to it being like an open carry or whatever the heck we call it now, to get your concealed carry, it's a 4-hour class. You don't even have to own a gun. You don't have to show proficiency. Yeah. You don't have to show that you know what a gun looks like. So that's our concealed carry class, or was at least. So they don't care about possession. It's ownership that they care about for some reason. So it's just, this is why, like, I believe in 2A. I have a pew myself. However, I think some people shouldn't have them. And I think we should have a federal standard, just a standard. Doesn't have to be too tough. All the states can make their own tough stuff. But just like we have a federal thing where you can check people for basic background stuff, and that's it. And then the states can do what they will after that. But I don't see why it's varies so much from state to state.
You know,
Yeah, I don't know why.
I really think
remember-
that we should have like a license. Every state has a license. You have a driver's license. I don't think it should be any different. It should be national because we are a mobile society. I could move to any state I want right now.
Right.
I could get in my car and now I'm going to go rent an apartment in Wyoming. And so we need to have a national because people move nationally and it needs to be a license. You need to show proficiency. If I wanted to go buy an AK-47, and I don't know anything about it. I'm going to buy a flamethrower, but I don't know how to use it. You can't do that. That's dangerous.
Do you know you can?
Henchmanades. You're not allowed to have henchmanades. You know, you weren't even allowed to own a cannon back in the day.
I'm going to give me a tank, y'all. I'm going to give me a tank.
I'm going to give me a Black Hawk helicopter when I win the lottery.
I'll figure out how to drive that tank once I'm inside it. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. But you can. Okay, I don't know if the law's changed. It might. Years ago, how many years ago was this? Man, I want to say 10 years, maybe more. Elon Musk made a flamethrower. The thing is, it only went out so far. So you can have one, it just can't go past X amount of feet.
Right.
Wow. So you can go buy one.
It's not a military issued flamethrower. It's a private, you know, this is my broader point, you know, all throughout history and the Second Amendment briefly. Hi guys, I'm Zach. I'm 39. I'm from Chicago.
What's up, man?
I'm a leftist, right? But here's my point with the Second Amendment, briefly, 10 seconds. The founders never envisioned, the idea was never that we were going to have pew-pews that could compete with the military if they were called up to a certain extent. And that remains the same today. I'm sorry. Even if you go and get an AR or whatever, we cannot compete. So this whole idea that the Second Amendment is to protect us from the government has always been a lie.
Well, I mean,
it's never been the case.
It used to be the case where if you were of 16 years old and older, you had to have a certain amount of dry powder and ball at your, available to you. It was a requirement.
For a well-regulated militia. Right, for a well-regulated militia.
Yes, we didn't have a standing army. So if
we don't have a militia anymore.
At any point, if you're called upon, you'd have that shit ready to go, in case the government needed you. But we have a standing army, so it does change the dynamic. Although I'll say, I'm okay with the Second Amendment, but I'm like somebody who has taken training courses for concealed carry in the past when it was required. Everybody needs to go and fucking do that. And I'm okay with the regulation saying that you have to, because you need to know how to draw that fucker. You need to know how to shoot that fucker. Otherwise, you're just a bumbling idiot with a fucking thing that can kill you and somebody else.
Yeah.
Right. Agreed.
So here in Florida, when I took, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to suggest if anybody has considered such a thing, you should do it now, because now they're going to start saying, well, you can't do it here and you can't do it there, because it's okay in the reverse. But then when the liberal protesters are coming after conservative, then it's a problem. So if you were looking for something, go buy it this week, because you might not be able to soon.
They're going to pass a law that says you can't have a firearm if your hair is any other color than natural, and if you have a septum ring, you can't have.
You're going to have to show your voter registration card.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. If that were to be like a public vote, I would 100% vote in the affirmative. Like, if you have some sort of thing going on that you might be a little even potentially crazy, you're done.
So in Florida, that should be part of the licensing. The federal licensing should include periodic testing. You have to present yourself every 5 years. Or did you turn crazy? Oh, you did. Where you can't have that anymore. Sorry.
Sorry.
Constitutionally, fundamentally, here's my argument. If you want something beyond a hunting apparatus, right? Something that is classified and should be classified as something for hunting, because maybe that's what you do, and I want to celebrate that. If you want anything beyond something like that, you need to be in a militia sanctioned by the state, a state militia.
100%.
I would also agree.
That would solve most of the problems.
To expand on that, I understand people like to collect guns, right? They like to collect pew-pews. However, if you have 15 AR-15s, potentially we need to make sure you're okay. You know what I mean? Like, how many is too many at that point? And I mean, I get it. Some people love to collect them, and that's fine. But one of the things I want to talk about the concealed carry, I'm not sure what state you're in, Liberal, but so in Florida, so it's called man, I'm going to say the wrong.
Reciprocity.
There we go. So reciprocity for Florida is only certain states, because before the the requirements to get your concealed carry were so low, most states were like, no, we're not going to let you carry here. Where in other states, once you get it from that state, many other states will accept it as a license in that state. So there has to be, like Nadine was saying, like a guideline. Like, why isn't there just a base guideline for something like a concealed carry where you are already getting a license for it? Like, we're not adding anything new. Why isn't there just a baseline?
Yeah, or take that ability from states and say it's a federal thing because it's a constitutional right.
It's a constitutional right, and because we are a very fluid society. Back in the 1700s, people generally didn't decide to move to Texas from Virginia because it seemed like a good idea.
Earlier, somebody brought up hunting for hunting purposes. Generally speaking, for hunting purposes, you're looking at bolt action long arms.
Correct.
So this idea of a magazine, like an AR-15 or an AK-47, both. I don't know if you can say these words. I'm sorry, but like both of those are utilized.
You can now that the I country has taken over.
Okay, great. So both of those types of weapon, even though they're not military grade, both those types of weapons utilize the magazine feeding system.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I was a hunter, Tim, and my father fed all of my whole family with his guns. He hunted elk, and he hunted deer and bear. He had a 308 to take down bear, and he had a 22 for birds because pheasant and turkeys. But he also did have a handgun. And I remember I asked him, I was like, well, but why? You can't hunt with it. He's like, listen, if I can't drop that bear in 2 shots, he said, this is for me, because I don't want that. And,
maybe you shouldn't be out there in bear country.
If I want to hunt, food with a machine gun, I should be allowed to. So what if there's not much meat left? There's some meat left, okay?
No, I think that's foolishness. But if you can,
and then walk towards where you've sprayed and something has died. Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
But it's just like a spray left, like on the ground, like something exploded. You're like, that's what I got.
I took a tree down.
I mean, all you need is a shotty. All you really need is a shotty. Like a big good double barrel. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but for me, again, briefly, it's the caliber of the weapon and what is the purpose of said weapon. Right? Is the purpose of the weapon for hunting? I don't even mind, hand pew-pews, right? In terms of the constitutionality in the Supreme Court, I don't mind that either. But again, once you start getting into semi-schmotto, right? Once you start getting into that, it transcends the difference between a weapon used to take out a lot of bodies versus a weapon used for hunting.
Yes.
Final note is, as progressive and leftist and kind of anti, NRA guy that I am, I don't want the government asking every fire or pew-pew owner to have a mental exam every year. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that.
Nadine, what you said made me laugh so hard. I've had an interesting day today, and the image in my head of like someone like from the 1800s just sitting there going, I think I'm going to walk myself to Alabama.
Yep,
today.
We've decided, load up the wagon, Marge. We're going to Texas.
And I better get that permit
that is funny.
to take with me so I can have my long gun with me. I mean, it just made me laugh. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Speaking of that, something else that has irritated me is that if you travel between, for example, Mississippi and Oklahoma, there is something that is legal in those states that isn't legal in Arkansas. Right? So you have to travel through Arkansas, but the thing you're carrying with you is not legal in that state, even though your destination it's legal and the origination point is legal. Shouldn't we have a law that says that if you're traveling through and you're not stopping for any length of time, that if it's legal in both of the places that you're going to, that you're allowed to have it?
I think there is, but I don't know what it is. It's a transport to legally transport, but I don't know for sure what it is.
But I think you have to get special permission, don't you, Nadine, for the legal transport
That's what
part?
I said. I don't know. I know my father, when he used to, because my father hunted in Wyoming and we lived in New Jersey. So my father would travel to Wyoming.
Now that's not related to pew-pews, right? I'm talking about No. My point was talking about substances that are legal in both states, but it's not legal in the state that you're driving through. I think it's bullshit because it's like now I can't bring it with me because if I get pulled over, I can get thrown in fucking jail for 10 years for something. It's weird.
Yes, I think if you have the right to use it and where you're going and what you have, I think then it should be fine, right? Especially since most of the states aren't like open. It's usually for medical purposes, right? So you have an ID that says that medically you can have this. So, but I think people don't realize sometimes that it's still federally illegal. So if someone wanted to be an asshole, I'm sorry if you can cuss on here. I cuss a lot, so I'm sorry. If someone wanted to be a jerk against you and they decided they don't like you and they want to fire you, they can legally fire you no matter what the state says. Because they can say, hey, they're using and I don't like that.
What I'm saying is if I'm traveling from Michigan back to Illinois with a half pound of the sweet devil's lettuce.
Pound? What do you got, a garbage bag full? Like,
good Lord.
I'm traveling.
His trunk is looking like it's driving down the road.
I think you should probably be
It's for personal use, officer. I swear.
Versus, hold on.
6 garbage bags are mine. What are you talking about?
5 seconds.
Lifetime supply.
Listen, 5 seconds. Like if I'm doing that versus I have a pew that is unregistered, I'm going to jail for the devil's lettuce. I'm not going to jail for the pew.
Well, maybe for the half pound you are.
It's fucked up.
Maybe for the half pound.
Did you say an ounce? Just an ounce worth?
You know what's funny, Tim? Once we went to Colorado before Oklahoma had their medical, and my friend was driving and she was all kinds of worried. And I was like, listen, what are we gonna let's imagine we go to court on this ticket that you're worried we're gonna get, and I'm gonna say, listen, I'm an old woman, almost retired teacher with arthritis, but you're right, I had 20 gummies in my purse. Shame on me.
Well, right, like are you like smoking and blowing out the window and like giving the cops the finger while you drive by them? Like what would make them pull you over in the first place?
I have to find out what the rules are for transporting pews because that's a new part of my life that I never had before. But
so you have to obey their. I mean, if you're not driving like a lunatic, it's not much to worry about. But you have to obey their laws. So like some states want you to have them separated. So you can have the pew next to you, but the munitions for the pew have to be in a different area.
Because what I was thinking I might do is just get like a locking thing and put it in there, lock it, put it in the back with my luggage, put the ammunition in another thing over there, and just hope that I don't get stopped.
Yeah, that's usually enough because they usually say 6 steps or 2 steps or whatever. But as long as they're not in certain states, you can't have them together.
Yeah.
Right.
So that would probably cover you, especially if it's not sitting next to you on the chair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Milk, I haven't heard from you in a minute. Did you want to weigh in on any of that?
Yeah, I don't know. I really couldn't speak to it as much. I do agree with you in the sense that like if you're traveling from state to state and the firearm laws change and you get pulled over for it and like given a fine or like anything, like I think that's complete horse shit.
Yeah, it is weird. There needs to be a lot more grace. But fucking Arkansas, man, that state those people are nuts. I fucking hate driving through Arkansas. It's chicken shit and cops. That's all it is. Chicken shit and cops. And thank you for the paper crane. Appreciate that.
That's
Sensei,
a funny characterization. That's so funny you say that.
What is chicken shit and cops?
Chicken shit and cops.
Man, that's all it is, dude. And them motherfuckers be hiding everywhere. Like, I've never driven across Arkansas and not seen a cop on the highway.
I hate cops hiding because that just proves to me that you are just waiting to write me a ticket.
Yeah.
Patrol on the highway. We slow down when we see you driving, just like when we see you hiding behind the sign.
Yeah, I got pulled over for going 77 in a 70 one time. I looked at her and said, "Slow day, huh?" And she ripped me up so fast.
Yep.
Yeah.
My favorite cop is that fireworks story. That is my best work ever with police.
The fireworks story?
Tell us.
Regale us with this.
I lived in New Jersey. My stepdaughter lived in Pennsylvania. Fireworks are illegal in New Jersey. Most things are illegal in New Jersey. And I like that. That's why I can't wait to move back to New Jersey. Anyway, but I had to feed her cat, and it was the 3rd of July. So I went to her house. I fed her cat in my minivan with the blacked out windows, and I was driving back as soon as I crossed the Delaware River. Woo, the lights. And they said, "Hello, ma'am. Do you have any fireworks in your car?" And I was like, "Nope." And they reached for the door of the minivan and said, "Do you mind if we look?" And I said, "Yes." And they looked shocked. Like they genuinely were surprised. And they said, "But you don't have any?" I said, "I don't have any fireworks." They said, "Do you mind if we look?" I said, "I do mind very much. And you can't look in my car because the 4th Amendment says that you can't. So thank you very much, gentlemen." And they're like, "Wait a minute, ma'am." And I was like, "Am I being detained?" And they said, "Can we look in your vehicle for fireworks?" I said, "No, get a warrant." And the guy he just got you could see it in his face. He was just pissed, like, "How dare you, bitch?" You know? And he was like, "Fine." And I rolled up my window. They pulled a car in front of me, a car behind me. And an hour and 45 minutes later, they showed up with a warrant. I took the bag out. Now, I want you to know. Yes. I read the warrant. It said they were looking for fireworks. I want you to know that I had that car for 10 days. It was brand new to me. The only thing in that car besides me and my purse was a milk crate with a first aid kit, jumper cables, and a blanket in the way back of the minivan. So I unlocked it. I got out of the car. He was so mad. He was so mad that I still live on that. I can still sip that sweetness every
Wait, did you even
day
have fireworks?
No, she didn't have any fireworks.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't
They're
understand.
so
Yeah, they just wasted an hour and half of their lives.
For nothing.
For nothing.
Based upon what you said, I'm not trying to gaslight you. Based upon what you said, I don't understand how a judge would issue a warrant.
Because they know each other. They know the cops.
Because I was driving across the river in a car with New Jersey plates going to Pennsylvania on the 3rd of July. That to them, that's probable cause enough.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see how it raises the level of probable cause. What you just told me.
I got a story kind of similar to that, but I actually did get handcuffed.
Maybe they just don't like Rutgers or something, man.
I was 16 years old. It was Halloween, and it was a bunch of teenagers in this car. There was, I think, 4 or 5 of us in there, and we had like 7 dozen eggs, y'all. All right, I think you know where
you just wanted protein.
Now there were.
You getting ready to egg somebody?
There was not a single missing egg from any one of the cartons, right? And so we get pulled over. He wasn't speeding or anything. We get pulled over, and they see the eggs in the back, and they arrested all of us. They arrested all of us. And I'm like over here I'm, mouthing everybody's like, "Shut up." I'm like, "Fuck this shit. We haven't done anything wrong." Of course, in my mind, I'm like, "Yet." But so they handcuffed my ass to a table. I'm the only one in there handcuffed because I was the one, talking shit. And they called all of our parents and made us come and get us. And then my mom, she's like, "What are you going to do? Are you starting arresting people, charging them with illegal possession of egg?"
I would have been so belligerent. I'd have been like, "What's the problem? I can't eat eggs anymore. What the hell?"
That's exactly liberal. That's exactly what my dad would say. He'd be like, "What are you charging people with possession of eggs now?"
Yeah. No, I mean, because think about it. We got arrested for something that wasn't illegal. Nothing we were doing was illegal. Now, an argument could be made that they had probable cause to believe that a crime was about to be committed. Maybe they would have been right. I don't know.
Maybe you guys exercise a lot. You were going to go
we were
work
making
out
egg
with
sandwiches
weights and then have protein shakes with
They
eggs.
were doing the Rocky thing with the eggs. Rocky.
Now, see, I wonder if we'd had an incubator in the trunk, if we'd have been able to get out. Oh, we're just testing to see if any of these are fertilized. We're gonna incubate them.
It's a science project for the school.
I got $32 from the NYPD from the time they arrested me at the Republican convention.
How many times have you been arrested?
Me? I have been arrested twice. I've been arrested
wrongly,
twice.
like wrongly accused and arrested. Like
yeah, both times. I didn't get paid for the one at the UN. Remember when George Bush invented free speech zones?
You got arrested by the UN?
I got
I feel like
UN
Nadine maybe has a more complicated history than we realize. Go on.
Well, I'm a big.
She's been sniffed by Joe Biden. I don't know if you guys know.
I have been sniffed by Joe Biden.
But go ahead.
Yeah, listen.
Go ahead with the.
I'm not surprised.
Not Joe Biden. George Bush invented free speech zones because he didn't like driving past the protests against the Iraq War in the lead up to the Iraq War, and he was going to speak in favor of the Iraq War at the UN. And in front of the UN was not a free speech zone. It was far away. But we had our signs wrapped around our legs under our jeans. So once the car came up, we unfurled our signs, and then they arrested us for not being in a free speech zone. But the one where we got money from the NYPD was at the Republican convention in Madison Square Garden. And we had a permit, and I know we had a permit because I filled out the fucking paperwork. And we had a permit issued, but they pulled the permit while we were protesting, and they arrested us and locked us up in a bus terminal.
Wow. That's
Holy
what they're doing
shit.
to immigrants now. They're
And
like, you had a visa? Not anymore.
It took several years, but they knew NYPD had to pay us.
I'm like a super villain.
You just have to go to a lot of protests. Hey, I know somebody.
You
here
have a
in Oklahoma
visa?
City.
Not
I do.
anymore.
No, I have a MasterCard, Mr. ICE agent.
That's a good one.
Never leave home without it, bitch.
I want to be your best friend.
press card.
I feel like you have interesting stories. I want to be your best friend.
There was
I do
an
have
interesting
stories because I like to get involved and get into the mix of things and fuck shit up.
there was an interesting story that was developing liberal loudmouth for this. There was this Latina woman, and she essentially what happened is that ICE basically cut her off in her lane, and they thought she rammed into them on purpose. So they
I
got
saw
out.
that.
You saw this? Yeah.
Yes.
And so they got out so fast, drug her ass out of the car. I don't know if she broke anything, but she was definitely bruised, and she got arrested so fucking fast.
Yeah.
And
Let me see if I can pull that video up. It's really fucked up because they were like, when they went to get back into traffic, her car was coming. They smashed into her. Dude, they came out like they were in fucking Fallujah, and the guy had an IED in a fucking
car. It wasn't
car.
even a marked car. It was an unmarked car.
Right.
And so, like, you have to think the only reasonable explanation from the ICE officer's side is that they thought she rammed into them, not vice versa.
Right.
It was an excuse.
Her testimony says she was expecting to exchange information with like regular ass people. It turns out they were ICE officers, and then she's getting like destroyed.
Yeah, let me see if I can't pull that up.
Sorry. That happened to me, like exactly, not ICE agents. And I didn't hit the guy, but I'm driving down the road. It's a highway. I'm driving down the highway. And instead of going to a light to do a U-turn, the cop decided that he was going to do a U-turn in the middle of the road, right? So it's a turn lane, but he went into the little turn lane and did a U-turn. And then I slammed my brakes on because you don't expect people to do that, especially at 10 o'clock at night. And he pulls me over. And he's like, you need to be careful where you're going. I'm like, okay. He's like, you could have hit me. And I'm like, okay, well, because I'm not going to be like, you stupid idiot. Why'd you pull in front of me? I'm like, but I said you did a U-turn. And he's like, yeah, I know, but you should watch what you're doing. I'm like, okay. And then sat me there for 20 minutes. And then he's like, oh, you can go. And I'm like, cool. Like, how about don't be an asshole? Like, what do they expect us to do? Like, understand that we have to
but
stop at a dime?
The ICE agents were the one making the lane change. Like, and I promise you, if this were to happen and they were on the receiving end of that, like, they would have been furious because I didn't see a blinker. I mean, maybe there was in the video, but
they're above the law. But yeah, I found the video. Here we go. Let me play this real quick. It's not too long. Oh, it's muted. Hold on. Let me turn it up.
Yo, run over. Y'all finna get a whole lawsuit. What? Whole lawsuit.
Yeah. Fucking
oh, wow.
Dumbass. Now watch this shit, though.
Hit and run. That's a hit and run. Hit and run. Hit and run. That's a hit and run. Hit and run. Hit and run. Yeah. Look, hey, watch out with that weapon. That weapon. Yo, watch out. What's wrong with you? You hit it. You hit her.
Look at this fucking guy, Call of Duty style, strafing.
You guys hit her. You guys hit her. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all hit her? Y'all bust a whole U-turn in the middle of the street.
I mean, look at this dude.
Y'all on camera.
If I make my legs wider, I look cooler.
Who remain unwelcome in the great city of Chicago crashed
Look
their
at that.
car
Look at
into
the-
Diane Figueroa's vehicle, then violently pulled her out and detained her for hours.
Fucking nuts, man.
And that was
You know
not
what?
that
And
was
that's-
not
here's
like
the-
that was
here's
not
the-
like a big woman either. That was like a smaller like that. Like they really, you would think they'd be able to pull her out a little bit easier.
You know what we need to do? We need to recruit. Let's see if you could read through the lines. We need to recruit terminally ill patients. That's what we need to do. Where's Kyle Rittenhouse?
Oh man. Well, he's got a few years to go before he's
Well,
terminal.
maybe Biden will take one for the team.
Hey,
Oh jeez.
I just mean we need like, come on, who's got the money? Let's buy an AR for everybody, and everybody goes with their sign to the protest strapped on the back.
Man, y'all are gonna get the FBI showing up at my house, y'all.
Yeah, can you imagine Joe
He's
Biden?
platforming this.
Yeah, can you imagine Joe Biden as an ICE officer? His old ass would slip and fall in the ice and get bruised and ask for workers' comp, man. Like this guy's in no position to do anything.
No, I think he should just go out there and then someone's going to act stupid and do something bad to him. And then we're going to be like, but he was the former president. What's wrong with you? You know, and we get them in trouble.
Jeez.
I
What was
prefer
I-
308 or even the AK because body armor doesn't work very well.
So the guy, I like to call those guys that, you know how he was standing, like these Billy badasses. It's the same people who sit on TikTok all day, not to say that I'm any better, but that sit on TikTok every day and then believe that if something were to happen, they're going to be running like John Wick down the street, like dodging bullets.
Like that dude that was literally, he was strafing. Like, I gotta pull that clip. Watch this dude. Watch him
I'm gonna be
again.
hiding in my tornado.
This motherfucker's like, he's like, go left, no, go right. Watch him. Here he comes. Look at
Is he running from the alligator? What's
this
he doing?
motherfucker. Look at him. He's like, no, the other way. Oh my God. He's Call of Duty. He played way too much Call of Duty. He's like, hey,
Somebody
me.
can say incoming. Like, stop now.
Oh my God.
That's
You're
the
in
same
New
guys who
York.
think they're going to be able to like somersault off the back of a truck and like
Right.
take out a whole army that's after them. Like, it's like, dude, you live in your mom's basement. Really, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be all right.
The fantasy is it works out way better than reality sometimes.
ISB. Can you say Billy Badass again?
Billy Badass. That's
I always say Joe Badass, especially the dudes with those fucking dark glasses. They'll have their like thumb down in their belt and they walk like this. Oh God. It's Joe Jackass. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. I appreciate y'all. Milk, is good to see you. It's been a minute. I appreciate you coming back up. But thank you to everybody that is supporting the channel. I appreciate it. And we will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll see you there. Hopefully nothing crazy goes on. But if it does, we'll cover it here. All right. We'll catch you guys later.
Right. Goodbye.
Peace.